right, we are live right on time at 7:17, just as we planned it. We had a number of tech issues before we got started, but hey, everything is working now. So welcome back to
Is as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today we're joined by David S. He's been on the channel a couple times, but not anytime recently. But that's not shocking because no one's been on the channel anytime recently, unless you count yesterday when we finally got back into things with Teaching Tuesday on with Mary yesterday. So I guess if Tuesdays are Teaching Tuesdays, Wednesdays Wacky Wednesday, I don't know. We're going to be looking at a dawah video, a video on why Islam, out of all the many religions in the world, why you should believe that Islam is the truth. The link to the video is in the video description. It's on the Towards Eternity channel, which is an extremely popular Muslim channel, over 2 million subscribers. And unlike Zakir Naik, who has 3 million subscribers, people actually watch the channel. No one really watches Zakir Naik anymore. Those subscribers are long gone, regardless of what the numbers say. But on Towards Eternity, this video in particular has 750, 800,000 views thus far. It was released in December of last year. So in half a year, 750,000 views. Seems that a lot of Muslims and maybe some non-Muslims are watching this video. So I thought it would be a good one to react to. I watched enough of it to realize that it's a serious video and also very hilarious at the same time. I hear that David has skimmed through the whole thing. I have not. I have not heard all their amazing arguments yet. So you'll be getting some legitimate reaction from me. First time hearing some of the stuff. I did, jump around. Viewed maybe like a minute to 2 minutes total of the 15-minute video. So most of it I haven't seen, but I've seen enough to know that it's both serious and clueless.
Yeah, it is seriously clueless. It is. I mean, you'll get my reaction as we go through. But perhaps I can give a little preface so that people can understand the harshness of my critiques when this video really begins. I am nearing the end of my master's in apologetics. So my field, my actual master's is in apologetics, is in the reasonable and rational defense of a belief system, right? Specifically Christian apologetics. So when I see dawah videos that claim to be apologetic in nature, I have some standards. I got some standards. And as we'll see going through this video, those standards were not met. So if you think I sound quite harsh during this video, forgive me, but this is my field, so I get a little upset. That's all.
No worries. If people don't want their arguments to be criticized, then they shouldn't publish them on YouTube. That's what I would say about that. I don't think that if you just go to some private individual who doesn't really want to debate and you start insulting them and their religion or whatever, that might be a little bit inappropriate. But hey, a public figure, they put their argument out there for scrutiny, and that's what we're going to do. We are going to scrutinize their arguments. Nicodemus says shaved Thaddeus looks younger but less wiser. Just saying. Well, I don't. As the Bible says, right? I'm happy to be called a fool as long as I'm a fool for Christ, as long as I'm a fool
Amen.
for the truth. So, I don't look wise, whatever. And then I also had a comment from Snoopy here. Perhaps Thaddeus forgot to turn on the computer. Yeah, what wasn't quite like that, but in the end, that's kind of how it worked out. Is that, yeah, had to restart things a couple times to get things to actually work then. Nina predicted we'd be 19 minutes after the miracle of 19. We weren't quite on the dot on that one. But hey, the way that works is you just modify things until you get to 19. So we were planning on starting at 6:58. We started at 7:17, 19 minutes late. A miracle. And if you want to know
Alhamdulillah.
more, on the miracle of 19, in theory, I'm debating ultimate truth on that subject this weekend, attempting to get the details ironed out and get a moderator for that. So hopefully that will happen. Obviously hasn't been finalized yet. It was kind of late notice. I probably shouldn't have told him that we could debate on Saturday yesterday when he called in, because that's not actually dependent on me. That's actually dependent on someone else not having plans for Saturday. But anyway, hopefully that will be happening. So we ready to dive into this video?
Oh, this is exciting. This is fun. This
Well,
is
actually,
this is above the 19 apologetics thing. You know, trying to say that 19 is for some reason impressive and relevant. I would say this video is above that in terms of quality and significance, but not very much above that. To be clear.
well, hopefully by the end of the evening, the arguments for the truth of Islam
And it's as clear as the sun.
will be as clear as the sun, whatever that means. All right, let me add the video in here, and we're gonna play through the whole thing. I'm not gonna leave anything out. The first section isn't really about Islam; it's about arguments for God, but we can analyze those as well. But
Oh,
before the first,
we must.
yeah, before the first, before the first step of their three-tiered argument, as they put it, they do have an introduction, so that's what we'll start with.
1.1 billion Hindus, 500 million Buddhists, and 15 million Jews in the world. And there are a total of 4,300 religions like these. When that is the case, some people may ask, why should I follow Islam out of this many religions? How do we know Islam is the right religion? Can we rationally prove it? We will answer this with a very interesting technique developed by philosopher Descartes. It's called.
So before we get to Descartes, and I should probably put that in quotes because it says absolutely nothing to do with Descartes, just to preview here. But before we get to the methodology, I just like to say that so far so good, right? There are 4,300 is an arbitrary number. Different people will estimate differently, but it's in the right ballpark. People say there's over 4,000 different distinct religions in the world. Obviously, you can't analyze all of them. You got to make some sort of decisions about that. And we should try to do this rationally and reasonably, as he says. So far so good. Any objection to what he said so far?
No, I think this is perhaps one of the best parts of the video so far, and it will remain the best parts of the video. So not bad at all. I think the moment he moves beyond this, things get a little bit more hairy, but that's okay. That's okay. Good start. I'll
All
be
right, so
charitable.
he's now going, and the original title of this video is Rene Descartes' brilliant methodology for determining truth. And well, let's just see what he says about Descartes
Called
here.
Cartesian skepticism. To summarize, he says, imagine that you have a basket full of apples. You put your hand in the basket, then pull out a good apple. When you put your hand in again and you get a rotten apple this time, do not continue to take the apples out one by one to throw the rotten ones away. Don't bother checking which one is good and which one is rotten. Instead, empty the whole basket and then put back in the basket the apples that are good. Let's apply this technique to this issue. I mean, can we look at.
All right, so he calls this Cartesian skepticism. You have some background in philosophy.
Yeah.
Does this have anything to do with the term Cartesian skepticism?
Well, no, because Cartesian skepticism is supposed to be like an epistemological methodology towards questioning and being skeptical about what you can consider to be a justifiable or justifiably true belief, right? And to simplify that, to summarize what is meant by Cartesian skepticism, it's the belief that you should be skeptical about your beliefs until you can have some reason to hold to them. And so that's what we mean by Cartesian skepticism, right? Just groundwork, ground level, assume not the truth of these various beliefs you hold to, and then, if you find any means for justifying a belief that isn't fully arbitrary, then you could actually find that to be a rationally upheld belief that's justified. Uh, I don't know the whole apples thing.
Yeah,
My
that
guess
might be
is
an analogy Descartes uses, right? I haven't not an
maybe.
expert on him. He might have used that analogy, but it wasn't to explain what Cartesian skepticism was by
Yeah.
any means. And the way he's using it, this is okay, right? That what he said in principle is fine. You throw out everything and you put back what is good. That's kind of the principle that Descartes goes by, but that's not what that term means, right? That the term basically means you can't trust anything. You should start with no assumptions, and you should reason from there. That's how the system works, and it's not going to have anything to do with what he then talks about the rest of the video
The video,
either.
exactly. No, it's ridiculous. Okay. So, right, because you're thinking, oh, okay, so he's going to just dump out all these beliefs and see which ones are justifiable, which ones are able to be rationally and reasonably upheld without unnecessary assumptions about reality. And so that's interesting, right? Because the whole point is Rene Descartes was thinking, oh, there's these beliefs that I held to, but then I realized, some of these beliefs that I was strongly convicted about and held to, I found to be false, right? So I should have a type of epistemological skepticism, as we talked about in previous videos on here, a type of intellectual humility about the nature of the beliefs I hold to until I can have a reasonable justification, if that's at all possible. And some people will argue about that. I think obviously you can, but a reasonable justification for the beliefs that you hold to. He doesn't really have the kind of skepticism in this video that you would expect given the
Yeah.
fact that he starts the video with Cartesian skepticism, right? You're like, oh, he's gonna be very skeptical. He's gonna really dig hard into what are necessary truths. And then he does not go with these necessary truths that you're supposed to go for with Descartes. Instead, he goes with a bunch of well, I don't want to spoil too much, but he goes
Yeah,
with a lot of
yeah, yeah. We'll get to that part very
yeah,
shortly.
yeah,
But
really annoying. Just
in
bad study.
principle, right? So what he wants to do is fine,
Sure.
and what Descartes says is fine, but they're not
Hmm.
the same thing, right?
At all.
That's the real problem here. So what he wants to do is come up with a reason for a justification for not examining every religion in the world, which is reasonable. But he needs something better than an analogy that has nothing to do with his methodology, because when he gets to his actual methodology, it's going to actually be kind of the opposite of Cartesian skepticism.
Exactly. And if anything, he should have asked for thousands of apples, right? Not just a few in a basket. So,
Yeah, exactly. So Professor Yoffel put a bunch of apples, and then Breakfast Gun asked if it was thousands of apples. I think it certainly was. I don't know how this happens. Every time we watch a Dawah video, apples come up, but they do. Weird stuff. I didn't like purposely cherry pick this to have apples in it.
yeah. I mean, apple pick, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
Yeah.
let's continue on.
4,300 religions one by one? I don't think so. Then let's look at the clues in the universe using reason and logic. Let's determine the conditions that should exist in a true religion through these. Let these clues give us the direct answer to the question, why Islam?
All right, that
Good
sounds
stuff.
reasonable. Yeah,
That is
let's look at the clues of the universe and
right.
then come up with what is true based on what we observe in the universe. Kind of not what Descartes said, but
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
because he said to be skeptical of your observations and rely on philosophical principles. But ignoring that, surely he's going to derive his keys for determining what the true religion is based on the clues he sees in the universe, right? That's literally what he just said he's going to do.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. Because at first, now ignoring the fact that he brings up Descartes, who fits more into like the analytical, or I guess you could say like the continental philosophy, right? In those strains, and then switches over to looking at the laws of reason and logic about the universe, which would be more like a natural or classical approach, right? Ignoring the fact that those are kind of inconsistent, what he just did. I agree that you should look at the universe, look at the laws of logic and reason, and use reason to come to a conclusion about religion. So he's not really supporting himself in the best way so far, but his desire is there, and I can at least respect
Hmm.
that. So
Yeah,
it's a
I
fair enough
agree with
approach.
the principles that he's
Yeah,
outlined.
exactly.
So far, some minor critique of the way he's presenting it, but so far so good, right? We're a
Hmm.
minute in of the 15-minute video. Well, it's that's the end of where the compliments, I think, probably. I don't know. I haven't watched everything, but I have a feeling that might be the end based on what I have seen.
Now, when constructing a building, first you lay the foundation, right? There are stages to go
Yes.
through. For this issue, we need to make stage-by-stage eliminations starting from the foundation. Therefore, our filters will be these. Is there a God? Is there a need for religion? And if there's a need for religion, should there be a holy book and a prophet? First,
Now, hold on a second. I thought he said we should look at the clues in the universe of what we observe in nature to determine what our principles should be.
Yeah. Yeah. This is where things get kind of hairy, and I know it's just the beginning, but this is where it starts. So he says, "Is there a God?" Which is a fine first principle, right? Like, is there a God? Do we have rational justification for the belief in God? Is God necessary to explain certain natural universal qualities, phenomena, quality, etc.? That's fair enough, right? That's what we call prolegomena. Prolegomena, right? The study of the first things in philosophy. As a matter of fact, I got a pretty good book that details that right here. If somebody wants Norman Geisler's Systematic Theology, Volume 1, it deals with your prolegomena, your first things. That's your step one. So that's great. Is there a God? Do we have rational, or do we have good reasons to believe there is one? The second one, though, really confuses me. Is there a need for religion, right? Because what I would have said is instead, and Thaddeus, you can tell me how you would feel about these stages, is I would say, all right, number one, what can we know? And is there a God? Do we have good reason to believe that there is a God, right? Which really is first you have to say, okay, what do we know? And how do we know? And then you could say, all right, do we have good reason to believe there is a God? And then after the whole is there a God, what is that God like? Right? Because the existence of a God and the question of, all right, what would that God have to be like are separate questions. Those are separate questions. And he kind of just goes from the is there a God to is there a need for religion? And that's a very Islamic way of thinking, right? Like this kind of pragmatic, purely practical evaluation. I'm like, that's weird. And then is there a holy book and prophet? I'm like, wait a second. Okay, I get what you're saying, right? You're trying to get at of all the religions, which one fits the best with what we know from before. But then he kind of imports the whole like, is there a holy book and prophet? And so he's trying to import Islamic evaluations into his early assumptions.
Yeah,
Uh,
and the problem here, right, is that he said he was going to look at the universe for clues to derive his principles, and then he just flatly states his principles, right? So what he's actually done is he's presupposed these are the principles by which you judge a
yes,
religion to be true. He
exactly.
hasn't got anything from his observation at all. And as you
And
say, it's ultimately based on his existing belief in Islam that he thinks these are the principles you should use.
yes, it's pretty, and it gets a little bit worse because what you and I are probably thinking when we hear people say something about, oh, I'm going to look at the universe, the nature of the universe to understand the nature of God, right? A type of backwards approach, right? To understand the nature of God from the things we know, and we can either do some sort of via negativa way of negation to understand how God would be, or maybe positive attributes. We're thinking like natural classical philosophy, right? In which you reason to the nature of God based off these like fundamental aspects of nature. As you're about to see in this video, when he talks about looking at the universe for clues, that is not at all what he means. He does not mean these like philosophical evaluations. He means like empirical analyses of animals is what I'll say for now. So so
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at.
Right.
It's ridiculous, silly, but you're totally right. Just classic Islamic presuppositionalism. Good stuff.
Yeah, and I think is there a God is a reasonable first question. If
Yes.
you're investigating the truth of religion, it's a reasonable first question. But
Yeah.
understand that it's just a assumption, right? He didn't
Yes.
justify this as a valid question in any way. Even though I agree it's a valid question and is one of two ways that a Christian would probably start argumentation. So
Hmm.
you could either start with the doctrine of God, or you can start with the doctrine of Christ. You can
Yeah.
argue that God exists because Christ. You got to do it one of those two ways, right? Well, generally, right? I mean, I would certainly do it one of those two ways.
Sure. Yeah.
And an atheist probably would ask this question first. They'd come to the negative answer, right? And but as you're going to see, he's making a leap that not everyone would accept because some systems deny the existence of a personal God. And that's what he means by God, right? So he's going to determine he's going to say, well, there is a personal God, therefore these religions are false. But even if I agree with that conclusion, he's imported an assumption here. And then his second two, I don't agree with at all, right? I mean, is there a need for religion? What religion would say there is no need for religion? Seriously. I mean, why is that even a question? And then is there a holy book and prophet? Well, I mean, I agree there's a holy book and there's prophets, but that's not something you can just assume. Maybe that's not the way God operates, assuming there is a God. You can't just assume that's how you judge the truth of something.
Of course, especially since even Muslims would agree that there was a time when people did not have access to their holy book, right? That there's some sort of time in which people don't have access to a physical copy of a Quran. And of course, Christians would agree that there were times at which Christians did not have access to the Bible as a physical book, right? But instead had oral traditions. And many other religions would say the same. There's oral traditions. So the idea of a holy book being necessitated in order to know the truth is a little strange. I would agree that it's a really good way to have like a nice canonized, simplified, and directed understanding of our source of doctrine in the special revelation kind of way. But uh, the way he's writing it is very much so trying to lead you towards Islam at the get-go, at the outset, like to start. And
Yeah, I
so
mean,
that's
he's
kind of the
basically
issue
just
there.
started with Islamic assumptions, and he's going to
Exactly.
argue in a circle and not effectively either, right? Even if
Yeah.
we get these assumptions, which we would never do, he still
No.
doesn't reach his conclusion, I don't think, right?
No.
A couple quick comments here. Bob in the chat says that you and him agreed to have a debate, but it hasn't happened. That may have happened, right? It may have been one of our things.
Oh,
I've been
maybe.
I've been very neglectful. I have been very busy with work, and I've barely been online the last month. So if you could just email me again and we can get that scheduled. No worries.
That'd be great, Bob. That'd be great. Sorry that hasn't happened. That's too bad.
Islam is my identity, said to understand God, what we need, philosophy or guidance from God.
Ah, classic. Okay. Alrighty. So to ask about guidance from God, you're actually making philosophical assumptions, right? As a matter of fact, you're even your question to understand God, what we need, philosophy or guidance from God. You're actually making an epistemological question, right? You're saying to understand God, okay, so how do we know things? What do we need, philosophy or guidance from God? You need to, and all people do, have philosophical assumptions about the way we know things. How can you trust that you're getting guidance from God? Well, you have to have a pretty good epistemology, which is your understanding and the study of how people come to know things. You have to have an understanding about the nature of God, if God is the kind of being who would guide you, or if God is impersonal, personal, communicative, non communicative. To claim that there is no such thing as philosophy in these questions, you're actually explaining a philosophy that you have, right? And so that's the issue. Now, I understand, and Islam is my identity is technically upholding the Islamic belief, right? That guidance from God is necessary in order to know anything, right? Because Islam holds that Allah just closes the eyes of some people. He forces them to not become Muslim because he damns some people to hell before they're even born because he wants to damn them to hell before they're born. And anyone who is on earth, he is leading astray because he's closing their hearts and leading them astray, as the Quran clearly teaches. So, in the religion of Islam, it makes sense to say, well, you need guidance from Allah because he's the one who forces you to believe. That's cool that you think that, and that's cool that your book does teach that. Your God doesn't actually care about the faculties of reason, intellect, and free will. And that's true. I agree with Islam as my identity. Intellect, reason, rationality are not a part of Islam. Islam is my identity is totally correct. Those are not a
Mhm.
part of Islam. But in
Yeah, you could even say they're
Christianity,
haram.
yeah, exactly, right? In Christianity, we have a very different view. We think that there is a type of dignity to the intellect of mankind because mankind is made in the image of an intellectual and rational and rational and reasonable creator. And so being made in like fashion, we believe that humans have some faculty of reason sufficient to come to certain valuable conclusions about God and general and special revelation. And so, Islam is my identity. You are using philosophy in your question and in your assumptions you make asking that question, right? So just so you know, you're doing the same thing as us, just doing it poorly.
Then we have Adam87 displaying his utter ignorance of all things. Says religion did not give human rights and end slavery. That was secular humanists, which is so funny because
Okay.
secular humanism is literally defined as Christian values minus the religion of Christianity.
Yeah.
So
Like historically,
uh,
that's what it is.
I don't know how this makes sense in his mind, but maybe you should like actually research some history. Of course, if you do that, then you probably will have to give up your atheism. So I'm guessing
Yeah.
you probably won't do that
Yeah.
because you're not
But
interested in truth.
yeah, of course not. But if Adam 87, if you are interested in truth, reason, and intellectual thought, good books, you might have heard this one before, Dominion by Tom Holland. Dominion is really good. I recommend it. It's an agnostic historian who explains the development and the generalization of human rights through Christianity as the philosophical and theological groundwork for modern culture and modern legal systems, the ones that you would actually enjoy, perhaps not the Islamic ones that call for the destruction and death of atheists, right? So, no, Adam 87, you are factually incorrect. Religion did establish, and by religion we mean Christianity, did establish the human rights that you are presupposing in your statement. And end slavery, that was secular humanist. That's just factually incorrect. Sorry to tell you, but do some research on that, and hopefully you'll be able to explain why humans have any type of intrinsic value that is actually meaningful. Otherwise, your claim to end slavery is as meaningless as an opinion about ice cream.
All right, so let's get back to the video here and see how the foundation begins to deteriorate, to use their
First of all, let's
analogy.
look at the foundation of the building. That is, the question of whether there is a God or not. You may be thinking of many different methods of proving this, but today let's make our search for the answer to this question through the universe that we all witness. Now listen carefully to understand the example I'm going to explain. According to physics, if there is work that has been done, then there must be a force in place that is able to do that work. Meaning, whatever I see as the doer of an act must have enough power for that work. For example, if I saw a baby pulling a plane, I would immediately look for another doer of that act, since the baby would never be able to do that work. I would either say there's a mechanical system that moves the plane, etc. Even if my eyes say that it's the baby that is pulling the plane, my mind will step in immediately and say the baby doesn't have enough power to pull the plane. I would start looking for the actual, capable doer behind that baby. And that's what makes sense, right? Just like in this example, when we look at the universe, for example, we see the cow as the doer of the act of producing milk. The cow doesn't know the amino acids in the milk it makes, nor does it know the needs of the people's bodies who will drink it, but it produces exactly the milk that they need. Moreover, it produces it by consuming something that seems the most irrelevant, grass. When we look at the other side, we see the poisonous bee.
Okay, sorry.
Hold up.
We're now beyond the point where I jumped ahead to see what he says about Islam. So this is my first time hearing a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
And okay, so problem number one, right? I'm not an atheist here, but problem number one, you're saying that the universe, I think, what he's building towards is the universe has to have a very powerful force behind it. Well, I mean, an atheist wouldn't disagree with that. They would just say that it was a random chance force, though. So you haven't made any sort of argument whatsoever. And to say that the grass is irrelevant, what the heck? Where did you get that from? That was came from nowhere.
At all, like at all, right? When I listened to it, I thought, all right, so is he trying to make some sort of, a vertical cosmological argument where he's saying, oh, the continued existence of things must mean that there's like a powerful continual causer of the no, not that. What he's saying is that there has to be some sort of explanation for the way that things are in terms of power. But then he goes on to the complexity of the cow, and he says, "Oh, well, you see, the cow is very complex in the things it produces, and it produces milk, which is necessary for humans. Now, of course, I would say, well, no, humans don't actually need milk. As a matter of fact, a large number of humans are lactose intolerant. I choose the cow. But it's a weird thing to say, oh, the things that humans need. It's like, well, yeah, there are things that humans could need, but that's not in milk. It's the amino acids we can find in a lot of places, right? So he could turn this into a good argument, but his approach is just weird, just really strange. It's just not the approach I would use. And I guess maybe it's worth it to watch through the whole bee example to try to see where he's getting at.
Well, I did already hear him call bees poisonous, which is a
Yeah,
common but incorrect usage of the term. If something's poisonous, it hurts you if you eat it.
yeah,
If something hurts you when it does something to you, it's venomous, bites
venomous.
you or stings you in the case of a bee. So incorrect use of term there. That's trivial though. We'll allow that.
Yeah.
Nicodemus says, notice how in editing they allow no pause/time to allow viewers to consider the rhetoric being pushed. Well, yeah, but I mean, the video's professionally edited. It's got a very high production value. That's just good editing in general. You'll see it in any type of thing. So I wouldn't give that as a criticism. Um, if you have pauses, that's when the audience tunes out. So that I mean that's just good editing, and you don't even realize this because it's so normal. But once you start editing videos, then you're like, man, I'm like, I have to. It feels so unnatural how often I'm changing the camera, and you're not doing it as often as a TV show does, which isn't fast paced or anything, right? It's just ordinary. It's so ordinary in our perception that we don't even see it unless you make a conscious effort to edit things. Then you're like, man, I thought I could talk for 40 seconds at least. Come on. But no, the average cut is like 8 seconds or something like that. And that's just a slow average pace for a sitcom or drama or whatever. If it's like an action scene, then it might be like every 2 seconds that there's a cut. So anyway, not a criticism.
As the doer of the work of making the sweetest honey. The bee doesn't know the minerals in it when producing it, or the bee's body, its cells, do not know the needs of people's bodies who will eat this honey, but it produces honey that can even be a means of healing for them. We turn our heads to another side, and we see the tree as the doer of the work of making juicy, sweet, colorful fruits from a dry, tasteless, dark soil. But the seed of this tree
What are you thinking about these? You're weeping now because you're convinced of the truth of Islam, obviously.
Uh, the dry, tasteless,
Tasteless.
worthless soil is what causes seeds to grow. Not
Just
the
like
water, not the
no,
nutrients, not the soil that very definitely has a taste.
no. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. What are you talking about? Just like how the grass is irrelevant. It's irrelevant, right? There's no complexity to the grass and to the plant cell and to the construction of it and the minerals present there. And now it's irrelevant. I don't get the argument.
Well, I mean, I think he's trying to make these things seem worthless, but they're not, right? The grass isn't worthless. It doesn't just like miraculously feed the cow. It's chock full of the same nutrients any other plant is. I don't know why grass is somehow more worthless than any other plant. Likewise, the soil isn't dry and barren and tasteless, or the seed wouldn't grow, right? I mean, that water is really important there, the most essential. And then the plant, it might only need water to sprout, but then eventually it's going to need other nutrients to grow, and they're going to be provided by the soil. So you're just assuming it's crappy, and then saying this is like so fantastic that there must be a creator. I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah, it'd be like to clarify because he doesn't say this in the video, but it would be like saying, "Oh, well, you see, a sperm and an egg are so pathetic and worthless and uninteresting, but when they combine, they can form a human being." It's like, well, you could have just said that the sperm was wonderfully designed and the egg was wonderfully designed with the kind of genetics that allows for the production of a human being, which is amazing and evidence of a designer. You didn't have to say that those other two things were like worthless. It's really weird. They're close, to something interesting and valuable apologetically, but then they're like focused on the wrong part of it. They're saying, "Oh, what's amazing about this is how pathetic it started out and how interesting the outcome was." And it's like, no, the issue was not it being pathetic, irrelevant, small, or uninteresting. The importance of it, yeah, soil is pagan. It's disgusting. It's irrelevant. You're done. You're finished. The like it's just weird. I'm sorry, but this is not a logical way of arguing for God by just saying things are uninteresting, then they become interesting.
And as Snoopy and a couple others point out, of course, sunlight is ultimately,
Obviously,
it's not
yeah,
necessary for the plant to sprout, but it's ultimately necessary for the plant to grow.
yeah.
That's where most of the plant's energy will come from, is the
Mhm.
photosynthesis. So you got many essential elements. This argument isn't, it's showing a complete lack of understanding of anything and then using that as an argument for God. Um,
Yeah.
that,
This
I mean,
is
you can argue from design, right?
yeah.
And what, regardless of how little credibility atheists give this argument, it is a good argument to argue from design.
Mhm.
However, that's not what they're doing.
No,
They're just like saying things are weak
impressive.
or yeah, unimpressive, and then they become impressive, which means absolutely nothing,
Yeah,
right?
right, because, like, again, what this is, and you'll notice this, everybody who's listening to this, maybe if you ever wanna have some fun, you could check out the comments. Miracle Grows. You could check out the comments for this video. All the comments are reactions of awe without any actual engagement for anything in particular. And so what this argument is so far is just an appeal to a type of awe, which would be fine if they actually understood, some sort of valuable understanding of beauty and then rooted that in the divine nature and then explained that in a way that was not like ad hoc or post hoc or something. But since that's not happening, they're just trying to make you feel odd. Yeah, argument from woo, right? Which again, you could do an argument from beauty, but an argument from beauty is very different from an argument from woo, right? One of them is just supposed to make you kind of feel warm, and then you're like, huh, maybe you see this with Mormonism a lot. Maybe this the warming of the bosom, right? In Mormonism, the warming of the bosom, the sense that something's just warm and right, and I feel good about this. Okay, but like atheists also feel good about some things, right? They'll also be wooed by things. Maybe some atheist guy gets married to an atheist girl, and she makes his atheist heart float and twirl, and he's like, "Whoa, she's great." That doesn't suddenly make him think that God exists, right? So now you can make something about beauty that's significantly more robust, but that again is not happening here at all. It's just
So first, a
impressiveness.
non-serious comment. Snoopy says, "I use Miracle Grow. It's really good." Well, you can tell that right by the name, right? It's
It's a
got
miracle.
miracle in there. If you use 19 ounces of it, it'll be even more miraculous. Just trust me
It's gotta
on
be 19.
that one.
Yeah.
But then a serious comment from Andrew here. Islam can't argue from design because in Islam, al haha is intimately involved with the universe. In other words, cause and effect are not true, and that's correct, right? Classically speaking, a Muslim can't say that if I drop this, it's going to fall to the ground. They would say, if I drop this and Allah wills, it will fall to the ground. Because strictly speaking, there are no natural laws. There's only Allah's will, which you can't know. Which then makes he's correct that you can't really argue from design. Maybe that's why I doubt it, right? Because most Muslims don't understand classic Muslim philosophy. So maybe that's why the
Mhm.
video doesn't argue that way. I think it's probably actually just because they don't really understand nature or science or the things they're trying to talk about very well and still wanted to make a video anyway, so just did it. So Mufti Menk has some advice for them.
It's about time you expanded your own knowledge.
Yeah, expand your knowledge before making videos to educate others. Just a thought there. And then there was one other comment. Talmudic tunnels construction. This is an argument from the cow.
They chose the
Go
cow.
off. As their example, right? They chose the cow as their example.
It doesn't know the taste I will enjoy. It doesn't know the smell that my nose will like. It doesn't know what my eyes enjoy seeing. It doesn't know the needs of my body. While it was just a simple seed with no taste or smell, hundreds of fruits come out of it with a taste that is suitable for my tongue.
Correction. Thousands.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thousands. The exact same thing. That's wild.
But notice the argument here, okay? So they kind of made the argument. They didn't really make it with the cow. They kind of made it with the bee, and now they're really making it strongly with the plant, or the seeds, which they say produce fruit, which even though some seeds do, probably 99% or so percent of seeds don't produce fruit that humans eat. They might produce what is technically fruit biologically speaking, but it's not what you would think of as fruit, and it wouldn't be eaten by humans or any other creature. Uh, he's thinking that all of these things in nature, right, provide benefit to humanity despite them not knowing they're going to provide benefit to humanity. Okay, but that's not an argument for anything. They provide benefit. The grass provided benefit to the cow. The sun provides benefit to the grass. The carbon dioxide provides benefit to the grass. How does this go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
All an atheist would say is, of course, creatures evolved
Yes.
to take advantage of what was available. So of course what's available benefits them. That's not an argument.
Exactly. Exactly. What the Muslim fellow here is trying to say is he's trying to going back to the whole baby pulling a plane scenario, right? He's saying, "Oh, well, the feat is so great that there must be some sort of other mechanism actually causing this." And so he's trying to say, "Look, grass is irrelevant and stupid and pointless. I hate grass. I hate it." Right? And so he talks about how much he despises grass and all that. And then he says, but somehow it produces milk, which tastes good, and some people can drink it sometimes. And then he goes on and says, "Oh, well, don't you understand, right? There's these other examples too. You got these seeds, and of course, when you put the seeds down there, they're pathetic. The dirt is tasteless and gross, and I hate the dirt. I hate it. I hate that Allah made it. But Allah allowed the seed to sprout into a tree that produced a lot of fruit." So his whole argument, based off the whole baby pulling a plane thing, is things have too impressive of an outcome for them to be explained by the thing you're witnessing and visualizing. Now, here's one issue, right? This actually does lead to a serious empirical issue. You can't really trust any mechanisms that you're noticing with your eyes, because any mechanism that you see with your eyes is not able to explain anything. You need an external cause that is causing the mechanism, which you could modify and be like, oh, okay, well, the fact that things exist and continue to exist means that there's something keeping them in existence, right? Like a vertical cosmological argument or something. That'd be fine, but that's not what he's arguing. He's arguing that things start out unimpressive, they have impressive outcomes, so there must be some sort of other cause that is non-natural that's causing the change in the natural. And it's like, no, couldn't you just say a supernatural entity made advanced natural things with advanced natural systems? And then you could just say, oh, okay, that's impressive. And the existence of advanced natural systems and their continued existence metaphysically is evidence for God. But no, that's not what they're arguing. No, baby pools a plane.
Yeah, and Nissan Attic put it well. He said he needs an argument that beats the simple evolutionary claim that fruit adapts to be tasty to fruit eaters and that spread their seeds around. And I'm more or less neutral on whether evolution is true or not. Like, it's not important to my theology, is what I mean by that. But personally, I find it very problematic for intellectual, scientific reasons, not for theological reasons. And I would say that the argument that fruit happens to be tasty to fruit eaters is at least as good as his argument. Way better, probably, in fact, because he's just saying, I like to eat fruit, therefore God.
Guy went to one fruit salad place. He had one fruit salad and he's like, oh yeah, that's it. That's it. I hate the dirt that this came from, but man, this tastes good. The
Andrew said, I
irrelevance
think,
to relevance argument is very strange, not gonna lie.
yeah, Andrew says, I think the video author's trying to say, oh, haha's hands, that's causing it all. Maybe. I
Sure.
mean, I haven't seen how he draws this to a conclusion. I know based on the timestamp, we're pretty close to where he does,
Yes.
but I haven't seen how he draws it to conclusion, so we'll just wait for that. And Nisanac says, it sounds like he stumbled into the old Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So you want to explain to the audience what that is?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the old Texas sharpshooter fallacy is when you gotta shoot at something in order to make your little point and then draw your target around it, if I'm remembering correctly. So you point out a very specific thing, and then you say, now wherever this bullet has landed, that's my standard. That's my perfect target after you've already shot, right? So he's presupposing all these things. And then after he's presupposed them, then he draws his target and says, look, it's right in the center. What are the chances? It's right in the center. It's like, well, no, you're the one who drew around that point, right? So if I'm remembering correctly, the Texas sharpshooter fallacy is when you go for the shot and then draw your targets around it to make it seem like you've actually hit something when really you've just presupposed things and you've drawn conclusions as if there's some sort of standard. And so
Yeah, and
again,
again, he didn't justify the question in any way.
no,
And even if we grant the question, he hasn't argued for it in
yes,
any material way either. So it's like lose-lose here.
yeah,
I think
because you could
I
argue
mean,
for
to be
like an
fair,
impersonal, you can argue for an impersonal source from this. You could say,
right.
oh, well, it just so happens that an impersonal source made the disgusting dirt and awful grass that exists, right? And we should be happy that out of the impersonal, insignificant, irrelevant realities from an impersonal God, it just so happens to come nice smelling fruits and perfect, wonderful cow milk. So and honey from the bees.
Mhm.
So it's just
And,
weird. It's
and
not really
I'll
an
I'll
argument.
say that he's really set himself up really poorly here
Mhm,
because, yeah, fruits are tasty and they smell good to your nose, like he said, but not everything that's in the universe does, right?
mhm.
Not everything provides benefit to humanity in any way.
Yeah,
Certainly not
yeah.
everything is tasty or whatever,
Mhm,
and not everything contributes to something that is tasty. So he set up an argument that would suggest his God didn't make some of the things that were in the universe.
mhm. Yeah. That's right, because also, yes, some fruits do grow to become less than healthy for humans to consume. Things have mold that develop on it after a while, and also some dirt might actually taste sweet to some animals, and so you can't just call all the dirt disgusting and tasteless, right? Also, those same bees that are making all that honey. I mean, why is it that Allah had to make it so that the bees, or as he said, poisonous? Although he meant venomous, but why is it that Allah had to make the bees like that, but the honey was helpful? And
Yeah,
and
yeah,
why is it
exactly.
that so many
The
humans are
bee
lactose
could
intolerant?
a bee could produce honey without having a venomous sting, and in
Hmm.
fact, there are many species of bees that do, right? They're not honeybees. They don't produce the kind of honey that humans would eat, but there are bees that produce what could be called honey. That's for just like the honeybee, by the way, is for the benefit of the other bees and not for the benefit of humanity. And they're not venomous. So why is the bee venomous? Was that Satan's work or something? I mean, or is the law not all
Shaitan.
good? And and to be clear, I don't think these are good arguments against God, but
Yeah.
the way he structured his argument, they are. Because
Yes.
he's saying there are good things, therefore there must be a good God. But there are also bad things.
So it's dualism. So it ends up being like, oh, there must be a bad God too. It is very strange. It's very strange the way that he's argued this, and he's about to close up what he means by these three: milk, honey, and fruits, right
All
here.
right.
So
Yep.
it'll be
Let's
interesting
just
to
go
see
ahead
how
and get
he.
back to him. And
with a smell that is suitable for my nose, with a beauty that appeals to my eyes, and with many benefits for my body. Right at this moment, my mind immediately kicks in and tells me that these doers who seem to be doing all of this don't have the necessary skills for these works. I mean, it's very interesting. Some things are giving someone else something that they don't have, but normally that's impossible. Let's think with an example like
What?
this. Suppose this
What?
cloth in my
What do you mean?
Yep.
Giving someone something that they don't have is impossible?
I also
Normally?
don't
Normally?
I don't get it because he's using normal examples and then saying this normally doesn't happen. I'm like, define normal. Do you mean natural? Well, cows are natural, so like define natural. What exactly is being spoken of here? What is he trying to get at? Is he saying, oh well, it produced milk, and so I suppose that means that since other humans can enjoy milk from a different species, therefore God exists. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, what could be more normal than a living creature providing benefit for other living creatures? There's probably a few exceptions, like deep cave dwelling fungus or deep ocean single-celled organisms or something. But the vast majority of all animals, plants, fungus, whatever, are eaten by something else. They provide benefit to something else, in other words. So how's this abnormal for benefit to come to someone else? I don't know. And what is it providing that you lack in the first place? So the grass lacks milk, I guess.
I'm really, maybe you can go back 10 seconds because I've seen this before and I still don't know exactly what he was
I
trying to
mean,
get at
my
here.
body. Right at this moment, my mind immediately kicks in and tells me that these doers who seem to be doing all of this don't have the necessary skills for these works. I mean, it's very interesting. Some things are giving someone else something that they don't have. But
Okay,
normally
pause
that's
that. Pause
impossible.
it. Yeah.
Let's think with an example.
So he's saying, oh, the cow lacks the skills to produce milk. So how is this possible? I'm like, well, no, it obviously has the skills to produce milk because it's
Yeah.
producing it.
And
But
his little arrows did say, right? It said cow milk, bee honey. So it wasn't even like grass milk. It was cow milk. Cows don't have the skills to provide milk.
except for
What?
one, except for the whole argument he made, which was that they do. I don't get it. I really don't know what he's trying to get at. If he's saying, oh, the cows are so pathetic, they never went to cow school, so they don't have the skills, right? They lack the certification to know how to produce milk. And so really when you get down to it, milk, it should be impossible to produce milk because it's a white substance, right? And only Muhammad knows what that would be. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense what
Yeah,
he
I mean,
means by abnormal or unnatural or unskilled. I don't get it. I don't get what that means.
and as Andrew said, right, the cows produce calves who drink cow milk,
Cow
right? They
milk,
produce
exactly.
milk. They produce milk for the benefit of the calves. They don't produce milk for the benefit of humans, right? I mean, not really,
I don't get
not
it.
biologically.
I don't get it.
So they're not providing humans something that they don't themselves use,
Like,
let alone lack the ability to produce
and
naturally.
again, a lot of humans also cannot consume milk because of some sort of inability to deal with, some sort of lactose. So
Yeah.
again, I don't get it. I don't get what he means by unskilled. I don't get that. I think Andrew actually really might be onto something saying, oh, well, things can't have cause and effect relationships. They just have to have like will based production by Allah. Because he's saying, oh, well, it's impossible for a living organism to produce milk.
Oh, you just said, hold on. You just said a very crucial word there, will,
Hmm.
right?
Yes.
Because that's what he means. I think you're right. I think Andrew ultimately is right because he's the one that pointed us in this direction. That what he's saying is the cow does not will itself to make milk, and yet it does. It doesn't have the ability to will itself to make milk. And I would probably agree with that. But that's not a valid conclusion, right? You don't need a will in order to produce an output.
Exactly.
I mean, an animal is somewhat ambiguous. A plant is not. A plant does not have a will, right?
Yeah.
And the grass does not have any will whatsoever. But that's irrelevant, right? A
Yeah.
robot doesn't have a will. I think everyone will agree a robot doesn't have a will, and yet it can do things.
Most definitely can. They produce quite a lot of things
So
in factories. So I I don't know. I don't get it. Like,
interesting.
which I guess means by definition, this really is presupposing an Islamic belief about will
Yeah.
and a type of not just anthropology, but just ontology of created things. So he's presupposing an ontology of how created things will and don't will, right? Which means his first principles, yeah, Allah makes the cow make
Yeah.
milk,
Allah
right?
wills the cow so it makes milk. If the cow just willed, it would only eat grass
Yeah, it would
or
just
whatever
produce
else he
grass because
thinks.
that's what it ate. So it would
Yeah.
just produce grass, like
Oh,
beep.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Because it couldn't change it into something else. It would eat grass
Exactly.
and then expel grass.
Yeah, yeah. The seed would just become, you know, seed and dirt more. Which I guess you could argue, well, that's literally what fruits are, right? The fruit produced is just seed covered in fruit. But anyways, the whole thing in honey, right? How's it that bees can produce honey when really they should just produce more flowers, right? And apparently, I don't get it. But he's assuming an ontology of creation, saying all created things lack a will that can have a varied outcome. And that's his
John,
first principle.
John with the comment of the night here. The individual speaking is the milkshake.
Wow! Wait, that's genius. That is so. Oh, someone's got to clip that. That's actually brilliant. I want to see a milkshake.
Oh, man.
Oh man, now I'm hungry. Wow.
All right.
That's
Let's
amazing.
get some more of his argument here.
Like this. Suppose this cloth in my hand is a curtain and you don't see me. This curtain takes a pen and writes poem here, draws pictures. Everyone would say that this pen is apparently being moved by this cloth. But the logical thing to do is to think that there's a force behind that cloth, behind that apparent cause. Just like in this example, all these works we explained show a creator who controls all of them behind the scenes. If we are
Yep.
able to
There you
fully
go. There you
understand these
go.
examples,
He actually made it explicit there.
Yeah, yeah,
He didn't
yeah.
use the word
Very
will, but he
explicit.
made it explicit that there's a creator who controls, right? Not just who set up natural laws, but a creator who controls all these things happening.
Yes, yes. He
You
controls
see a
them.
pen and it seems to be moving on its own. You realize that there is a force moving it, and that has to be an intelligent human being. Apparent another assumption he's smuggled in there,
Sure, sure,
but we'd agree with it in the case of the pen, right? Because that was
sure.
what our observation would tell us. Well, actually, I would say it could be a robot that's
Right, yeah,
programmed
exactly.
to move the pen in a specific way, but close enough, right?
Mhm.
So you see the cow producing milk. There has to be a force causing the cow to produce the milk. It can't be the cow's biology that causes it to produce milk. I mean, I guess if you want to be like not too technical and really informally use words, you could say there has to be a force for the cow producing milk, but that force is the cow's genetic code.
Mhm.
That's
Yes.
all the explanation that's needed.
Yes. Yeah, in the difficulty is this, right? Because I could imagine a Muslim saying, "Oh, well, you believe that God keeps everything in existence. So isn't that a force that's keeping everything in existence?" Yeah, it's keeping everything in existence. That doesn't mean that God is individually causing every single cow to produce milk in the sense that, oh, it ate grass and now God is, forcing the grass to then break up into particulates and then be recombined in the different chambers in the cow stomachs, and then eventually some of it is broken down to nutrients sufficient for the babies to be fed after that's brought over to the udder. Right? No, no, we would say God has designed natural states with genetic codes for different organisms, and God has so made the laws of biology and genetics that they have certain outcomes given certain material states. We wouldn't say that God has like forced every single cow to produce milk whenever it eats grass, because there's some cases in which we would say, oh, well, this cow is producing more after eating more, or this cow is producing less after eating less. So it would seem like there's a clear cause and effect material relationship in some sense. But instead, we have to ignore all of our observational data and admit that, well, no, God forces the milk to be produced in each and every single case. Adam is totally correct. It is all utter nonsense.
An obvious joke, but I still appreciate it.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
That pun is bovine.
Bruh. Oh,
Indeed it
no.
is.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
I mean, Andrew perceived the argument being made, and we didn't.
Yeah.
That he's trying to claim Allah's. There has to be a divine hand, Allah's hand, because you observe what we call cause and effect, but that just can't happen on its own. There's got to be a being willing it to happen, and nothing happens without will. So not only has he made an assumption that this is a valid question to ask in the first place, which we might agree with, he's made an assumption about Islamic theology that he smuggled into this, and then he just regurgitated it back out, basically.
That's exactly right.
Islamic theology that would contradict Descartes' methodology, by the way, of only going by what you are not by trusting nothing, right? Starting with no first principles. Start with this first principle of something that seems to contradict observation. Okay. Good try.
Examples, then we can see with the eyes of our minds that there's a creator, someone who knows us, who acts behind the curtains, and makes all these things happen according to our needs. Now, if the first filter is clear,
Except for when it
religions
doesn't.
such as Buddhism, Jainism,
Okay, so if the first filter is clear, except, okay, one, you didn't argue that, well, I guess you did argue that there's a God. So he did actually come to the conclusion that there is a divine will.
Yeah, or at
I don't
least,
think
yeah,
that gets, I don't,
divine
right,
causation.
right. He smuggled in an assumption, but a divine, even given that, I don't think a divine will is equivalent to a personal God. And he's going to dismiss these things that have impersonal God is everything type views, right? I don't think that, I mean, Buddhist, diversity of thought, right? But I imagine you could find Buddhists who would say that the universe itself wills things.
Yes. Yes.
It,
There's a lot of pantheists who would argue, well, the universe, or even panentheists, I guess, but some pantheists would say, well, the universe is God in that it's all that is and is self-existent somehow, right? And
yeah,
therefore, everything that happens in the universe is willed by the universe. So pantheism could be, or panentheism could be just as much plausible by what he's offered so far, I think.
yeah, I don't think he's dismissed, even granting all his assumptions, which we wouldn't grant. I don't think that he's ruled out anything, right? I mean, an atheist would say that there is, well, I guess they wouldn't say there's a will. So maybe he rules out atheism, right? They'd say there is no will, everything's the product of blind chance. So if we grant that there's a will, then I guess he does rule out atheism. So giving his assumptions, he gets that out. But he doesn't rule out Buddhism, right? He doesn't rule out Jainism. He doesn't rule out any pantheistic thought, any panentheistic thought, any polytheistic thought. He has maybe at best ruled out pure naturalism given his assumptions.
and philosophical beliefs like atheism, agnosticism, naturalism, and skepticism are eliminated because there has to be a creator, whatever you may call him.
But see, an agnostic or skeptic wouldn't say that everything is based on natural laws. They would say, I don't know. I have insufficient information to know whether everything is based. So he didn't rule those out either. Like all he ruled out, as near as I can tell, is pure naturalism / hard atheism. That's it. That's the
Yeah.
only thing he's ruled out.
As a matter of fact, the epistemology he's set up so far, in which you can't trust your ability to reason about cause and effect being, intrinsic to certain situations, events, and relationships, right? Oh, the cow eats this, and then naturally, because of biological processes, it's able to produce milk. No, you have to actually reject that and say, oh, no, no, no. Allah wills that the cow eats the grass, then wills that the grass is broken down, then wills later on by a completely unrelated process, perhaps, if that's how he wants to shake it, that milkshake that somehow milk is produced as a result, and then that means that you can't really trust any empirical observations about cause and effect, the laws of the universe, because how do you know if there's any laws? It seems like things just kind of happen because there's a will. And so, yeah, I'm not really convinced that a skeptic would have any reason to start doubting because they could say, well, I can't trust my observations. So the observations you just gave me about milk and honey and fruit, I can't really trust because apparently there's just like a will that forces things without any actual relationship between causes and effects at all.
It's true.
So they're
A
justified.
quick question from Carol. Why does the law say come willingly or unwillingly to non-living things? And then that thing, for example, in rock says we come willingly. Well, short answer, because nothing's really on living in the Quranic theology. In it, what we would call inanimate objects have, maybe they're not like living biologically speaking, but they have consciousness.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and now, I mean, a Muslim might try to say that as a poetic device or something. Fine, whatever, I can grant that for the sake of argument. But I think that if you really take the theology of the Quran seriously, everything, including like say the sun and the moon, rocks, uh, trees, everything has a consciousness. Everything has the ability to make a decision on whether it's going to submit to Allah or not.
You see this in a lot of Islamic philosophy back in the day, and even at advanced modern or yeah, advanced contemporary Islamic philosophy as well. The idea that everything is Allah's mind. That's actually why a lot of times reading Islamic philosophy sounds very panentheistic, because it's like all is the mind of Allah. All things are fundamentally mind, including rocks and trees and perhaps even bugs too. So yeah, yeah, that fits with Islamic philosophy.
Second here, I want to summarize what we've seen so far.
Is this the comic book picture that you're trying to portray here?
So far, yes, it seems to be a comic book picture. All right, let's continue.
Now let's move on to our second filter. Here we will use the comparison method from the science of logic. Let me put it this way. When we look around us, the following rule is constant anytime, anywhere. If there is a work, a product in front of us, the person who made it knows it best. Also, when anyone is going to talk about it, the first person who has a say in it is the one who made it. For example, when I buy a phone, it comes with a user manual, right?
Okay. That first of all, this is a really poor way to argue for creator.
Right?
But I don't even think even if the principle is true, I don't think you get God from it. But I don't think the principle is true either, right? Just because someone makes something doesn't mean they have the best knowledge of it. I mean,
Yeah.
it gives them an advantage. It makes it more likely they'll know a lot about it. But someone else, let's put it this way. I bet you that professors who study Shakespeare for a living know Shakespeare's works better than he did.
Yeah, lol.
So just because you make something doesn't mean you're the best at knowing everything about it.
It's also just weird, right? Because you could go to a factory where people, construct and put together all the pieces of an iPhone, right? That doesn't mean that, you know, just because they produce it, they know it best. Maybe there's someone earlier in the line, right? The original inventor. So his language is just imprecise. That's my big issue with it so far. His language is just horrendously imprecise. He's saying, "Oh, people who make something automatically know it best." It's like, well, no, because I can make something in an assembly line, or I can just construct something, but that doesn't mean that I know it best. What he means to say is, "Oh, okay, well, I should trust the person who made the universe. I should trust what they say about the universe." That's what he means
Oh,
to say. But this is just
actually, what he means is the person who designed it, but he can't
that's right.
say that because
Yeah,
then he's smuggling in the assumption of design. So
exactly.
what he's really talking about is the person who designed the phone, not the person who made the phone, but the person who designed it. But I still don't think that the principle is even true. That
Yeah,
just because you design something doesn't necessarily mean you know it better than anyone else. Just because you're the creative force behind it doesn't mean someone else can't eventually study it and know it even better than you know it yourself. So I
true,
don't even think the
true.
principle's true.
Yeah.
But you're right. What he really wants to say is who designs it knows it best. Therefore, Allah knows you best. Okay, yeah, that's just entirely circular.
Yeah, it
By
hasn't really
putting that
explained much of
anyway,
anything.
the manufacturing company says to me, we made this phone. Then logically, we know it best down to the smallest detail. And by putting this manual, we demonstrate this fact. Even simple products have this. Then our mind asks the question, when there are user manuals even in simple works, is it possible that the creator of the universe, who created mankind and sent them to the world, did not send a user manual that could guide them?
Well, this is a great test. I'm glad he established this test for us.
There we go.
The-
There we go.
let's just screen him, right? There should
Mhm.
be a user manual for being a
Yep.
human being, and whatever user manual best describes what we know about human beings, that is the correct user manual from the creator.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yes.
I just have one question for
Go right
you.
ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Where is sperm produced?
Well, obviously, right? If we look at the powerful arguments from Islam, no, obviously, no, it's not produced between the backbone and the ribs. But of course, in Islamic thought, it is thought that it's not produced in the testes. It's not produced, in the vas deferens or seminiferous tubules or anything like that. It's produced between the backbone and the ribs, right? Between the backbone and the ribs. So obviously, Islam has the best biological description of reality. Alhamdulillah.
And we could provide a couple other examples, but I think so. It doesn't seem to understand the biology of human
Mm,
beings very well.
mm.
What about, say, psychology? Is it good to have no minimum age for marriage? Is that good
Uh,
for human psychology?
no, no. As a matter of fact, just had a debate about this a couple of weeks ago. Did a lot of research because of that. No, no, it leads to some serious issues mental health wise for young individuals who are married off to much older individuals. They don't have the skills necessary to take care of the home, to take care of children. They don't even understand themselves and their hormonal states quite yet. They're not psychologically prepared for the emotional exhaustion and also some of the violence sexual experiences that they'll likely face when paired with someone significantly older than them. And they have significantly higher risks of suicidality and also issues with having a strong connection with their offspring because they don't have a strong sense of personal identity yet. So they also have a great difficulty with taking care of offspring. Overall, just really horrendous psychological and mental health outcomes for sure.
Nicodemus points out that I have a hole in my green screen because the cat moved it to the side. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
It's not
The
like
wizard
anyone
behind the
thought that
camera.
this wasn't a green screen. So,
Yeah.
all right. I did have one other comment that I wanted to bring up. Timothy says, often the best performances of modern classical music are not made by the composers. Yeah, I mean, the vast majority of time, the composer probably was not very good at playing an instrument themselves. Like
Hmm.
they probably knew how to play it and they could get by, but they certainly couldn't play it as well as the best player, right? The best violinist or cellist or whatever could. And yet, by his argument, they should have been able to be the best. Anyway, getting back
Yes.
to the Quran here. So it doesn't seem to know human psychology the best. Doesn't seem to know human
In
biology the
biology.
best. But
Mm.
maybe it's only teaching on theology, right? So maybe that other stuff is incidental. In your observation, are
Mm.
human beings capable of overcoming their sin problem on their own accord?
Um, no, no humans, from my experience, it seems like all humans have fallen short of any type of sin, of any perfection. And humans do struggle with sin, and even though they know what's right, they can know what's right, and yet still do what is wrong. Humans do need help.
So, Mikey, you may want to get a hearing aid. You're effing disgusting pigs. I'm out of here, you pedophile sympathizers. What in the
Poor
world did
Mikey.
you, how did you think that anything we said was sympathizing with pedophiles exactly?
Mikey, poor Mikey. We were explaining that Muhammad is wrong for allowing for marriage between grown men and children. And I just went on a mini rant for a minute explaining all the mental health outcomes for young girls who are thrown into marriages with grown men and how it's negative. So, uh, you're saying that we're sympathizing, to use your words, your exact spelling, we're sympathizing with pedophiles by calling them wrong and their acts sinful and dangerous? No, no, that's wrong, Chief. Sorry to tell you, you're factually incorrect.
Yeah. um,
Wasn't listening. Too bad.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry. Just I just at a loss for that one. All right.
Hey, wait, what about
But
astronomy?
what we're actually discussing, right, is that according to our observations, human beings following the right formula, trying harder, getting access to secret knowledge, all those things isn't sufficient to live a perfectly moral life by your own standards, right? Not even according to some what we would say is probably unknowable, perfect divine standard, but even your own standards, right?
Yep.
That every human being sometimes violates their own ethical standards.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's very odd because I don't see that taught in the Quran.
Mm. Oh, that's confusing. Well, maybe astronomy. Maybe there's really valuable astronomy in the Quran. After all, it's a guide for the whole universe, right? So, maybe Thaddeus, you can explain how does the Quran deal with the clearest observations we have about astronomy and the movement of celestial bodies in the sun?
Yeah. So, I mean, among other things, it correctly tells us that stars are tiny objects found in the lowest heaven, which means just barely above the surface of the earth, that serve the valuable purpose of functioning as weapons that Allah can throw at jinn who are trying to sneak into the second or third or seventh heaven and hear Allah's plans. He can grab one of those stars when he needs it and throws it at them. So there's that.
Mm.
Then there's the observation that the sun at night goes underneath the earth and prostrates before Allah and asks permission to come back up again. And as we all
Mm.
know, it is always for roughly 8-10 hours a day. It's dark everywhere in the world because the
That's
sun
right.
has
Of
gone
course.
where no one can see it.
Mm.
So
Yep. Below the
it
flat
gets a lot
world.
of
Yep.
things right. Hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. And of course also when it's hiding, I mean, where does it go to rest each night besides being, prostration? I mean, it's got to go somewhere, right? It's got to go to a physical location surely. Where does it rest? Uh any place we could see, some sort of geographical location or
Yeah, well, according to the discovery of the great Muslim Dhul Qarnayn, it sets in a pool of water, probably muddy, but there's some debate over what that word means. Let's just say water of some sort.
Hmm.
And we know this because he went there, and the sun was very close to the people who lived there, and as a result, they were getting burnt. Well, sorry, that would be
Ah,
where it
okay.
rises. Sorry, that'd be where it rises. I have my
Mm.
my things backwards, but which isn't the same, right? It goes down at one spot, then it goes underneath the earth, prostrates before Allah, and then comes back up at a different spot. But they're both physical spots because Dhul Qarnayn went to both of them, and he was a very
Ah.
great Muslim who practiced worship of one God only, himself. If we're talking about Alexander the Great.
Great. Of course, the well-known monotheist Alexander the Great. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay. Okay. So you're
But
saying
but if you go to a modern Muslim website, they'll say the correct statement isn't that the sun sets in a pool of muddy water, it's that the sun prostrates before the throne of Allah. So even if we go by the modern apologist who ignores the clear text of the very clear Quran,
mm,
it still goes somewhere, isn't seen for a period of time, and would never come back if it weren't for Allah's will.
I see. I see. Okay. So that's weird because our clearest astronomical observations allow us to see that there's a very different model for the solar system and the movement of celestial bodies about the sun. That's interesting, and not all these things going underneath and above and underneath and above the earth. So it seems like we can't really trust it for astronomy. We can't trust it for biology. Can't trust it for a robust understanding of hamartiology, the study of sin, or anthropology, or human psychology. Human marital relationships. And also, it sounds like it goes against what we know about Alexander the Great. So we can't really trust history either. That's kind of confusing. All right. Well, at the very least, surely this is all easy to understand, right? Because if there's a creator God,
Well, yes. I mean, of course, the Quran declares itself to be very clear, explain itself in details.
yeah.
However, one of those very clear verses that explains itself in detail says that some of the verses are unclear, and the unbeliever will focus on the unclear verses instead of the clear ones. Unfortunately,
Okay.
it doesn't tell us which ones are clear.
Mm. Oh, wow, that's a very unclear statement. That's too bad for us. Ah, geez. So we're expecting a clear user manual because obviously, if we have this being that he's arguing for, who's going to leave us this user manual, this guide, it's going to be clear about all those topics, and yet all those topics we just described, it disagrees with our clearest data and evidence, which means it also argues for a universe in which we can't trust our senses or our observations or our reasoning ability or understanding about history, anthropology, hamartiology, psychology, sociology, biology, or anything relevant, including astronomy too. Ah,
So,
man, I don't know.
and remember, this isn't our test, right? We didn't suggest that for religion to be true, it should provide a clear manual on humans. But the author of the video did.
Hmm,
We're just applying his test to the
That's it.
Quran,
That's it.
and I don't. it doesn't seem to pass the test. So
Not so far.
I I don't know what he's going to say. Maybe he can rescue it, but so far his own test seems to have ruled out Islam. And since he arbitrarily said a religion has to have this guide, it does rule out some religions, although actually not very many. Probably a lot less than he's going to claim that it rules out.
Throughout history, all humanity has been asking the following questions. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going to? What is my purpose in this life? Is it possible?
Are you sure? Are you sure all human beings have asking those questions? I mean, maybe you asked
You
those
see.
questions. Maybe I
Yeah,
did, but I don't
maybe.
think every human being has been like. And where he says, where did I come from? They're saying, what was the creative force behind the creation of human beings? Not like, where was I yesterday?
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think every human being's asked that question. Where am I going to? Eh, I mean, people generally have ideas about that. Are they actively asking that question? Maybe. I don't know. Again, just an assumption on his part that every human being's asked these questions. But so what? Let's say they have. I don't think they have, but let's say they have. So what? Every human being's asked a lot of questions. What is my name? I bet you every human being's asked that, right? Um, who are you? Like, what is your name?
Yeah, yeah.
What is
True.
for dinner today?
Why does Islam sound so stupid?
Will you
Right?
hire me? Yeah. I mean, all kinds of questions that every human being has asked.
Yeah, Muhammad
That doesn't make
asking,
them.
like Muhammad asked a lot of good questions. He asked, like, "Hey, is your 5-year-old daughter available for marriage?" To a good close friend of his, right?
Mhm.
Hey, Jabril, why aren't you here? Why aren't you here yet? Didn't you say you're gonna be here? Oh, there's a dog in the corner. Oh, I gotta beat it up, right?
And his
you know,
followers also asked some very good questions. Like
mhm,
they asked, why didn't that guy come to the mosque service today? Right? And turns out it was because Satan had urinated in his ears
that's
and he
right.
didn't hear
That's
the
right.
call to prayer.
Good questions.
It wasn't because Muhammad was a terrible teacher and he didn't want to hear that any more crap from him. It was because Satan had urinated in his ears. So lots of people asking good questions. But how do any of these questions, like how do you decide which of those questions are what a religion has the answer? Because I don't think he's going to say that a religion has the answer what's for dinner today. And I bet you every human being has asked that.
Mm,
So
mm, pretty close. pretty good. I mean, I know almost all the people I know ask, how many times did Shaitan pee in your ear? So maybe he's onto something. Every person I know, hey, you go to a birthday party, what's the first thing people ask you? Did Shaitan piss in your ear recently? No, he did not pee in my ear. I don't know what you're talking about, right? So that's a very common thing that people ask, and I get it. Hey, everybody's always asking about that. They're always asking, how many wives do you have? Only 4. What am I gonna do?
So it looks like Salam here has been studying at the Towards Eternity School of Logic.
Mm.
Says, you know better than Allah. Who are you? You can say you have knowledge.
Oh, I
You're,
see.
I see. This has a background assumption that
Mm.
Allah is the true God and the creator of the universe. I don't know better than the true God of the universe, but that isn't Allah, right? That's the question on the table. Do you know better than Allah whether Allah is true or not? Yeah, that's just a circular question. You
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
turn your brain on,
yep.
turn up the dial. I know it's at 0 right now. Let's turn it up to like 2 or something. Get a little bit warm. Get a little bit warm. Start some brain cells firing,
He's
and
cooking.
think before asking
Yep.
another dumb question.
Yes. Yeah, again, very important thing for any Muslims watching right now. Make sure the questions you ask aren't presupposing the truth of your system, but instead actually dealing with the claims being made. Like, for instance, this read only Quran. Quran is the only word of Allah, no Bukhari, right? So I don't know who Bukhari is. I'm guessing you mean Bukhari, but that's okay. Quran is only word of Allah. Again, you're presupposing that and you're stating that, but you're not proving that, right? Again, this is something that's really, really common with Islamic apologetics. You just kind of assume that you're correct and then say, believe me, because I said so. I'm sorry, Salami, but that's just not how things work. That's just not how things work. You have to prove or make a logical argument, and you can't just go. As a matter of fact, have we even quoted Sahih al Bukhari here?
No.
No, no. Okay, so I actually don't get at all what's being. Obviously, Salam, you're not listening to what we've said.
Well, I
We've
think he
been
just
dealing,
arrived, right? He just came in this exact minute.
yeah, which would
But
have been much
if
wiser for him to not throw
whatever
Bukhari
he
anymore.
is, right?
Hmm.
He's already come in and thrown himself under the bus here because he declared he's not a Muslim by
Yeah, yeah.
saying
Can you
that
explain
not
real
to
quick?
read Bukhari. Yeah, because
Yeah, explain
Islam
that.
is defined as the religion that adheres to the Quran and adheres to the command of the Quran to follow all and obey the messenger. How do you follow and obey the messenger? Through the Sahih Hadith. I guess you could technically be a Muslim and not obey Bukhari because you might say that Bukhari isn't Sahih, right? You might say, as Shia do, that there are other different standards for establishing what is Sahih, but you have to follow Hadith. You have to follow the commands of Muhammad, or you're not a Muslim. So, just a piece of advice for you.
Call yourself something else, please. Don't call yourself a Muslim.
Because you're not following
Exactly.
Islam. You're not
That's all.
following Islam.
Yeah, you have to follow the sayings of the prophet. The sayings of the prophet must be upheld. So, just make sure you're actually following that. And of course, the Quran does not say to read only the Quran because it does confirm the authority, preservation, like the preservation, inspiration, and authority of the Hebrew Old Testament, and also the Injil, the New Testament as well. So if you're following, I am a Shia, okay. If you're following the Quran, and the Quran says that Allah sent down the words of the Injil and the Torah and the prophets and the Psalms, then that means that if you believe that nobody can corrupt the words of Allah because Allah says that nobody can change or corrupt his words in the Quran, then that means that you would also read the Old Testament. You would read what we have because, again, the words of Allah cannot be corrupted or changed, and you have to believe that because the Quran says so. So,
Mhm.
Salam, recommend you go ahead and read the Injil, the Gospel. And if you say we don't have that today, then you just prove the Quran wrong because it says that the words of Allah cannot be corrupted, changed, altered, or destroyed. So, we recommend you follow the Quran when it says to read the gospel.
Yep. And Salam did provide some valuable information by saying that they are a female, because it means they're listening and knew that I used the male pronoun. So I'm glad that you're listening. I suggest that you continue to listen forget hadith outside Quran. Hey, I mean, you can adopt that position, right? You can say that, as you did, all lie books, that the hadith are false. But guess what? You're not following Islam anymore. You're not following Muhammad. You know how many times Muhammad is mentioned in the Quran? 4 times. That's it. That's all Muhammad is in the Quran. So you're not following Muhammad. You're not following Islam. Don't call yourself a Muslim, but instead do what David suggested you do and go by what's written in the Quran, not what Muslims have lied about what's in the Quran, right? You just said that the hadith are lies. Well, if the hadith are lies, then the tafsir, the explanations of the Quran are probably lies too. Go by what the text says. And the text says that someone has no ground to stand upon unless they judge by what is in the Torah and the gospel that they have with them. Did they have the same Torah and gospel at the time of Muhammad that we have today? Yes. So why don't you take that advice and respect your God's words and actually study what's in the Torah and the gospel? That's all I'm asking you to do, is do what the Quran commands you to do.
I think that's simple enough. Hey, we respect the Quran more than you do. When you think about it, right? Us Christians, we respect the Quran way more than you Muslims do, because we actually recognize that the Quran says to follow the Injil and what's revealed therein. And so, really, if you were a true follower of the Quran and Muhammad, then you would read the Injil and the Torah. So, right, daddies, aren't we really more? We're really more Muslim than she is, because we actually respect the Quran and what it says about the gospel.
So Islam says, no, not truth, referring to the 4 times. Muhammad's only mentioned 4 times. There are more names. So I don't know which is the case here, Islam. I don't know if you're ignorant and you think that all of those verses that supposedly are about Muhammad actually have his name, which is not true. They don't. The translators insert those. There is no reference. In context, they appear to be about someone else. And the translators insert, oh, messenger of Allah, where there is no such words in Arabic. Now, you are technically correct that there is a 5th mention, and only 5, right, of a figure that Muslims have told you is Muhammad. The text just says Ahmed, which may or may not be Muhammad, right?
Doesn't explain it, doesn't say so.
Right. The text doesn't tell you that this is about Muhammad, but let's say it is. Okay, 5 times. Fine. Muhammad is mentioned 5 times in the Quran. You know how many times Jesus is mentioned? I believe it's 97. Don't quote me on that number. I'm drawing from memory, and I might be wrong about the exact number, but it's in that vicinity for sure. That's how many times Jesus is mentioned. He seems to be a lot more important. Maybe you should take your text seriously and stop following Muhammad, stop following the religion that worships Muhammad, Islam, and do what you claim you do and go by what's in the Quran.
Alhamdulillah.
And he did say, yes, 4 times for Muhammad. I mean, there are more names than Muhammad. Look at 61:6, which I'm guessing is probably the Ahmed verse. I don't know that for a fact. But yeah, I just said that, right? I know you're on a delay. So 5. 5 times mentioned by name. The rest are interpretations of the translator that it's about Muhammad. All right, let's get back to the video.
Possible for the Creator to give me a mind so that I can ask these questions but not give me a message containing their answers? Of course, He will not leave us stray, uninformed. He will communicate, inform us of His wants, and send a guidebook that shows the way.
Okay,
Interesting.
that's a leap.
That's an assumption. That is an assumption. How do you think he got there, Thaddeus? Because I'm confused how he went from, we have the ability to ask these questions, therefore this creator wants us for sure to ask these questions and then personally answer them through a book.
Yeah, I had actually forgot because we had that little distraction. I had forgot that he led into this by saying human beings have always asked these 4 questions.
Mm-hmm.
So argument is there are certain questions human beings always ask. Therefore, the creator caused them to ask these questions. Therefore, he wants to give them answers.
Who's
yeah.
stronger, Superman or Batman?
Eternal question, right? That many people have asked.
Yeah. Apparently, the creator gave us that question
Oh, and what's
because
for dinner, right? What's for
exactly.
dinner?
Hmm. Hmm.
And he wants us to have a manual that tells us the answer.
That's right.
So we should turn to Surah. Let's say what today is. Today is 5:29, so we should turn to Surah 5, verse 29, and determine what is for dinner today.
That's great. That's how that works.
I mean, do you have a better explanation?
No, no, I mean that's better than anything Islam will give you. So you won't see me critiquing that logic right there. Better than anything the Quran will give you. Wow, that makes sense to me.
I want.
But apparently that's his argument, right? The existence of certain questions is sufficient evidence to show that God is personal and is the one causing us to have the kind of mind that asks these questions because the existence of questions means that Allah is causing us to ask those questions, which again is assuming and importing a Muslim philosophy of epistemology and causality, right? So again,
Right. So if we give that assumption, right, then Allah did cause those questions because he causes literally everything. But that means he also causes the atheists to ask why God doesn't exist. And he asks the Christians to ask why Jesus is God. And he asks the Buddhists to say why the universe itself is the creative force and everything else, right? He asks everyone out to make those questions. And he forces Muhammad to ask, can I marry your small child? And he causes Abu Bakr to say, what the heck is wrong with you? And then Muhammad to say, am I the messenger or not? Right? He caused all that. How how is this anything but an assumption though, right? Because I would not say just because human beings have universally asked some question that it automatically means that God put that in their mind. There's nothing there, right?
no.
That's a huge leap. And then he assumes that just because even if the creator did cause us to ask these questions, he assumes that that means he'll provide an answer. Maybe he just wants us to ponder on these things. Maybe he doesn't want to tell us the answer. Maybe he wants us to exert intellectual exercise to think about things and thus doesn't provide an answer. Maybe he's not good. Maybe he wants to torture us by giving us questions we can't answer. I mean, this is a ridiculous leap in so many ways. This doesn't give you Islam. This doesn't give you a personal creator. It doesn't give you a good God. It doesn't give you anything. It gives you literally nothing, even if we grant his ridiculous assumptions.
Yeah, yeah. But you see, the issue is you haven't considered what you haven't considered and what you haven't really thought about is this. If humans ask questions, therefore Allah true, right? So you didn't consider that a very robust and reasonable argument. This is all nonsense. It really is. Because again, there's a way to make this interesting, right? To say, oh, the fact that humans ponder these questions about meaning, the fact that there's this strong intuition that there's meaning and purpose in many human beings, at least gives us pause to consider, okay, from whence comes this question, right? And then you could start to maybe take a C.S. Lewis approach and say, this desire for thirst is because there truly exists water. This desire of hunger is because there truly exists food. And this desire for an experience of the transcendent means that there really is some sort of reality that has a type of transcendental root in it. Uh, but even C.S.
Yeah,
Lewis argues, okay, well, I have still yet to argue for the Christian God, but only that there is some reason for us to consider a real transcendence, right? Or as he said, that we were not made for this world alone, right? That there's a transcendent reality to which we are naturally drawn because we can trust our faculties of reason for hunger and thirst. Likewise, we can trust our faculties of reason about this desire for a transcendent reality. But that's
uh,
not what you get here.
right. So I think you could actually, as you kind of alluded to, but put in very different terms, you can create like a Bayesian probability argument here, right? If there was a creator, what would the universe look like? If there wasn't a creator, what would the universe look like? Or, what would it more probably look like? And us asking these questions is consistent with there being a creator, but it's certainly not by itself proof. It's just a probabilistic inference among many others, right? That you could potentially use as an argument for God, but that's not what he's using it, not what he's doing at all, right? He's saying that because people have asked questions, God must want to give them answers. Therefore, he gave them answers. Therefore, all we have to do is look at all the books that's supposed to be those answers, and we'll know which one is correct. But that's so many bad assumptions, right? Maybe the true God wrote it on your conscience. Maybe the true God isn't good and doesn't want you to know the answer. Maybe the true God is good, but sees more value in you pondering it out yourself than telling you the answer to these questions, right? So there's so many possibilities that he's given absolutely nothing. Now, let me just address Salam here, right? He says, no Aisha in Quran, no name Aisha in Quran.
Oh,
Quran
so
is
they're just
enough
not listening
to
to
learn.
anything that we're saying.
It's not true 6-year-old marriage, big lie. You're right. There is nothing in the Quran that says you have to be 6 years old to get married, nor is there anything in the Quran that says you have to be 9 years old in order for the man to climb on top of the little girl that he has married. Normal Orthodox Muslims get this inference from the example of Muhammad, who is the perfect example to follow. You, a heretic who doesn't believe in the Hadith, you don't get that. You only get what the Quran says. And you know what the Quran says? It says that when you divorce your women who have not yet menstruated, or your females who have not yet menstruated, their waiting period is 3 months. In other words, the only thing the Quran tells you is that you can divorce, which means by consequence, you can marry people who are prepubescent. It doesn't say they have to be 6, it doesn't say they have to be 9. And a tiny minority of Muslims, as a result of this, have concluded there is no minimum age to marriage. Most go by the example of Muhammad and thus are better than just reading the pure Quran. But if you want to go by the pure Quran, congratulations. There's no 6-year-old requirement for being married. You could be married at 2 years old. And you know what? The man can do whatever he wants to his wife at 2 years old as well, because as the Quran says, she is his field and he can plow her however he likes.
That's exactly right. And if you think that's just us saying that because we're some Christian apologists, consider checking out Muhammad Hijab, who makes the exact same claim. Muhammad Hijab, one of the most well-known dawah men, right, Islamic apologist in the world, explains in a conversation with a Quran-only Muslim that you cannot logically argue for or argue against child marriage if you go by the Quran alone, because the Quran alone argues for any allowance of any age for marriage because it allows for prepubescent divorce. And so, and also not just that, but also for a severe and significant type of wife beating. That is from Muhammad Hijab, a Muslim apologist who actually thinks about this logically, right? So that should be clear. Tagir is law for marriage. Okay,
Yeah.
that
So
that is not.
he's trying to say there's laws for marriage in the Quran. Well, there is one law for marriage
Yeah.
in the Quran, and that's
Mhm.
when you marry off your orphan that you are taking care of. It has nothing to do with general knowledge, and it's about not stealing their property. It has nothing to do with when it's when you're biologically, psychologically, socially, physiologically able to consent to sex. It's about the person who is charged with keeping an orphan not taking advantage of them being an adult and them being a child and stealing their property. Good. Good. I mean, that's a good moral
So,
teaching, but it doesn't establish a universal principle for when you can get married.
yeah, I'm guessing this person, she's not listening to much of anything that we're saying, and maybe she's not able to follow it. Maybe she's not getting that. Again, so I'm gonna keep it real simple, like we said last time. Your book tells you to read the Injil. So read the Injil. Woman is not child. Well, no, no. In the Quran, you
Yeah.
can
So
have
in
a
the
wife who's
Quran,
very young.
Anisa, that's the word that you're claiming means women.
Mm.
Anisa is among the infants killed by Pharaoh. So apparently, if we're going to define this word as being woman, a infant can be a woman. You want to define woman as reaching the age of puberty. That's not how the Quran defines it if you're claiming that word means woman. And indeed, it says you're women who have never menstruated because they are too young. That is by definition a prepubescent female. Whether you want to call them a woman or a girl is irrelevant. They are prepubescent. All right. Back to our.
Then we understand that the religion we are looking for must be based on a book. It must have a guide, a manual. And with the second filter, we eliminate religions like Shintoism or beliefs like Ayathism, pantheism, and nihilism.
So that's what he was getting at. His question is there a need for religion? And what he actually concluded is there must be a book. So any religion that doesn't have scriptures must be false. And his
Wait a
reasoning for
second.
that was, yeah, go ahead.
That's confusing. So he really meant, is there a need for a book for a religion, not a religion? But wasn't there a time when Muslims, including Muhammad, didn't have access to a book, a physical book called the Quran?
Yeah.
That makes it sound like you can't trust Islam either, because there was a time when it didn't have a physical book, apparently. That's
Now,
confusing.
in fairness, some Muslims will say that remember, everyone is actually created in heaven. So when Adam
Yeah.
was sent to earth after being created in heaven, he carried the book with him. Some Muslims will say that. But they will at least say that it's been lost and then revealed again, and then lost and then revealed again. So there's periods of time, plural, where no one has access to a book. And therefore, during those periods of time, Islam couldn't have been true. Interesting logic here. Is there a need for religion? He concludes that people ask questions, therefore there must be a book to answer those questions. Why didn't he? But see, then his third one is going to say, do they have a book and prophet? So his second question is, do they need a book? Yes. Third question, do they have a book? So his three tiers are not three tiers. Not only are they ridiculously stupid, they're not even three tiers. It's the same tier twice.
Yeah, well, you see, he got rid of nihilism, right? He got rid of nihilism because because humans ask questions.
Okay, but why didn't he dismiss that on the first one where he said that there is a
Exactly,
God?
right? You
Okay,
I don't get the
let me just rewind.
Uninformed. He will communicate, inform us of his wants, and
Get his
send a
list here.
guidebook that shows the way. Then we understand that the religion we are looking for must be based on a book. It must have a guide, a manual. And with the second filter, we eliminate religions like Shintoism.
Okay, so I don't know everything about these by any means. Does Shintoism, the traditional religion of Japan, have holy scriptures? I don't know. Maybe they don't. Do they believe in a personal creator God? I don't think they do. So why didn't you just eliminate them at stage one? Ayatism. I don't know what that is. So I can't answer that one.
same.
Sorry, I have no clue what that is. Pantheism. Now, pantheism is not a religion. That's a set of religions. And some
Yeah,
pantheistic religions do have scriptures, do have books. So how can you eliminate all of pantheism? And by the way, didn't you already eliminate all pantheism by is there a God? I mean, that's how you eliminated Buddhism, right? He said that they're pantheistic and they they don't believe in a God. So, and then nihilism. Why isn't that eliminated? Is there a God? This is so stupid.
yeah. Again, you're also totally correct when it comes to the pantheism one. There are forms of Hinduism that are most definitely pantheistic, saying that all is Brahma, and also they have the Vedas. So, like, if they have the Vedas, if they have clear teachings from their collection of texts and holy books and scripture that teach about the existence of their pantheistic understanding of Brahma, right? Well, I guess more like Brahmin, because Brahmin would be identified with the universe, and then Brahma is like the supreme being beyond with Maya. But in either case, that is a form of pantheism that does have a book. So I don't get the placement of pantheism here. I really don't. Um, I've got metaphysical and philosophical issues with pantheism, but that's not really the approach that he's taking. He's kind of just describing things he sees in the universe and then says, I
Well,
think
no, no,
we
no,
know
no,
like
no. Wait, hold on, hold on. Not in the universe. Let's be honest here. Things that he sees in Islam.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Things he sees in Islam and then says, "Oh, this must apply to everybody the way they think too, because I think so, and therefore everybody else." It's like no theory of mind whatsoever. No ability to get out of his own system. That's tough.
Yeah. And unfortunately, so I actually had not seen any of this segment, but unfortunately, I have seen a portion of the next segment, and I think it actually gets worse when he
It
gets to the
does.
next segment.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. No,
Yeah,
this one's
because
dumb.
this segment is primarily where he's going to eliminate most religions. Totally not justified by his own assumption, which his
No,
assumption isn't justified either.
no, no, no,
All right.
no, no, no. This is the highest. You're about to see the highest hikmah in your whole entire lives. So anybody who's still watching, prepare for some of the most intelligent, high-level, mega hikmah moments ever. I mean, this is some mega hikmah right here.
And just to prep us for what's coming, let's hear some words of wisdom from Mufti Menk.
Don't go too far. Look inside yourself. Take a look at your organs.
To be examining your organs before you go any further.
Or beliefs like atheism, pantheism, and nihilism. So, if I ask you a question like, do you think the book alone is enough? We are given books in schools, but is that sufficient? Don't we also need a teacher to teach that book? In fact, we need a teacher who doesn't only teach the book, but also gathers the students in a classroom and draws their attention to that book.
Now, hold on a second here. Hold on a
Hmm.
second here. I
Hmm.
know that you've been to grad school, David.
Yes.
Now, in your experience of learning, especially at grad school, but and throughout your schooling, have you
Hmm.
ever learned from something from a book that a teacher didn't teach you?
I mean, yeah, yeah. I would say there's a.
But no, 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 you're wrong. That's impossible.
Oh no no no! All of these. Oh these. No no no. These were actually no no no. So whenever I tried to read some of the words beyond what my teachers told me about. There's this part where it says chapter 20. Oh my head. They only told me to read the first 21 chapters with them. Chapter 22. I just don't have the hikmah for it. I just don't have the hikmah. If I had a teacher to guide me word for word on how to do it and how to maybe eat my food and how to walk into a room and maybe how to wipe
Which
myself
foot?
after going
Yeah,
number
which foot
two,
to enter the bathroom with?
which foot
Very
to, and
important. Yeah.
then I would really know the right way to live. Yeah, no, you're right. I've never ever been able to understand a single thing in my whole life without a teacher in the room walking me through what I'm doing.
Yeah, no one can learn from a book alone.
Ugh.
Well, actually, he's partially correct here because in
Mm,
Islam, no one can learn from the book alone,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Even
And
though it's
no
perfectly
Muslim
clear.
does, right? No matter how much they say they love and respect the Quran, no Muslim learns Islam from the Quran because the Quran doesn't teach Islam, it teaches something different. No Muslim learns Islam from the Quran and the Hadith because it would take you many years to read and study all the Hadith. And you're going to learn Islam long before you're at an age where you're capable of doing that. So, what every Muslim does is, in fact, learn Islam exclusively from teachers. And then they're discouraged from ever thinking for themselves. So, he's right about Islam. However, in general, people learn from books without teachers all the time. This is why a library, one of the reasons why a library exists. Obviously, people also check out fiction books for entertainment and other media. But one of the reasons a library exists is so that people can check out books, nonfiction books, on subjects they're interested in learning on, but don't want to pay a college for a class.
Impossible. You cannot learn unless you got a teacher in the room paying that teacher. You can't, you right there, you the audience, you can't learn unless we're right here teaching you this stuff. Listen up. I see you in the back of the class not listening. You aren't able to learn unless you're here with us. So that's what's happening there. And for all the people in the comments who are saying, but this Muslim guy just say that the Quran was clear? And doesn't the Quran say it's clear and easy to understand? Shut up. You need a teacher to understand the Quran, okay? And
Well,
not
according
just
to
any
Islam,
teacher.
yeah, according to Islam, that's actually true
Yeah.
because the Quran can be abrogated in multiple different ways. It
Mhm.
can be
Mhm.
it can be abrogated in actuality,
Mhm.
where both the verse and the meaning of the verse are both abrogated. It
That's
can
right.
be abrogated in text only. It can be deleted from the Quran, but the ruling still applies.
Yep.
It can be abrogated in meaning only, where the text is still there, but the meaning no longer applies to Muslims.
Okay.
And there's no way to know which one it is because it's not like it's in chronological order or something. You can just read straight through it and come to the conclusion of which is the last command. You have to
Ah,
know from a teacher which is the last command. And you have to know from a teacher whether it's been abrogated outside the Quran, because sometimes hadith abrogate the Quran.
okay. You know what? That
So even
all
if
right,
the
I
words are
gotta
clear,
admit.
right? And there's also the possibility of the verse having a secret meaning that's different than the actual words. So you definitely need a teacher if you want to understand the Quran, according to Islam. Therefore, you need a teacher to understand any book, any guidebook, any user manual, right? He said user manual. David, do not try to read the user manual for your new television and figure out how to use it on your own. Hire a teacher to explain the user manual to you.
That's a good idea. I never I knew there was something missing every time. I knew I was saving too much time and money. Okay, that's a good point. I think you're right. When you get down to it, if you have a user manual, the whole point of having a user manual is so that the person who wrote the user manual can come over to explain it to you, which
Mhm.
means that the user manual was kind of pointless, right? Now, of course, going by this person's standard, though, just to be honest and fair, this person's saying, all right, you need a teacher who understands the user manual perfectly. So, what would you say, or who would you say is because obviously when he says user manual, he means, creation, existence. So, who is the best being that you could have to teach you about the universe? By this man's own standards, he's saying
Mhm.
everyone needs a
Mhm.
teacher.
Well, that would be the creator of the universe.
The creator. So you would say by his standard, everybody in the
Mhm.
audience, we're just using this guy's standard. He's saying we need a teacher. I would say, okay, well, I can understand that. So the the best possible outcome for a teacher to explain reality to us would be the one who made reality. So if only there was a way that the creator of the entire universe could like make themselves known in a personal way and appear to be, I don't know, and like be a teacher in person, tabernacling with his people
Mhm.
and being seen and known by that's crazy. That's crazy. By his
And
standard.
just to finish his point here, not only do you need a teacher in order to understand what the text says, you also need that teacher to gather the students together because no one would come on their own to learn, right? You can't just say school is in session. You got to have someone who will gather up the kids and make them go to school as well. He said that. Now this time, Andrew's actually going to be wrong because he says he thinks that the author is trying to assert the authority of scholars over people. No, that would be a good guess, right? Because that is a teaching of Islam that the scholars are authoritative. What he's actually trying to do is argue that a religion has to have prophets. Remember his question, right? Does it have a book and prophets? So he's trying to justify his assumption that a religion has to have prophets in order to be a true religion. All right, let's continue on.
Even if there are students who don't want to listen. More or less, you must have understood what I mean by this analogy. Just like a teacher who explains the book by giving examples and narratives, who establishes order in the classroom, the religion we are looking for also needs an instructive leader, a messenger. We can also think like this. In every field, there is theoretical knowledge and there is a practical application of it. The text written in the book is the theoretical knowledge. So there's a need for someone to show how it can be turned into action, applied in real life situations.
Okay, again, he called this a user manual, right? So take the user manual for your iPhone. That's the theoretical knowledge on how to use your iPhone. You got to have a teacher to give you the practical
That's
knowledge.
right.
When it says to hold down the power button to bring up the menu to turn it off, that is purely theoretical. You need a human being to show you how to push the power button, to turn off the phone.
That
According to
makes
logic
sense.
demonstrated here.
That makes sense. They have to force your finger to hold on to the power button. They got to force your finger to do that and that. They have to gather you in to buy the phone in the first place because you didn't even buy the phone. You got to be gathered in to buy the phone in the first place. They forced you to use your own money just to get the phone because you didn't know how to do that either. Basically, you're just being handheld like a phone and forced to do all these different things by some sort of teacher. Let's see what he means by this teacher. I wonder what he could possibly mean.
Yeah, but before that, let me get the first of 2 super chats from Nisanatic. Oh, I will not get it because the bot was down. I'll come back to that in 1 second after I restart the bot. Let's get some more of the video first.
When a person asks, how can I live in accordance with the purpose of my life, in accordance with the manual of my life? He needs to follow a role model who shows how it should be done so that he can do it himself too. So, if we return to our teacher example, it is not enough just to know the mathematical theories. It is also necessary to see and learn how they are used and applied. Don't you think it makes more sense to have a prophet in a leadership position? In fact, there are examples of this even in the
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean more sense? When did you establish a prophet at all? So he's now saying he's jumped from saying there must be a prophet, which he never actually said, to the prophet must be a military leader, or at least a leader.
Yeah. Yeah, he started with you need someone to go from the theoretical to the practical. And he's saying that can't just be a teacher like what you have in school, where you literally have people who take theoretical and make it practical. Because, mind you, even teachers do that. But he went from the concept of a teacher directly to the concept of a prophet. Uh, and then also hopped directly from the concept of a prophet to the concept of a prophet who is also a leader. And he's apparently comparing that to the animal kingdom. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe if you go
Well,
back like 10, 15 seconds, then you could be
yeah,
a bit
I will
more
definitely
confused.
do that. Get this point here again, that he has jumped.
animal kingdom necessary
Okay.
how it should be done
Maybe I
situations.
misunderstood him.
When a person asks, how can I live in accordance with the purpose of my life, in accordance with the manual of my life, he needs to follow a role model who shows how it should be done so that he can do it himself too.
All right, so that's part one. Part one is he has to have a role model. I don't think that's true, actually. I
Yeah,
don't see why that would be true at all. I don't
sure.
need someone to demonstrate not raping women to know how to not rape women.
Yeah, yeah. But apparently what he means by a prophet is a role model. So at least we have that so far. Apparently one of the main functions of a prophet is to be a role model.
Yeah. So, right. So he hasn't used the word prophet yet.
Not yet.
So he says you have a user manual. You can't just read it. You got to have someone teach it to you with examples, and not just teach it with a few examples, even though that's what he said, right? That's literally his words. They have to give you. You can't just understand the words by reading them. You got to have examples, which is what the teacher provides. But then they also have to model that behavior themselves, or you won't understand it. I'm not sure how they understood it. I mean, Muhammad didn't have a role model to follow, right? By his logic, Muhammad couldn't have understood what Allah's will was without someone modeling it for him. But anyway, let's get how our continue there. So we got a role model now. Okay. Disagree, but we got a role model somehow.
So, if we return to our teacher example, it is not enough just to know the mathematical theories. It is also necessary to see and learn how they are used and applied.
Okay, so that now he went back, right? And that's not a role model. That's going back to what he originally said, is to provide examples, not just the formulas. You got to provide examples of how to use the formulas. Okay.
Don't you
So
think
it's
it
just
makes more sense
teaching a role model.
in a leadership position?
What?
How did that
You didn't
happen?
miss anything.
How did that happen? How do you hop from that? How do you go from role model and teacher to prophet and leader. He just went in one switch from role model and teacher to prophet and leader.
Yeah, that's there's zero. We didn't miss anything. There is zero justification. He just changes the words and says, doesn't it make more sense? No, it doesn't make more sense. I don't need my ethic teacher, right? Not that I necessarily need an ethic teacher to begin with, but since we're granting it, right? I don't need my ethic teacher and role model. Let's just say Gandhi, right? He's my ethic teacher and role model. I don't need him to be a leader. I don't need him to be a prophet. I can learn from his example without him being either of those things. And no, it doesn't make more sense for him to be a leader who's able to force me to do things. That makes it less likely for him to be able to effectively demonstrate, right? Because he's in a different position than me. If I'm looking at someone who is in the same social position as me, as my role model, I can reasonably infer I could copy their behavior. If I'm looking at the king of the empire, I cannot reasonably infer that I can copy his behavior.
But what you don't understand is that, again, a prophet is just a teacher and a role model who is called apparently also to be a leader, and not only is he able to be a leader, but that makes sense, so it must be the case. It must be the case that since a teacher could be a leader, therefore the teacher must be a leader, therefore Islam true. Because a could is a must, and a must is a pointing, towards Islam. But really, what's going to help out a lot to clarify all of your questions, because I'm sure you have all these questions, he's about to give you some explanations from the animal kingdom about why a prophet must be a leader.
Okay. I definitely draw all of my theology from the way animals behave. I think that's a very good way to draw your theology. Nissan Attic Super Chat.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
See, it's just a wise investment. You donate $10, sorry, you sow $10 today, and you're going to reap hundreds or thousands of times more money as a result. Allah is going to make you very, very wealthy. I mean, it worked for Mufti Menk, right? He's very, very wealthy. Maybe before he was very wealthy, when he was a young lad growing up and desiring to become a sheikh, maybe he donated $10 to his mufti, and as a result, Allah has blessed him in so many ways. Thank you very much for your donation. Says enjoying the conversation, gents. I'm not suggesting that that's true, but it did work for Mufti Menk. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's right. Good evidence.
How often do you go live, or is it just arbitrary? Neither. It's not arbitrary, right? There's a plan behind it, but there's also not a set schedule. Generally, almost every Tuesday, I'm live. Generally, Fridays, I have Bible study live on my other channel. Beyond that, it's when people are available and when I'm available. But it's not arbitrary, right? There's reason behind it. It's just not a set schedule. Glad to clear that up for you. Now, let's find out how the animal kingdom proves that Muhammad is a true prophet.
In fact, there are examples of this even in the animal kingdom. For example, when you look at a beehive, you see a colony that lives as a community and serves a common purpose. A queen bee has been appointed as the leader of that society. Or if you visit an ant colony that serves...
What now? Who
You
appointed the
see,
queen as the leader?
you see, because in some animal kingdoms behaviors are normal to them, we should copy off of all of their normal behaviors in the true religion.
All right. So even if we grant that, okay, first of all, no one appointed the queen.
No.
Well, unless you call
The
biology
royal
something.
jelly feeding some sort of like appointing, but who knows?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. I guess bees being driven by their genetic code, when they realized that they needed a new queen and started to feed a randomly chosen egg, the royal jelly, or not egg, but you know what I mean. The
Yeah, yeah.
the I'm drawing the blank on the correct technical term, nymph, I think, right? For insects, the juvenile form nymph. Anyway, they started to feed the very juvenile, barely hatched bee the special royal jelly that allows it to develop into a queen. I guess they appointed someone. I don't know. But anyway, let's say for argument that bees provide example. Okay, that means that democracy is wrong, right? Everyone should have a
Exactly.
queen or king, and it tells us nothing about religion. That's what this example provides.
Yeah.
And then he's good.
Well,
And apparently ants are next, but ants and bees are part of the same genetic order and behave very similar. So that's not really a second example.
As
But
a
let's
common
hear it anyway.
purpose, you will see a queen ant as the leader. Is it possible for Allah, who does not leave these groups without a leader, a guide, to leave mankind without such a guide?
pause it real
I
quick.
don't know. Is it possible for him
Yeah,
to lead lions without a guide, or monkeys without a guide, or
that's the
trees
weird part,
without
right?
a guide?
He does this thing, and this isn't just him. This is a lot of Muslim apologists who will say this. They'll do this line of reasoning. Is it possible that God would do this? Therefore, because it's possible, it's probable, and because it's probable, it's true, and because it's true,
Or in
Islam is
this case,
true.
improbable, technically, because he's saying, would God leave human beings without a king to guide them? I mean, he gave
Yeah,
the
yeah,
bees a king to guide them.
yeah, and we're much more important than dumb, stupid bees who are only
But
slightly better than the
apparently,
dumb grass.
yeah, apparently bees are way more important than any asocial creature, though. And I don't know the
Hmm, hmm.
percentage. Well, certainly only bees and closely related creatures like ants or wasps and termites, which are in a different genetic order. Those are the only ones that have the kind of structure that he's talking about.
Mm.
But other animals are social. Human beings aren't the only social creature, right? There are social order. There, you could argue there's a leader of a social order in the animal various species, but there are many species that are entirely solitary, that have no social structure whatsoever. So apparently, those species are vastly inferior to bees,
Mm.
and human beings, if they don't have a king, that would be because they're inferior to bees as well. Now, he's not going to actually argue, I'm guessing, that human beings should have a king, but his example suggests that we should, or technically a queen, right? We should be ruled by a female. Can't be a female, though, because Muhammad specifically said whoever is ruled by a female will never prosper. So I'm being generous and saying queen, even though it's a queen. I'm saying king, even though it's a queen in the bees and in the ants and in the termites and in wasps and so forth. That there are no male kings in any of these groups, right? The males just provide genetic material to fertilize the queen, which then she uses for years and years to produce offspring. They don't stick around; they die. but regardless, he's going to argue that this somehow means that we have to have a prophet who is a military leader or something like that. At least political. Maybe I shouldn't say military. A prophet who is a political leader.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Well, also
I
just
don't
to add
know.
on to that, I mean, are there any behaviors? Because apparently he says it's wise to look to the animal kingdom for some good tips on how the true religion ought to behave. Are there any behaviors in the animal kingdom that might, be common in their frequency and occurrence that we shouldn't
Hmm.
copy off of?
Well, yeah, there aren't very many there aren't very many animals that there are a few, but there aren't very many animals that mate for life. Normally, they don't have any semblance of a family structure, a mother and
Mm,
father. They just mate, and then they might mate with someone else 10 minutes later. That's normal in the animal kingdom. It's common, maybe not like a majority, but it's not uncommon for animals to practice cannibalism, where they'll eat members of their own species. It's certainly not uncommon for animals to practice what we would call murder, killing
mm,
members of their own species. right? A lot of animals are driven biologically to try to kill the offspring that isn't their own,
Mhm.
because they're biologically driven to have their own genetic material propagated, not, which means one way you can do that is by ensuring other people's genetic material aren't propagated. So that's super common.
Mhm.
I'm not aware of any animals that uh, bow down and recognize the creator. I'm not aware of any animal that practices any of the five pillars of Islam.
Mm.
So now I will say that according to the Hadith, monkeys do stone adulterers. So there's that.
Okay. We got something. All right. Islam's got something pretty important there, you see. You see, this is the proof of Islam.
Yeah, see, even the monkeys know that adultery is wrong. So there's something there, if we
Yeah.
ignore physical reality, at least.
Sure, sure.
And,
Yeah.
and just like a few animals have a queen, a few animals do practice monogamous relationship. Not that Islam does, but a few animals do practice monogamous relationships. So since a few animals do it, it must be what's prescribed for human beings, right?
That's right. That's all we need. Remember, seahorses actually have the male holding on to the baby during the gestation process. So I'm just saying the true religion would actually have the men carrying the offspring and not the ladies, right? Oh, you see, in this religion, sexual assault is quite common. So you see, the true religion would have sexual assault because this animal species has sexual assault pretty common. Dolphins, that is. Dolphins have frequent cases of because they have brains that allow for massive dopamine pumps. They get addicted, you could say, to certain behaviors that release dopamine, and so it's extremely common to have non-consensual sexual intercourse between multiple male dolphins who hit and bottlenose beat a female dolphin so that she has to get exhausted and stay still while they use her body, even after she's dead because they beat her too bad, use her corpse as an object for sexual pleasure. So, since that's super common amongst many types of dolphins, I mean, very common, the true religion would also have that. And so, yeah, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. That's pretty
Yep,
good stuff.
yep. And while I'll point out that probably only dolphins, maybe a couple other creatures, but probably mostly just dolphins could be described as actual rape. It is actually quite normative for males to force themselves upon females. Now they don't have the intellectual capacity for consent or not, so it wouldn't strictly speaking rape, but that is a way that nature ensures that the strongest are able to reproduce is by having the females resistant to males so that only the strongest males are able to reproduce. And that's quite normative. So great argument here. Great argument. Bees have queens, therefore prophet must be political leader.
We're talking about humanity, the most valuable living beings far beyond ants and bees. Allah has created hundreds of flavors for man's tiny tongue. Is it possible for him to leave humanity wandering aimlessly without a purpose? Is it possible for him to not guide them by
Clearly it's possible.
Yes, yes, it's possible. I don't get like yes, it's possible. Yes, it's possible for him to leave you wandering without a purpose. Yes, that is a logical possibility. There is nothing contradictory about the statement, Allah exists, Allah created humanity, Allah allows them to exist without a purpose. Like there's nothing logically incoherent about that. I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to at least have the assumption that God is all good. And even then, I'm not certain that this would be a requirement, but you at least have to have that assumption. And he nowhere even stated that, let alone justified it. He's just saying, "Oh, bees have a purpose," as I said they do. I mean, who says bees have a purpose, first of all?
There we go.
But
Perfect
bees
argument.
have a purpose, therefore humanity has a purpose. Okay. Bees have a queen, therefore humans have a prophet ruler. None of the other animals do, but you know, bees do. Therefore, human beings like to eat a lot of different things. Therefore, Allah guides them.
Perfect. The evidence.
And again, I haven't seen any of it. It's not like I pre-watched this and spent a long time developing all these arguments. This is the very first thing I think of when I hear these ridiculous, stupid comments, right? Maybe if I thought about this for a couple days, I could come up with even better reasons why this is stupid.
By sending a messenger. If we have understood this example thoroughly too, with this third filter, we have eliminated religions such as Hinduism, Chaodeism,
Wait.
the Jews failed them by sending a messenger. If we have understood this example thoroughly too, with this third filter, we have eliminated religions such.
Okay, so I have seen this part, so I know the leap he's making here. But who says that there's no? Who says that Hinduism or Catoism or Druze faith are eliminated here? I don't see how you eliminated any of them because they don't have a militaristic prophet. Is that what you're saying? They certainly had people who acted as teachers and leaders in a sense, right? It's not like people just absorbed the beliefs of Hinduism through osmosis. They had a teacher who taught them the religion.
Also, doesn't the
It
Quran
gets
teach?
much worse though, because
Doesn't
I
the
know what it
Quran
says
teach
next.
that
Go ahead.
there were prophets sent to like every nation of people,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
wouldn't we have to say, according to Islam, for any consistent Muslim, that all of these different faiths did have at some point some true prophet, since all nations had sent to them some prophet that was true and guided by Allah? I mean, that's at least the way that some Muslims interpret this data. So I
Well,
know
I
I
mean,
have a
that's what,
sister.
yeah. I mean, if we're taking the Quran seriously, which I know is not very wise, but if we're taking the
Yeah, yeah,
Quran seriously, that's the message of the
crazy.
Quran that every people, every nation, every city, it technically says city, every city has been sent its own prophet. The only reason Muhammad is sent to the Arabs is because they're the last. That they're the only group on earth that has not yet received a prophet, which means that every one of these groups has to have received a prophet if it became before Islam, right? Hinduism certainly became well before Islam. Druze certainly came well before Islam. I don't know about Judaism because I don't know what that is. I don't know why he's picking these obscure things, but because he has to put something up there, I guess. But even what he's really saying is that they have to have prophets in the biblical sense. They have to have not what he argued at all, right? He argued teacher, blah, blah, blah. They have to have someone who is appointed by God to reveal God's word. He didn't argue that. He didn't prove that. And what he says in the next statement isn't true, even if that is what he had proven or argued. Let's see what he says next.
As Hinduism, Chaodeism, the Jews faith, which do not believe in any prophet. Let me also point out that the religion we are looking for needs to mention the miracles of the prophets too.
Why?
Yeah. This will be interesting. This is a very interesting
I mean, he
approach.
does, unless I could be mistaken because I didn't watch it straight through. But I think he's about to say that there's only three religions that are valid contenders, eliminating hundreds of religions that have prophets, by the way, which was what I was getting at.
Yeah.
But by the way, it has to mention their miracles. What do you mean it has to mention their miracles? You didn't even establish that they have to have miracles. Plus, the
Exactly.
Quran says that they don't have to have miracles. And that Muhammad didn't have miracles. Besides the Quran itself, the only miracle you need is the divine speech. You don't need any miracles of the prophet.
So apparently you need miracles. You need miracles. He hasn't really established this. He kind of just brought this up. Even though again there's no need for miracles, because technically by his other arguments, if the creator of the universe, the maker of the guidebook, sends you the guidebook and sends you a teacher for the guidebook, then that would be technically sufficient for you to know those truths that are true. Now, you might not be able to show that the truths that you believe are true are actually true, right? but you at least, in theory, some people could end up correct. Just because they're like, oh, well, we got the right guidebook by the right person. This group did at least. We can't know who's really the correct guide, but at least we know that one of us is correct. At least one of us. But that doesn't actually require miracles, right?
No, this just came out of
That goes
nowhere.
against
It
everything
hasn't
that
been
he just
mentioned.
said.
It hasn't been justified. It came out of nowhere for no reason whatsoever, right?
We said in the beginning that there are 4,300 religions in the world. When we apply these three criteria and filter all the religions and philosophical beliefs, the roots of which we can access, we are only left with three religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam.
Okay, so David, you don't know the 4,300 religions of the world, I'm sure. I bet you can name at least a couple religions off the top of your head without any research whatsoever that have prophets in the biblical sense.
Yeah, I mean, for one, Mormonism, right? Because Mormonism, by definition, has their prophet Joseph Smith, who was considered to have been someone appointed by Elohim, given visions, shown, at least apparently shown, golden tablets, and told about certain special locations of quarries that would be the new Eden and the location of the building of the temple for the Mormons, right? So that would be Joseph Smith right there. You could also go, if you wanted to, even though they have multiple prophets every couple generations, you can go through some of the random cults that have developed throughout the U.S. and throughout the world. There's a lot of cults that claim that they follow a prophet, right? I guess
Yeah, I'd say virtually every attempt to create a new religion is
is
focused around a prophet,
exactly.
isn't it?
Yeah, because they have to have a new leader who has a new revelation. So every major cult and every major new religion that develops is going to have some sort of prophet who developed. Now, of course, you could say, doesn't that mean that that disproves Islam by definition because other prophets were sent to other groups of people? Yes, but Muslims don't care about that. So we'd have to somehow prove that they weren't sent, even though they're newer groups of people post the Arabic, or like Muhammad's time. Any Hoosers, yeah, just about any new religion that pops up has some sort of person who claims to be prophetic. Sure, sure.
Yeah,
Jonestown,
like I mean,
they'll be
even
considered that.
something as new slash old as new age ideas, right?
Yeah,
They generally
mhm.
have prophets, right? Like
Yeah, yeah. They
not
got types
truly
of
in the
like prophetic
biblical
movies.
sense necessarily. They're not revealing scripture, but there are guides, teachers, especially appointed figures to guide
Hmm.
humanity, right?
Yep.
Um, I'm hard pressed to think of any religion that, except for some that are so old that we don't really know their origins, that doesn't originate with a prophet.
Hmm. Yeah.
You know, and not only that, well, what about the Baha'i faith?
Hmm.
They not only accept
Solid.
prophets in general, they accept the biblical prophets and Muhammad as a prophet,
Yep.
but it's eliminated by the criteria just given, even though they agree with everything this guy has said. They would
Yeah,
literally
that's a
agree
fun
with
one.
every word he has said, and yet they're eliminated because, well, he needs to get it down to three in order to apply some more tests to tell us why Christianity and Judaism are false. I bet you he hasn't, in actual, even by his own criteria, none of which he justified. I bet you he hasn't eliminated more than 10% of the world's religions
Oh yeah.
by his own criteria.
Yeah, not a chance. And it's about to get worse because of the way that he tries to cash this out. It's also just a general inconsistency with Islamic teaching that's more upsetting here. I I think it's one thing if you're just externally inconsistent. It's like, oh, you're a fool, you're an idiot, you just don't know stuff. That's whatever. But there's also this severe and repugnant internal inconsistency with Islamic and Quranic teaching. That's bad. That's bad. I mean, he's just ignoring what the Quran teaches, what the Hadiths teach, what the Tafsir teach. And so in order for him to prove that Islam is the one true religion, he has to constantly contradict the guidebook that he says is the foundation for truth and knowledge. But if you constantly have to contradict and ignore your own guidebook in order to prove that it's the one true guidebook of the one true religion, fun fact, you're as illiterate as your prophet is. And that's saying something. So let's see how he goes with this because it's quite exhausting to listen to more idiots talk about a book that they don't actually believe in and claim that they somehow know about it through some sort of wacky divine gnosis. that they've
Yeah.
never actually really read or considered.
And anti-spoiler alert, I have not seen anything else. When I saw his botching of the cart at the start, I saw a little bit of his argument for God in general. I jumped to roughly like 30 seconds ago from here. Saw that if you don't have a if you say that having a prophet is necessary, that gets it down to 3 religions. And that was enough for me. I didn't have to watch any more of it. I saw enough of it to know that it was an attempt at an intellectual presentation. And I saw enough of it to know that I did not need to put any effort into preparing for it. Strangely, I've never found a dawah video that I need to put effort into preparing for. That's not to say I never put any effort in. A lot of times I put in effort even though it's totally not required, right? And refute it more so than I would otherwise. But I've never found anything that even passes a basic sniff test, right? Of here is a conclusion that follows from the premises. I've not, because you can set anything you want as a premise. It should be really easy to make your conclusion justified by your premise, but I've never even found anyone who does that.
Well, this entire video, what he keeps on doing is he over and over and over says, well, isn't it possible? Or would Allah really? Or isn't it unlikely to think? And he just keeps on offering these possibilities and then arguing as if they're necessary,
Yeah,
while using clear language that says, well, shouldn't it be okay to say, or wouldn't Allah do this, or why would Allah not do this? Again, those are questions, and then you're assuming that the only possible answer is the answer that comes to mind, but that's
right.
just not the case. That's
Like,
not the case, because the only answer you think comes to mind is the one that you assume because you have to, because you're a Muslim.
right. Yeah, I don't, I'm, I can't remember every single thing said, but I can't think of one conclusion that followed from his own stated premise. Every single time he stated a premise, I, well, a couple of them I did agree with, but basically every time he states a premise, I disagree with the premise, and then his conclusion doesn't even follow from the premise to begin with. He just says something and then says something else and says Islam.
That's right.
So,
And
but
it's
what
about
you're
to get
saying,
worse.
right? Oh, jeez.
No,
What you're
believe it or
saying
not, like,
though is that this is just all theoretical, right?
mhm.
Well, maybe it's this way, or you could say
If. Don't use the term if, because if will open the door of the devil.
he's just been opening the door of the devil this whole time by saying maybe this is the case.
Shaitan is at the door when you use
A
ifs.
creator, a book, and prophethood. Now, I want you to notice this. The fact that
Wait.
these
I
three
want you to
religions
notice
have
something.
Christianity, Judaism, apply these three criteria and filter all the religions and philosophical beliefs, the roots of which we can access, we are only left with three religions:
Yeah.
Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. They all have the concept of a creator, a book, and
Now he says that there's 3 tiers, right? 3 tiers, and then in the end he says they all have these 3 tiers. He circles 2 things on one tier, nothing on one tier. He's admitting this tier was meaningless.
Like, again, I don't get it. I don't get what the point was for the whole claim. Is there a need for a religion? I don't get it. He didn't even root that epistemologically, because you could at least say, oh, like, there's some sort of epistemological need, or at least desire. I don't even want to use the word need, but desire or utility for religion described as such. But again, that's not what his argument was. That is not what his argument was. His argument was, is there a need for an enclosed book? But if you equate an enclosed book to a religion as such, that's presupposing the Islamic view, kind of what religion is, which is like an enclosed book. But then again, also, that's not what Islam is, because again, there was a time when Islam didn't have an enclosed book either. So
Right.
I
Well,
don't I
and you
don't
need
know.
that teacher. You can't just go by the book, even though you have to have the book.
Yes, like, just I don't. Again, the internal consistency is horrendous. The external, inconsistency, the fact that it gives a weird view of reality that doesn't match any of our empirical, observational, sensory, or relevant data. It's just it's repugnant to the rational intellect. I don't get, more than I don't get it. this just isn't reasonable. It's way more than just me saying
Like
I don't get it.
I'm not even sure he ever used the phrase "Is there a need for religion?" Like I don't know why he put that on this slide. Like
I don't
other
know.
than when he introduced the three principles, I don't think he remotely attempted it. His three tiers should be: Is there a God? Does it have scriptures? Is there a prophet? Right? To be
Yeah, yeah.
consistent with what he actually argued, those should have been the three tiers.
Mhm.
But as I said, when we went over that tier, he seems to have ignored it, and then he ignores it in his own conclusion.
Uh, I'm losing it.
A-
But it's about
And
to get really silly.
yeah, so there's no justification. There was not a good justification for being there, that there had to be a God. There was zero justification for there having to be a book, and then there was even less justification than that for there having to be a prophet. And
Because
then he eliminated
bugs.
a whole bunch of religions that have those three things.
But you didn't think about bugs, did you? You didn't think about ants and bees. You didn't think about ants and bees. So we must have prophets because ants and bees. Okay. Like what?
Oh, Andrew, I was questioning my atheism, but now I'm glad this Muslim makes atheism make sense.
Darn it. No, Andrew, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You see, atheism atheism doesn't really help too much on the epistemological end, but I'll admit that Islam makes atheism look more appealing, even if I will not grant the fact that atheism leads to a lot of epistemological and anthropological questions that it can't sufficiently answer. So I totally agree that Islam makes atheism look good. I would agree with that. That doesn't mean that I would agree with the conclusion of atheism.
All right. We still got 6.5 minutes for him to justify what Christianity and Judaism are
prophethood. Now, I want you to notice this. The fact that these three religions have passed through all these filters shows that their foundations are based on the truth. When we look at Judaism, we see that the main figure is Moses. And
Hey, Mormonism's foundation is truth. Did you know that?
Oh,
I'm sure the Mormons will be glad to hear that he agrees with that.
mm-hmm.
Did you know that the Branch Davidians,
Yep.
their foundation was truth?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
because
Yeah. You see
they
that?
believed in some sense of God, right?
Yeah.
They had some sort of written text, and they
Mm-hmm.
certainly had a prophet, right?
They
They
most
certainly
definitely
had
had a
David
prophet.
Koresh as their prophet. I mean,
That's right.
he was definitely a leader. No question about that.
Yep. Yep. Who knows? Hey, maybe when they said from amongst your brothers in Deuteronomy, maybe that was talking about the Branch Davidians. Who knows? The Muslims make it about Muhammad, so who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Could be anyone, because everyone is, after all, brethren in humanity. So it could be about anyone.
in Christianity, the main figure is Jesus, peace be upon them all. Although the teachings of these two great prophets are now corrupted in these two religions, what the
What? Wait. Where did you justify that? Where did you justify
Evidence?
that exactly?
Evidence? Give a reason. Give evidence. By the way, he doesn't give evidence after this. Evidence, though? Give evidence? He just claims that in this video. There's no evidence given.
Yeah. I am starting from a neutral standpoint. I have thrown out all assumptions, all of my beliefs. I just dumped all of my beliefs that were in this basket
Mm-hmm.
onto the ground, and now I'm only putting them back one by one as I conclude they're true. How did I conclude that Christianity has corrupted teachings?
Because Cartesian skepticism. I, I I don't know how, but somehow.
It's what Descartes would have done.
Yes, yes, yeah, yes. The iconic Descartes move. Yes, assuming Christianity is false. Yeah, not a chance, not a chance, given his actual philosophical conclusions about God. But uh, again, people.
WWDD.
Yeah. What would Descartes do? Yeah, yeah. He definitely think about some things. Yeah.
He would
The
definitely, when he threw out all those beliefs that he had before, he would definitely not throw out the belief that the scriptures are corrupted.
Oh yeah. Oh no, not a chance. No, no. I hope all the Muslims who watch this video understand when a Muslim teacher makes a claim, obviously Christians, same thing for Christian teachers, but when a Muslim makes a claim like this and just brushes it aside, kind of just says, oh, well, since we know these are corrupted, but gives no actual evidence for that, then say no pushback and say, wait, what evidence do we have for that? because the Quran says that the words of Allah which are sent down cannot be corrupted, right? He's putting Descartes before that.
Classic joke there. Classic.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
In fact, so
Wow.
classic that kitchen table polemicist made the same joke 1
Oh
second
my
later.
goodness.
No doubt had already typed it.
I wonder how many people are gonna end up taking it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We overlooked something really important. It wasn't David Koresh.
It
It
was
was David
David Koresh.
Koreshi.
Alhamdulillah. I didn't even realize. I didn't from the Rasulullah. Oh, I should have known. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
It's about to be funny.
The scriptures are corrupt.
That's right.
Initially
Apparently.
brought was the truth. The common feature of these
Oh, but now assumption 1, right?
Mm.
Corruption. Assumption 2, originally true. Just 5 points down.
two religions is that they both don't accept Prophet Muhammad والسلام, as a true messenger.
Oh, that's what unites Christians and Jews. Oh, they have nothing else in common. The
Yep.
only thing they have, the only thing that makes these two religions similar is that they reject Muhammad.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. No, the Christians and Jews take each other as friends, right, against Muhammad. Wonder where he gets that idea from. So, what else? I mean, is there anything else that the Jews and Christians might agree about?
Yeah, well, they might agree that the divine creator has revealed himself in the Torah that we
Okay,
have with us.
sure, sure.
They might
So they would both
agree.
agree that it's not corrupted.
Mhm.
Okay,
They would
okay,
both agree that he has a personal name,
okay. All right, Yahweh.
that
That makes sense.
anyone who doesn't know that personal name cannot be a prophet of God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right, Yahweh. That makes sense.
Let's say they agree on a large number of prophets that Islam has never heard of. They also
Sure.
agree on some Islam has heard of, in fairness, but they agree on a large number that Islam has never heard of. Oh,
Mm,
they both agree that Lot is not a prophet, by the way, despite the Quran calling him one.
nice.
Let's see what else they agree. They agree that Moses was not one of the Egyptians. Quran disagrees on that. All right. It seems to think that Moses is one of them, and all of the people who will become Israel are Egyptian. And they both agree that neither Abraham or Moses or some random Egyptians or Muhammad was the first Muslim. Right? They agree with that as well.
Sure. Okay.
They agree that all 4 of those Quran answers are wrong. So yeah, they agree on a lot of things. I'm sure you could probably come up with a couple dozen more. They this one might be controversial to Muslims, but they do actually agree that polygamy is against the will of God.
That's right. Yes, that's true. Leads to a lot of issues in the Old Testament, for sure. It's understood that the desire was for the one man with one woman, right? Adam didn't have like 4 wives. The whole point was supposed to be just Adam with his one wife. That was the original intent. It was supposed to be a very simple union, and also not with a child who was 6 with 53 or 56-year-old man. So
Well,
yeah,
here's a
that
big
makes sense.
one. Here's a really big one, right?
Mm.
They both agree that humanity is fallen and corrupt by nature.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. They believe that there is a real corruption, that there is a negative will, right? That man has a tendency towards wickedness. That is something both of those would agree on. Huh, it's weird. Islam doesn't seem to
And
get
yes, they
that.
do agree that Muhammad is a false prophet, but so do
Hmm.
Buddhists, so do Hindus,
Yep.
so do Mormons, so do Branch Davidians,
Hmm.
so do, I think, probably all but about, I don't know, 3 religions in the world would agree that Muhammad is a false prophet. We did talk
Hmm.
about the Baha'i. They do accept him as a true prophet. And I know of at least one other religion whose name I don't know off the top of my head that also accepts Muhammad as a true prophet. There might be 5 or 10 or something that obviously derive from historical Islam, but are independent of it now that accept Muhammad as a prophet. But this is hardly a distinctive characteristic of Judaism and Christianity. I bet you if you ask 1,000 non-Muslims what unites Jews and Christians, or what similarity is there between Jews and Christians, 0 out of 1,000 will list their first reason as they reject Muhammad. Now, a lot of Muslims probably will, right? So I'm excluding Muslims. But you ask 1,000 people who are not Muslims, regardless of their Hindus or atheists or Mormons or Jainists or Taoists or whatever, right? If they know anything at all and are capable of answering the question, and they might not, right? Not everyone knows anything about Judaism and Christianity, but if they know enough to answer the question, they're not going to mention Muhammad.
Of course not. Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like this guy is a little bit wrong in his portrayal of Christianity and Judaism and the similarities that bind them, which he thinks was just a negative similarity, that is the rejection of Muhammad as a prophet. But again, he hasn't explained really what similarities they might have outside of that. He shows no evidence of research, and he again just claims and asserts that those belief systems have been corrupted, even though that goes against the Quranic teaching. So that's
So
yeah.
I do want to address this comment from Houston here, common misunderstanding. I'd first need to see evidence that he actually prophesied anything before deciding if he was false. A prophet prophesying is not predicting the future. I know that's what people generally think of when they hear that term. Prophecy is claiming to speak on behalf of God.
Yes.
If you're claiming to speak on behalf of God, you are prophesying. And Muhammad most certainly did that, and he most certainly did so falsely. Just to clarify. Did he
Amen.
make any predictions about the future? I don't know. I mean, the texts say he does, but maybe he didn't, right? Since we can't really rely on the text as being historical reliable.
Hmm.
I think he did definitely actually make one real prediction, though, for sure. And that's that the world was about to come to an end.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
But Islam says that Prophet Muhammad والسلام, is the final messenger of Allah and that Jesus and Moses were also messengers of him. Based on this reality, we can conclude that if we prove that Prophet Muhammad والسلام, is a real messenger, then Islam will be proven to be the only true religion. And
So he's partial. He's at least somewhat in the ballpark. I could. He's probably ignorant of Baha'i and other religions that accept Muhammad. I can give him this one, that this is a reasonable statement. If you prove Muhammad is a true prophet, then you will prove Islam to be true. And proving Islam to be true, by consequence, makes other religions false. I agree with that statement.
Sure.
Alhamdulillah, he made one correct logical inference.
Yeah. Yeah. That being said, we have to remember the things he said earlier in the video, which is speaking about religions that actually record the miracles of their prophet, right? There's a lot of miracles recorded about Moses. There's a ton of miracles recorded about Jesus. But according to the Quran, how many miracles are really recorded as being done by Muhammad?
Indeed. Side note here, I don't know if this figure depicted is supposed to be Muhammad or Moses or Jesus, but regardless of who's supposed to be depicted here, I don't see how obscuring their face and their hands in light is preventing them from being deified. It makes them look like a deity to me. Just saying.
Same.
that Moses and Jesus came to deliver the same common message from Allah. Yes, it is at this point that many proofs of this come to our minds. One of the most important proofs is his life itself, alayhi salatu wasalam.
Oh
How?
boy. Oh boy.
How?
So I thought
Interesting
we were applying
claim.
Descartes. I thought we were applying Descartesian skepticism.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. They gave that away a while ago, dude. That was that got boring pretty early on, so they gave that up pretty fast.
So what do you mean many proofs come to your mind, right? You're not supposed to be having anything coming to your
Yeah,
mind.
exactly, exactly.
You're not supposed to be thinking of Islamic teachings and then using them as proof of Islamic teachings. You shouldn't be doing that logically, and you especially shouldn't be doing that if you claim it's your methodology. To throw out all your beliefs and start with nothing.
Imagine, he lived among his people for 40 years before his prophethood. For 23 years in his prophetic life, he has been at the forefront among the same people again, and every one of his moves was being watched. We're going to look at if such a person, ma'adallah, was a liar or not.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Quick question, Thaddeus. Are the only possibilities for an individual, are there only two possibilities for someone to be right? That they are a liar or that they are a prophet? Are there any other possibilities?
I don't know. I mean, I guess if someone always told the truth, then they must be a prophet of God.
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, right, right.
So, not that it's probably technically true, but wasn't George Washington famously declared of being incapable of telling a lie?
Yes, yes. And in the same way that this guy says we can trust all of the claims made about people who saw Muhammad and watched all the things he did and wrote it down, right? We're just supposed to assume that those are true recordings. Let's just assume that for the
Uh,
case now.
except, except you're being way too generous, right? Because that's not actually going to be the methodology.
That's true. That's true.
Because many of the things written down will contradict what he's claiming, but he'll say
That's
those
true.
aren't reliable. He'll say that
Yeah.
you can't trust those things.
Hmm.
So if we only trust sources that say Muhammad was honest and ignore that those own sources, despite claiming that he was honest, reveal he was actually not, well,
Mm.
then he must be honest.
Yeah, yeah, because those are the
And,
good
and,
ones.
and so those childhood books and legends about how amazing George Washington were, they
Hmm.
must be true because, after all, George Washington was a public figure for a long time before he became president, the first president of the United States. He's the first president. That must mean he's the prophet of the United States.
That's right, because the animal kingdom has leaders too. And everybody was watching him very closely. Very, very closely. A lot
Oh,
of the
yeah,
things
they were
he
definitely
did, the
watching
kind
him
of
very
teeth
closely.
he had, right? The kind of speeches he gave, what he did at his country home, because that's where he wanted to live. And so obviously he was a prophet, or at the very least, we can know everything about him and conclude that he's likely a prophet because a lot of people watched and recorded the things that he did.
Oh, yeah. I have another example. You don't like that one? Here's another example for you. Gandhi, right?
Mm,
The prophet of India. Through his actions, India won its independence from Britain, right? Through the leadership that he created. He was so famous that we literally have books describing what he did every day of his life, much more detailed than what we have about Muhammad, right? I have obviously not read all those things. However, I guarantee if you apply the Muslim methodology to analyzing them, you can easily come to the conclusion that he never told a lie, despite being constant scrutiny by the public. And certainly people believed in him. Certainly people followed him. Certainly they thought he was a great individual. So you see, this is proof that through the will of Allah, he raised a new prophet, Gandhi, to liberate India from the British Empire.
that makes sense to me because a lot of people wrote about him and they explained that he was a very honest individual, which obviously means that he was a prophet speaking for God himself, which proves Islam false because that means there was a prophet after Muhammad. So there we go. But also to be very
And
clear
and
before
he
we quit.
even has a scientific miracle to back him because he was
Uh-huh.
opposed to eating cattle, and the number one
Mm,
disease killer.
actual truth or they're a liar. It's also possible that someone can really believe they're telling the truth but just be crazy. This guy keeps on
Well,
saying either he was a
yeah,
liar.
well, and it's only lunatic because Jesus is claiming to be God, right? There's also the
Yeah.
possibility of just being mistaken in
Yes.
an
Yes.
ordinary human way without being, you know, insane in the clinical sense.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Just like insanely mistaken or something, perhaps. But or just factually incorrect in some way. But In this case, this guy assumes that the only two possibilities is that Muhammad was a liar or he was a prophet of Allah. There's no other possibilities to be considered at all. All right, let's see what he goes with.
Oh, I can't wait.
Logically, we know that people are close to each other in rank and position can imitate each other. But the lower a person's position is from the other, the harder it becomes to imitate him. For example, think of Ibn
Hey,
Sina, also known as
let me
Avicenna in the
pause
West,
that
a
before he
medical
gets
genius.
to his pointless example. Didn't I actually say that when he said that your prophet has to be a leader?
Yeah,
Your role model, sorry, your role model has to be a leader? That it
yes.
would be hard for someone of a low social class to imitate a
You
leader?
did that, see that earlier, which means you're a prophet. I was thinking about that
I
earlier
promise I
when
had
you said
not
that.
watched this. Right? I had not
Yeah.
watched this. I saw the hole in his argument, and then he makes the same point that I made. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hear.
Genius whose books have been taught in universities throughout the world for centuries. How well do you think an ignorant person can imitate, can pretend to be Avicenna? If he goes to a city and says, I'm Avicenna, how many people will believe him? After a while, people who spend time with him will realize that he's a liar from his attitude and actions, right? A fraud and poor person cannot imitate a sultan. In a short time, everything about him will scream that he's an impostor. Let's say he was able to
Pause.
imitate,
Oh,
but how long can he
everything about him screams that he's an imposter. What does that describe?
Hmm. Interesting. So people would start to question what they're hearing and start to give critiques, is what this guy's saying. This guy's saying after a while, people would start to give some critiques, and you know, if he wasn't perfectly fulfilling the title that he had claimed. Was there ever a time where anyone in the Quran or Hadiths ever claimed that Muhammad was just making up stories?
Oh yeah, I mean it happens so frequently that somehow it makes it into the eternal pre-existent word of Allah that they hurt him, the messenger is inferred, by saying he is doing nothing but repeating tales of the ancient and pretending to be a prophet. Educated
Oh,
people.
oh,
Maybe you could fool he said maybe you could fool some of the ignorant, but you couldn't fool the educated. Oh my gosh. Muhammad
wow.
fooled some of the ignorant. He fooled Abu Bakr, but he didn't fool those who were educated in the scriptures.
Interesting. From Islamic sources, according to this Islamic teacher's own standards, to be clear, one more time, according to this guy's own standards, this person obviously would have been considered to be, you know, false, foolish, perhaps even deceptive, because he's just hearing stories and repeating them. And so people who were educated would have been able to figure out, there's something off about this guy. So now you could just say, all right, well, what about the fools? What about the people who aren't educated? Surely he could just keep on getting away with the uneducated people. And I would say, yeah, sure. But that wouldn't give him any ability to stand out as a prophet of Allah, right?
Well,
Because
and you know
uneducated
what?
people who believe anything are uneducated
Right.
people who believe anything.
In any society, especially a semi-nomadic, primitive, for lack of a better term, and I don't mean that as an insult, but a primitive civilization, are the educated, well-educated in the majority, or are the ignorant in the majority?
The ignorant, of course.
So if he was able to attract enough ignorant followers, what could they do to the majority? Or I mean, I'm sorry, not the majority, the well-educated who questioned him.
Oh, well, no matter how smart you are, knives and sticks are quite scary. So, you can definitely get people to silence themselves, and that would be a good way to keep them from speaking their mind. That's for sure.
And if they continue to speak their mind and say, write satirical songs about Muhammad,
Toot, toot, start stabbing them, beating them up, killing them, throw them away. Hey, you can't talk about my prophet. That, and then they start taking care of these evil people who malign the texts and who lead themselves astray by misinterpreting it. Apparently, these educated people who claim that he's crazy and he's just stealing stories from long ago. Interesting.
I don't know, very interesting. Let's see where this develops, because so far I'm pretty sure that this is a video on how you know Islam is false.
Exactly right. I think
Continue
you're
to
right.
deceive people. After a while, his lie will come out one way or another. Shall we take this logical comparison and apply it to Prophet Muhammad ﷺ?
Yes, let's please do that.
Oh, that's a good
I
idea.
have a suggestion. I know this isn't where you're going to go, but I have a suggestion. Can we apply this to the three questions Muhammad was asked that only a true prophet would know? Can we apply this test to those questions?
That's a good one.
The religion he brought says the following about him. He's the person whom Allah has made a prophet from among countless people, the final messenger of Allah Azza wa Jal that has been sent to all humanity, the most superior and the most moral of people. Now, there are two possibilities.
Okay, I agree. That is Islamic belief.
Yeah.
It's not really what the Quran says, but close enough, right? I'll grant him that statement. This is what Islamic scripture teaches. Great. Agreement.
This year. Either that's really the case, or ma'azallah, he's a liar. But we must
Well, nope. We already told you there's other possibilities.
Yeah, a couple other possibilities. That's right. He could be misunderstood, but what we usually expect is also he could just be kind of crazy. Could be a
Could be
lunatic,
crazy.
right? Could be crazy. I mean, there's actually good
And if
reason.
we want to if we want to look at a Christian perspective, he could also be demon possessed.
Yes,
right?
he could be. That's exactly right. That's a good point. He could be demon possessed, and there's good reason from Islamic sources to believe that that Muhammad couldn't tell the difference between Allah and Shaitan, and also Jabril very much so sounds like a demon. And when he had his first experience with Jabril in the cave, he himself thought that he had been possessed and he wanted to die. So, from Islamic sources, the demonic possession case is
It's pretty
able to
good.
be accepted. It's definitely possible. If you take even like apostate prophets evaluation, right? That a lot of the hadiths describe Muhammad in a way that sounds like he had a type of a seizure that had a lot of weird visions that were associated with it. Maybe he has some sort of weird condition. Then you could say that this guy was not psychologically stable, not mentally stable, and so there could have been a type of lunatic case there if you take that perspective. There's definitely other possibilities, all of them justified from the Islamic texts and historical data itself. So again, this guy's presenting it as if there's only two options. Nonsense. That's trash.
And I'm going to go ahead and risk my prophet status here. I'm going to predict that he's going to show an example of Muhammad being honest, and then conclude from that he was always honest. As if someone can't
Alhamdulillah,
lie
brother.
some of the time and
Alhamdulillah.
tell the truth some of the time.
Alhamdulillah. This guy's a brilliant genius.
All right.
remember that the person who declares him a liar cannot accept him as an ordinary liar. He must accept him as the biggest liar in history because he lied about being in such a high position. He should accept him as
Well, hold on a second. I mean,
Yeah, wait a
I'm willing to
second.
grant that Muhammad's the biggest liar in history,
Sure.
but he's far from the only person who claimed to be a prophet of God who wasn't.
hmm
So your biggest is a bit of a jump there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'd also, again, he's trying to make it sound like it's something that's hard for me to claim. No, I'm okay with saying that. I have no
Right.
issue with saying that at all. Of course, I would still wager and argue that he's just one of the most destructive individuals because of what he's led to. But I guess you could also say that, perhaps it's not that he's the biggest liar, but he's the biggest lunatic.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could say, he's the
Or
biggest.
legendary development, right? We didn't even
Yeah,
mention that
legendary
possibility.
development. Yeah, maybe it's just a legend. And Robert Spencer has pretty okay arguments that would argue that a lot of this stuff made up about Muhammad is legendary in its development. And even if I have some disagreements here and there on his reasoning, his evidence is far better than people give him credit for. And I think there's some good points to be made on that. So again, there's a lot of ways to approach this that aren't just either he's the prophet of Islam or the biggest liar in the world.
And I
But again,
suspect, so I mean, I could grant biggest because he lied about the most important things and did the most damage.
that's
But I
exactly right. He
think
lied
what
about
he's going to suggest that biggest means lied the most often, right?
Mm-mm.
That the biggest liar would be the person who lies 99% of the time.
Yeah,
But that's
yeah,
not what we mean at all.
yeah. I think this guy doesn't even mean that. I mean, technically, he just means the amount of Muslims
Well,
who
I was
follow
guessing,
him.
right? I was guessing.
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But in consequences, yeah, I'd say Muhammad was the biggest liar. Yeah,
Sure. Yeah, I
he did
agree.
more damage to humanity than any other person.
Mm-hmm. That's factually true.
Yep.
someone who doesn't accept God doesn't fear that he may punish him, and tells lies in the name of Allah. Let's say he did. Can he keep it up for 23 years? There may be those who think that the Prophet ﷺ was in contact with few people, but this is not the case at all.
Well, hold on. Hold
Yep.
on. So keep it up. One, he says, could he keep it up for 23 years? Well, no, I don't think he could keep his lie consistent for 23 years. And I think the evidence shows that.
Yeah.
Two, what do you mean he was in contact with a lot of people? The Islamic narrative, not my claim, the Islamic claim is that he had like 24 converts for the first 12 years of his ministry. Could not that 12 years of crap be very, very easily changed?
Yeah, very
I'll be right
easily.
back. So you get to talk on that for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? So as everybody can see from what they've noticed in this stream so far, it's that number one, Islamic apologetics does not know how to argue in a way that is consistent with the Quran. And I think that's important. I really hope people understand this. Muslims will use arguments similar to what you see some Christian apologists make, but then always miss the most important points, right? Or they lack the ability to make the same type of nuanced arguments that a lot of Christian apologists make because they lack the same metaphysical assumptions, they lack the same philosophical groundwork that allows for those outcomes. Or in this case, they just cannot be consistent with their own system. So they have to borrow from the kind of arguments you see elsewhere, like in Christianity or perhaps even Judaism, and then try to say, oh, well, this works in Islam too. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. And then when it comes to Muhammad, claiming that Muhammad is this perfect prophet who is the most moral of people. Now this is confusing, and I know Thaddeus was saying, "Oh, well, that is an Islamic belief," but it's kind of confusing because even in an Islamic view, Muhammad committed multiple sins that required a lot of forgiveness. Not just the fact that he was, of course, going around raping sex slaves and getting some black African slaves that he would buy, sell, trade, and claim that some of them were going to hell because they stole cloth, but also he was going out there and saying that you shouldn't officially adopt somebody into your family because he really wanted his adopted son's wife, who he really enjoyed. And so overall, what we see is someone who's just not moral, someone who does not reflect the kind of goods and kindness that you would expect from a true prophet of God. And as we move on further, you'll see that he does not reflect the kind of individual who seems mentally stable. When people claim, Lord Liar Lunatic, the reason a lot of people won't call Jesus a lunatic is because reading what he says does not give an indication about any mental instability at all. When I read about Muhammad from the Islamic sources, I get the sense that this man is deeply disturbed in some way. I would never choose to kick my own adopted son out of the family so I could marry and have sex with my adopted son's wife. I myself would never choose to go around to sexually assault very young children who are 5 or 6 years old, who are the children of my best friend, and then claim that it was because of a vision from God that I should do so. I myself would never claim that these are indications of mental stability. I would instead argue that doing these things and doing them often over and over are signs of mental instability and therefore give credence to the belief that Muhammad was a lunatic. So please understand the significance of the Lord Liar Lunatic dilemma and realize, oh, well, lunatic is a very real option as much as demonic possession is, and as much as legendary development is for someone like Muhammad, who had a bunch of his sayings written on deer bones and funny tree leaves.
And as I pointed out, he didn't keep it together according to the Islamic sources. Oh, it was abrogation. Well, when you have you have a doctrine that allows you to change anything at any time. It's not very hard to be consistent, now is it? All
It's
right.
ridiculous.
Let's. By the way, regardless of what you think of the general idea of legendary development, the Sira literature that tells you Muhammad is a perfect man is 100% certain to be legendary development because it contradicts the statements of the Quran and
Yes.
Muhammad's own attributed statements in the Hadith that David was alluding to about him being an ordinary human being who sinned like any other human being.
Yes.
During his prophetic life, those around him, thousands of people, have observed every aspect of him one by one. We know which hand he eats food with, which foot he puts in first when entering a place, down to the order in which he cuts his nails.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is how you tell if someone's honest or not. You observe which hand they eat with.
Yep. And which foot he uses to step in and out of a bathroom. That shows how honest he is. That's yeah. Whoa, that's
And
high
not
hikmah.
only that, you also have one of my personal favorite hadith, because not of its content, but because I just I just put in a random hadith number when trying to prove that lots of the hadith are stupid. The hadith literally is so and so saw Muhammad eating a chicken. And that's
Most
the end of
honest man alive. I can trust this man with my eternal soul. What?
it. He ate a chicken.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Like, what the heck? I don't get it. I don't get the.
I
It
mean,
doesn't get
they
better.
examined him in such detail that there is no other person in history who has been examined in such depth.
Well,
Evidence?
I already told you there's more information about Gandhi's day-to-day life than Muhammad's.
Yeah, legit. Like what? What? This guy's been drinking too much of the Zamzam water. I don't know if I trust what he's saying. I don't know.
And even if we pretend that all the hadith are reliable, once we throw out all duplicates, right? You're probably talking about the equivalent of, I don't know, a week of continuous observation,
Yes.
right? Because they're single sentences about what someone saw him do once, for the most part. That's what the vast majority of hadith are observations that Muhammad did something at some time. That maybe that, and I'm not suggesting that that is some kind of proof against them or something. I'm just suggesting that anyone doing like the type of biography where you like follow someone around for weeks has this equivalent level of information on a random individual that we supposedly have on Muhammad, right? And none of those observations are going to tell you whether someone is being genuine or not. Observing what they do on a day-to-day basis tells you absolutely nothing about whether they believe what they are saying and teaching and doing. It doesn't tell you if they're a hypocrite or not. I mean, it could, right? They could say, you should never sleep with someone who's not your wife, and then you observe them sleeping with someone. So you could, right? However, you can never observe their thoughts, and you can never actually know if they believe what they're saying or not, right? Even if someone says that and acts against their own teaching, doesn't mean that they didn't believe it. They could have still believed it and just gave in to temptation or whatever, right? So, how does observation tell you anything? And someone wants me to look at their last comment. So let me look at his last comment, even though I'm trying to react and not read comments. Rasulullah was called al-Sadid al-Amin by everyone around him, and there was no other Siddiq and Amin person in Arabic other than Rasulullah. Find the irony here for 100 points. I don't, sorry. Do you have any clue what the irony here is?
The Rasulullah. I'm trying to figure out Sadiq al Amin. Sadiq al Amin. I'm not sure. I would just assume that it's a joke that whatever Sadiq al Amin means. And the irony here for 100 points. I'm not sure. I don't
Well,
know what that means.
al-Sadiq al-Amin. So, I mean, I think the idea, I mean, that would, yeah,
I'm not
I'm not
sure.
sure.
The
I'm not
irony's lost on me, which means I clearly have low hikmah, and perhaps that's why this video is just not impressing me. I don't know.
Yeah, Mary does say there's a long backstory about the chicken hadith because I brought it up in a stream before, and that might be true. But in
It's a chicken.
general,
I don't
right?
care. It's a chicken.
In general, the purpose of the hadith is to tell you the day-to-day actions of Muhammad. I mean, that's the main purpose of them, is so that you can perfectly follow his example by doing everything that he did. right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if there's a specific reason for recording that he ate a chicken, or there's a specific reason for recording that he entered the bathroom with his right foot, the purpose to the Muslim isn't to know that purpose, right? The reason Muhammad did it, things the way he did, the purpose to them is to blindly follow what he did.
Yes. Yeah, this reveals nothing about his honesty or his character. So
So we are told that it means the truthful and the trustworthy.
there is not a single truthful and trustworthy man in all of
Oh, okay. So yes. So if everyone else is not trustworthy, right? So this is like the famous logical paradox. So and so
yeah.
always lies. So they're not trustworthy, and they call him trustworthy. So they're not trustworthy in their declaration that he's trustworthy.
That's great.
That's the idea.
That's great. That's awesome. We can't trust them to be truthful about him being truthful. That's great.
Do you think if they had seen any inconsistencies, any flaws in him, they would have stood by him and endured all these difficulties?
Well,
What difficulties?
yeah. Well, first of all, yes, because everyone who follows any, unless you're declaring that either one, no human being has ever able to have a consistent following, or every human being with a consistent following never has any inconsistencies, then clearly people will follow someone who has inconsistencies
Mm-hmm.
because they understand that they're a human being and not perfect, and they still think they're a better example than they themselves are, or whatever other reason they have for following the person. It's not like you are perfect, therefore I follow you. Oh, you're imperfect, I will no longer follow you. No one ever says that, right? And the Hadith and Quran, as we already pointed out, don't make that claim either. They don't
Mm-hmm.
claim that Muhammad is perfect.
Yes.
It's perfectly ordinary for human beings to follow a flawed human being because all human beings are flawed.
Mm.
What a stupid argument. Of course, no
Yeah.
one would follow him if he ever said anything inconsistent.
Yeah.
Also,
Also, like the
besides
hadiths make it
those,
sound like he is being inconsistent. If you take all the hadiths together, you could argue, oh, that he is being inconsistent
Oh, he's
with the
been
things he's
very
saying and the descriptions
inconsistent.
made about him.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to believe about Muhammad, you can probably find a hadith that claims it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they're literally, I mean, there are 5-ish thousand hadith in Bukhari, but if you take all the Sahih hadith, including those in non-canonical collections, you're talking like 20,000. If you take
Hmm.
all the hadith of any grade, which according to actual scholarly interpretation, you should consider all hadith regardless of their grade, you're talking about 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 hadith. You're going to find all kinds of claims about Muhammad. And indeed, critics of Islam find some of those obscure hadith and highlight them. Yeah, you can find story and here's the real kicker. Despite all that, despite there being all these hadith, the most commonly repeated stories to children about how honest and wonderful Muhammad was and how he was gentle and loved everyone are considered fabricated by scholarship. So common Muslims repeat stories known to be fabrications, often fabrications of the last 200 years, because they have nothing else to point to.
Great.
And this is the proof
Perfect.
of Islam.
The best, most trustworthy source for the best, most trustworthy man on earth. Look at that.
And doesn't this all
Each sends shivers up my spine.
are you just
Yeah.
having
Sure.
shivers up your spine about how amazing Muhammad is?
Yeah. No, I got goosebumps, man. I'm done for.
observe him were not only the believers, those who deny his prophethood observed him as well. He was among them before becoming a messenger, not only after it. He was born and raised among them. He was not an outsider. They knew everything about him. They trusted him so much that before he became a prophet,
Oh, okay. Before we get to his next logical leap, obviously he was in contact with people who did not believe him. Do you think that they were in his close personal circle that observed his daily activity every day?
No.
Do you think that if they actually observed his behavior and saw he was a perfect man, that they would continue to reject him?
I mean, if they saw he was actually a perfect fella and they realized that he had perfect moral character, they'd probably start to think, all right, maybe there is something special about this guy. So they wouldn't continue to reject him, I don't think, or at least you'd have a lot more
I mean, maybe
stories.
they could. Yeah, maybe they could.
Yeah,
I can grant
he
that
was
maybe
some
they
crazy
could.
stuff.
But
So
but would they? I he's gonna make some stupid, idiotic claim. But would they call Muhammad nothing but the ear who repeats stories that everyone knows if
oh no,
they
no,
thought he was being honest?
no.
Would they ask
Mhm.
him trick questions and then laugh at him behind his back about his stupid answers to those, which then make it into the Quran and reveal without any doubt what is going on here by the Islamic backstory and the words of the Quran itself, right?
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
already referred to the three questions. One of those questions is about the boys who went to sleep for a very long time. Allusion to the Christian legend of the seven sleepers of Ephesus. They in his explanation, which according to Islamic sources was not given to him for a long period of time because he forgot to say inshallah, which I call bullshit on because he probably never said inshallah before anything else, and he got those answers right away. But
Yep.
in his answer that took him forever to come up with, it says it might be 6, it might be 8, it might be 9. No one really knows, but Allah knows. That's his divinely given answer from
Great.
Allah to prove that he's a prophet, is
Great
that
stuff.
no one knows the answer to the seven sleepers of Ephesus. It's seven sleepers. It's not ambiguous how many there are.
Hey man, he was illiterate and he couldn't count. Lay off. Who knows? He couldn't see. He couldn't read the letters. He couldn't understand the numbers. Poor guy was an idiot.
Yo, was my comment censored? Well, I couldn't answer that because if it was censored, I wouldn't know that it was censored.
Hmm.
And if I wasn't censored, I wouldn't know that was the comment you're referring to.
Well, you look at that another paradox. Hmm. Yes. Yes.
All right, getting worked up here. Calm
Yeah.
myself down.
We got this.
You were right,
How?
though. It just keeps getting worse and worse. I didn't think that was possible, but it does just
No. No.
keep
It's
getting worse.
bad. It's bad.
They gave him the nickname Al-Amin, which means the trustworthy. Everyone agreed that he would never lie and knew how moral he was. They were so sure of this that even those who became enemies to him after his prophethood still entrusted their belongings to him.
Okay. I would actually, I mean, for the sake of argument, I would take the sources that say this because it does occur in Ibn Ishaq, which is probably the best source, even though Muslims reject it. The idea that he was from a trustworthy background, I actually think that that's plausible, right? There is a reason why people trusted him, and that's because he came from a fairly trustworthy background. He was a pretty upstanding, normal, moral individual before he became a prophet. Unfortunately, we can also observe the effects of his so-called prophethood, and it's a continual decline in morality throughout it. So I agree, he was a very trustworthy moral individual before he became a prophet. Then the type of revelation he got continually corrupted his soul until it became nothing but darkness by the time of his death. I agree. How is this an argument for the truth of Islam?
Yeah. Again. Again. This isn't an argument for the truth of Islam in any meaningful way, because it's assuming that we can actually trust these certain sources without giving us a reason to trust them, right? I'm not saying we can't trust any of these sources. I'm just saying at least give us a reason instead of assuming that they're all valuable and correct. Because he says all these different people said Muhammad is trustworthy, and I'd say, all right, do we have some good reasons to trust what these people said? Do we have what's the time difference between when they wrote it, when they would have observed it, what the extent resources are, the sources for those? So again, I'm just not seeing anything. He just keeps on asserting certain cases and conclusions, and then using these assertions as if they're fully substantiated conclusions to draw new conclusions.
Mhm.
He's skipping steps.
Well,
It's just
and
lazy.
sometimes, right? And sometimes he doesn't even make assertions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Sometimes he just jumps to another statement without any assertion or connection whatsoever.
That's true. That is
But
true.
I mean,
Yes.
this is how obviously false Islam is. I could grant, I don't think it's the case, but I could grant the truth of every single hadith. This would disprove Islam. I could say that the hadith are unreliable. That would disprove Islam.
Yeah.
The only way that you can remain a Muslim is to say, I know a priori that Muhammad was a perfect human being. Therefore, only things that describe him as such are true. In which case, you have argued absolutely nothing. You have simply
Hmm.
made an assumption.
Yes.
A very stupid and idiotic one because it would contradict all of human experience, I might add.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh.
They
Nicodemus
couldn't
is
find a
right.
flaw in him.
So no one could find a flaw in Muhammad either before or after his prophet. Not a flaw like repeating tales of the legends,
Yeah, yeah.
tales of the ancients.
Or I don't know, promising to his wives that he wouldn't have
Hmm.
sex with a slave girl on a bed, and then later going back on that promise because Allah went to him and said, "It's okay. I didn't tell you to not make that uh,
Yeah,
agreement with your wives." And so, going back on his promises.
and there definitely aren't any, say, Christian sources that find severe flaws with Muhammad, right?
Yeah, yeah, except for
There
a
aren't any
ton.
polemical texts about how Muhammad was nothing but a deceiver, how he was a false prophet, how he practiced countless immorality.
Yeah. Well, you see, even if there were, the Muslim could just ignore it and say, "Well, that's because they're biased against him." And then we
But
ask,
he
"Well,
just
what about?"
said even the enemies could not find any flaw in Muhammad.
Well, you see, that's because those enemies weren't biased against him. You just can't, like, you can't win with them. Yeah, I mean,
So yeah, here's the actual argument, right?
yeah.
If we only take Islamic sources and their claims about a minority of Jews and Christians, they didn't find any flaw in him, but still rejected him for some reason. That's the actual argument. I mean that. So we certainly ignore anything external, right?
Yep.
We certainly ignore uh, the Jewish document, which I can't remember the name of off the top of my head, but was almost certainly written within 5 years of the time of Muhammad,
Mm.
that says he is nothing but a deceiver who claims that he has the keys to heaven but doesn't. Right? We have to ignore that. We have to ignore the other 5 or 8 or so sources written before the very first biography of Muhammad by a Muslim. We have to ignore all that. And then we have to ignore portions of the Islamic literature that say that people called him a deceiver, that people found flaws in him, that people didn't believe he was a prophet, that thought he was a liar, that thought he was a deceiver. If we ignore all of that, then none of the sources disagree with his conclusion.
Yeah. Yep. 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 Just gotta
Even
get rid of all
before
those little
after
ones you saw in
prophethood.
the corner.
Yeah, I mean, you throw out everything,
The only thing that even those who became
and then you have what
enemies
you
to him
want.
after his prophethood still entrusted their belongings to him. They couldn't find a flaw in him either before or after prophethood. The only thing they came up with as a flaw is to slander him by calling him a wizard, a magician, nothing more.
Wait a second. This is literally a statement that he just said. They could not find any flaw in him. The only flaw they found in him was that he said slander, but that is passing judgment on their
Yes.
judgment of him. They called him a magician or a madman.
And that's literally what I said was the other option. A lunatic, a madman. But he says they could only like that the Quran even offers another possibility as a consideration. A madman. It is possible to consider that, oh, maybe he's a madman, but even because he's already convinced about Islam, he won't consider the possibility of the lunatic or madman dilemma, right? Which, of course, Muhammad also wouldn't accept such claims being made about him. And so
Right.
Muslims are like,
But
well, he couldn't have been a madman, so why would they call him a
well,
madman?
let's say he couldn't have been a madman. That's actually not the point here, right? Because
Yeah,
his
yeah.
point is that no one found any flaw in him except that
Except,
they called him a magician or a madman.
which is a
which
flaw.
means they found a flaw in him, and a very severe. Let's say they're mistaken, right? And he's not clinically insane, and he's not performing black magic. So what? They're still passing judgment on his
Yeah,
actions. They're finding
yes,
flaws in his actions.
that's right.
His actions lead them to the conclusion that he must be in cohorts with demons. Does that sound like someone who they trusted every way?
Not a chance, clearly. And according to the eternal mind of Allah, that was such a very real reality to these people who saw him, that it was an eternal fact, an eternal, unchangeable fact that these people would be so thoroughly convinced about Muhammad being a magician or a madman that they would say so.
So Ayub, an actual Muslim, I know from previous conversation, and I feel I need to clarify that since this comment doesn't sound like it's from a Muslim. Arrogant people accept Islam. The more they hate and learn about Islam, the more you hate, the more you get closer to Islam because it will stay in your mind 24/7.
Oh, that's good to know. Islam is
The-
rooted in hate.
So,
That's good to know.
so yeah, here's the logical conclusion of this statement. Again, I had to clarify this is a Muslim making this statement because it sounds like it's not. The logical conclusion with this statement is the more you hate, the more you are close to Islam.
I would agree. I would 100. Hey, you know what, Ayub? You know more than your prophet. You know more than probably 95% of Muslims. I'm going to agree with this Muslim on the air right here. The more you hate, the closer you grow to Islam. That is 100% true. Thaddeus, would you be okay with live on the air agreeing with Ayub on this point?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with him that the
Hmm.
only people accepting Islam are arrogant people who
Hmm.
are full of themselves and full of hate.
All
That
right.
is the
Perfect.
prime recruiting ground for Muslims. It's one of the reasons why it's so successful in recruiting in prisons, for example.
Hmm?
I agree with your statement. I just have one piece of advice for you.
Just delete it, please.
You want to delete this statement. Trust me.
You really do, because that goes back on you, Ayub. So, just so you know, you just subscribed yourself. Good job.
Well, he might never have accepted Islam, right? He could have been born into it. So
Sure,
I would
sure.
not say all Muslims are arrogant. I would say, and I would actually wouldn't say all converts are, but I would say that it is helpful in making
Yeah.
someone convert.
Yes, it is. Yes, it does. Helps a ton.
So we agree. All right. They found no flaw in him except they described him as being possessed by a demon.
A
Gotcha.
person who's going to lie has to get a worldly benefit from it, right? But there was nothing to benefit himself in what he does.
Come on,
Oh,
dude.
I'm sorry to keep pausing
I'm
this every
losing it.
sentence.
I mean, I'm going insane. I'm going insane.
I'm
I'm
sorry
going
to keep
insane. I'm going
pausing
to
this
lose it.
so much, but what do you mean he got no benefit from it? He organized groups to rob caravans. He organized groups to rob on
He got.
armed caravans, I might add. What do you mean he
Mm-hmm.
got no benefit
Mm-hmm.
to it? Is
That's
it
idiotic.
not an Islamic teaching that the messenger gets 20% of the war booty?
Yes.
Yes, he's supposed to
Including
distribute some of that to the
humans.
community, but it clearly benefits him, right? I'm not saying it benefits exclusively him, but it clearly benefits him.
Yes. And also.
Additionally, even if we ignore the material gain, he's
Mm-hmm.
clearly in a position of power, which is a benefit in and of itself, even if you get nothing else out of it.
That's right. That's right. To say that he gains nothing, no power, no money, no status,
No
no
wives.
women, which it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. And then also, if you include the fact that he was able to lead groups so that they could get some financial and sexual success out of this, right? Saying, "Oh, you'll get these, right? You'll get these ladies, and you'll get the wealth from the caravans that we rob." That also means those who were closest to him going out in the caravans and robbing people and stealing people, taking over towns, they also were getting benefits, which means they would have even more reason to write only well of him and to speak well of him. So if anything, no, these people who were closest to him got the greatest benefits. So they had the most reason to speak well of him, to make him sound good. They had to justify it in their own minds that he was a good man because they're like, we're following him, getting good benefits. Obviously, this guy's blessed from Allah because we get money and ladies. This is stupid. This is idiotic. This is brain dead. Like there's nothing to this. I don't get how Muslims are convinced by this junk. It's ridiculous.
So, in fairness to Ayub, I may have said only. He did not say only arrogant people. The real point is that you're showing hatred as a path to Islam. Maybe it's not
Exactly.
exclusive path. And I did actually say, whether I attribute it to you or not, because you didn't say anything else, but I did actually say it's not the only path to Islam, but it is a fertile path to Islam. You and I agree on that.
Yes, that's the case. That is true.
I know a nice, lovely lady who accepted Islam. Was she arrogant? Well, I have no idea. Obviously, I
Maybe she
can't
was
answer
arrogant.
about her. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. I have no idea. I didn't say only arrogant people accept Islam. I may have misspoke and said that you said only arrogant people did, but I explicitly said that it wasn't the only path, right? I said
Mm-hmm.
I don't think only arrogant people accept Islam. I said those exact words.
Yeah. That being said, I would agree that a path of hate is a pretty strong path that's almost going to necessarily lead to Islam, because Islam is the perfect religion if you wish to hate people. So I
Hey, it
would
worked for
still
Andrew
strongly
Tate,
argue
right?
that. Mm-hmm.
Worked for Andrew Tate.
Yep. Yep. Worked for Sneeko. Worked for a whole lot of people.
Yeah. Very popular way to convert. In fact, I actually have a clip on that.
People are coming to Islam because of its intolerance.
I agree.
There it
People are coming to
is.
Islam because of its intolerance.
Verbatim, boys. Verbatim. There we go.
There were things that made things very difficult for him. He fasts for days. Sometimes he fasts without suhoor and iftar because of poverty. Aisha radiallahu anha says, sometimes
Okay. So I agree. Sometimes things were difficult for Muhammad. Hey, do you think that life was always easy for David Qureshi?
Oh, he had some tough days, dude. He had some tough days. Those
I
poor
did not
breaks of
intentionally
videos.
add the I, but I like it.
Yeah, I like the Crushy. That was good. That was good.
I mean, he had some tough days, didn't he? Yeah.
Hmm?
What about the leader of the so-called fundamentalist Mormon Church? Did he have some tough days?
Yeah, man. Hey, a lot of the early leaders in Mormonism, they had some tough days. A lot of people chased
Oh
them out
yeah,
of different
good point.
states.
Forget the splinter group that I was referring to.
No, no, no.
Joseph
Even
Smith had a lot of really hard days, didn't he?
he got chased out of Ohio. Poor guy. He
Yeah.
got chased out of like Ohio, then he got chased out of later on like Indiana or something. The poor guy got chased out of a lot of places. I mean, he eventually had to go all the way to Utah just to get a functional state to settle down in. I mean, obviously this guy was persecuted, so that must mean he was telling the truth.
Because the only possibilities are he's lying or he's telling the truth, right?
Yes.
Now, in the case of Joseph Smith, I think he definitely knew he was lying. I think he was a con artist,
Yes.
and he still did it. But it would be theoretically possible that he could be deceived and think that he was a real prophet and put up with the persecution.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think that Muhammad at least partially believed what he said. I don't think that he was complete and total charlatan. I think that I think he had a real experience in the cave with a demon, but he had a real experience in the cave and thought that he had encountered God because he went into the cave seeking God, performing rituals that are associated with connecting to demons, and did so. And over time, that demonic force corrupted him. So he partially believed it, but I also think there's clear incidents of him taking advantage of his position and saying things that he knows are false for his own personal benefit. Both
Mm-hmm.
are possible. Suffering sometimes in no way means someone's truthful.
Yeah. And also to be clear, the guy even made a mention of this in the exact words he used. He said, sometimes because of poverty. So saying someone fasts a lot and then saying sometimes because of poverty means a lot of the fasting could have just been because of his choice to fast. Just because you choose to go long periods of time, without eating,
That's a good
it
point.
doesn't mean that suddenly your religion is more truthful for some reason, right? Because you're the one choosing to go without food. You're the one
I'm so
choosing to
glad.
go without food. And it's like, oh, it's like those students at Harvard. It's like those students at Harvard and Princeton who are like, we've gone 10 days without eating a meal. and this is the university's fault. It's like, well, no, it's not. You're choosing to go without food, right? This is a choice you're making. This isn't. Goodness, these students at Harvard, Princeton, Yale, they're perfect representatives of Muhammad because it's being used as a complaint of some kind to show the truth of a belief when it's just them choosing to deprive themselves of the food.
Yeah, I'm so glad you pointed that out because I missed that. Sometimes because of poverty. In other words, it was involuntary. It wouldn't matter if he's claiming to be a prophet or not. He would be fasting because he didn't have enough money to buy food. So it has nothing to do with whether or not he.
It's just stupid. It's just dumb. This stuff isn't it's not interesting. It's not impressive. It's just trash. Some garbage. I don't get it.
We can't take you seriously.
Exactly. Thanks, Momo Hijab. Thank you.
Oh man. Oh,
There will
man.
be no food being cooked in his house for 2 months. He eats things like dates. He prays, makes salah for hours at night. What is a tahajjud prayer? Isn't it to wake up from sleep in the last third of the night and pray? For Muslims, this prayer is sunnah, optional.
But it wasn't originally. It was not optional originally. It was originally mandatory. And then over
Hmm.
time, Muhammad lessened it. Does that sound like what a true prophet does? Is make things easier as he gains more power? Just
Wild.
a thought. Just a
Also,
thought.
again, just because someone forces themselves to pray a lot, that might mean that they're very convinced about their beliefs. That doesn't actually mean that their beliefs are true. Again, the lunatic option is still available. If you've been in a clinic long enough, and I've worked at a clinic before, you can have patients who are very strongly convinced about something. And especially if your patient also has a form of OCD with their other conditions, they can have certain rituals about their behaviors that they'll do at certain times of the day over and over, uh, compulsively, right? And so they will do that at a certain time of the day without anybody else noticing them. They don't care because they just feel like they have to do it. So claiming that someone feeling a strong sense like they have to do something equates to them being true, no, that doesn't follow. They could just be sincerely mistaken, right? Not mentally stable, demonically possessed. There's other options.
Well, and there's another option that is self-contradictory here because he said, now there's a possibility we know these things because Muhammad claimed them about himself, but he said we know these things because people observed him. They were constantly observing him, seeing everything he did. Well, hold on. You know, people are constantly watching you.
Hmm.
Of course, you're going to do the things that will make them
Yes.
believe you
Yes.
believe. So it's self-contradictory.
That's true. That's
We
true.
we know everything he did because he was observed 24/7, but he did things that no one would do unless they were a true prophet, uh, or wanted to project themselves as a true prophet.
Hmm.
For the Prophet ﷺ, it was fard, mandatory. Why would he push himself so hard at the time of the night when no one sees him for the sake of a lie? He
Wait. No one sees him. I thought that we knew all this from observation of him 24/7. So which
Does that
is
mean that
it?
he was just like who saw him then? Who saw him then? Was it seen?
I
Was it not
guess.
seen?
So there's two possibilities, right?
Mm.
Two logical possibilities. Someone saw him, and thus it's false that no one saw him, or no one saw him, and thus the only proof that he actually did this is his own claim.
Which of course means he was a super humble guy who was talking about the prayer he was doing. Sure, yeah, yeah, or just his own claim. So he could have been lying. So that's exactly right. Who knows?
And I will point out that in any, especially any militaristic society of any size, there's going to be a night watchman. There's going to be someone awake at night. Not a lot of people, but there's going to be someone. So this is just idiotic in so many
follows
ways.
the religion he has brought for 23 years better than anyone, worships more than anyone, is careful about not committing sins more than anyone.
When you make the religion, you can make it really easy to make sure that you uphold the standard because you're
Hmm.
the one making the standard for your religion.
Hmm. Plus,
So of course,
he is exempt from his own rules, right?
hmm
4 wives maximum. Has more than 4 wives. Various other special rules just for him. Whenever he wanted something that was against his own rules, he just gave himself a special rule. Well, yeah, I mean, if you have special rules, it's really easy to follow. But again, let me just use his own criteria. The creator of a set of rules should be able to follow them better than anyone else. You just proved
Crazy.
Muhammad created the rules.
There we
Not the Suprema
go.
law. That's all you proved is that Muhammad created the rules that Muhammad revealed.
Holy moly, it's over. It's over. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. All the Muslims in the chat. You done for, you goofed.
Yeah, good point here from Houston. Muslim apologists must conclude that Judaism is true based on Jewish suffering during the Holocaust. I
Hmm.
guarantee that every Jewish person in Nazi occupied territory, whether they entered a death camp, a work camp, or somehow escaped camp entirely, had it much more difficult than Muhammad ever did.
Mm. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Without a doubt. Of
I
course,
mean,
he
if you're
suffered.
somehow
There's a
escaping
truth.
that, what kind of existence are you having? You're hiding under floorboards. You think that's easy?
This is the truth of
proof that
Judaism.
proof that the Jews couldn't be lying, and therefore Judaism must be true because those are the only possibilities. No one can have mistaken beliefs.
That's true.
Can the world's best liar have even a little bit of these characteristics? Where's the
Of
benefit
course.
in all of this? Is he doing this for status? For money? For women?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Easily, and obviously.
I would say the biggest liar would have to have those characteristics. Right? If we're talking
Obviously.
about biggest is most effective liar. I mean, who are you going to believe? You're going to believe the guy who compulsively lies and every word out of his mouth is easy to doubt? Or are you going to believe the guy who is generally trustworthy? Of course, you're going to believe the guy that's generally trustworthy. By definition, the biggest liar, if we're talking about the one who has the most effect on making him believe them, is going to be generally honest.
These were all offered from the opposing side, and the answer he gave was always the same. If you put the sun in my right hand and the moon in my left hand, I would not abandon this cause. So he says, my
Okay.
struggle is not about any
Well, I
worldly.
don't want the sun in my hand either. That would burn pretty bad.
Yeah, that would stink. But also, like, this is dumb, right? Because he's saying, "Oh, well, you see, Muhammad said, even if you gave me the sun and the moon, I wouldn't depart from this stuff." That doesn't mean anything. Again, that's just him saying things. He could just be saying that so that other people think that. But was he reaping the material benefits of leadership and starting a religion? Yes. Yes, he was able to command large groups of people to rob caravans and to take over larger areas and cities and have lots of wives and lots of slaves and lots of sex slaves, lots of property. So it doesn't matter if Muhammad says my struggle is not about, like, for instance, let's say Elon Musk goes up to a group of people and says, you know what, when you get down to it, you can give me, $10 million in this hand and $10 million in that hand. You can give me the sun and the moon in both hands, but my struggle is not about any worldly benefit. And he says that to like a group of poor people, right? What would the poor people likely be thinking? They perhaps be thinking, well, I hear what you're saying, but would you depart from all of your wealth right now? And Elon Musk would probably say, no, what, are you crazy? So again, just because someone claims that they're very, very humble and that they're very generous and that they don't care about material possessions, does that mean that they actually don't care about material possessions? No. You'd have to assume the person is perfectly honest and trustworthy in order to believe them when they say, "I don't care about worldly benefit." We contrast this with Jesus. The Son of Man, foxes have holes, the birds of the air have nests, and foxes have holes, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Jesus actually has evidence from the life that he is living consistently that he is not a man of wealth and that he is a man of very humble means, very simple living from place to place. needing the aid of others, according to the Gospel of Luke, needing the aid of others to get him from place to place occasionally, right? So obviously, the person I would trust who says that they don't care about worldly benefit from what they're saying and teaching is the one who not only says that they don't care, but also the one who legit lives that out and shows no sign or evidence of them benefiting from the worldly profits of their ministry. Muhammad could say whatever he wants, but his life betrays, it goes against the things he's saying. Jesus could say that he is humble and lowly, and he also lives out a life that shows that. So I would be way more likely to believe that Jesus is honest and in agreement with the words he says and the life he lives, and less so with Muhammad, the disgusting pedophile rapist character, who goes around saying, "You can give me the sun and the moon, but I wouldn't exchange it for anything, for any of the commands of Allah. It doesn't matter because you're still benefiting from the worldly benefits. So I have no reason to actually trust what you're saying." That's it.
So I looked up the source of this statement. I'm sure it'll shock you to know that his use of it was not only deceptive, but the source of it is highly questionable from an Islamic standpoint to begin with.
Oh goodness, that's great. Good combo.
So you would think, right, he's quoting this as like some sort of fact. He said that this always happened, right? And that he repeatedly did this. You're going to think it's going to be found like multiple times in Bukhari or something, right? The lone source for this is Ibn Ashaq, the individual, in another work called Al-Maghazi. Muslims consider Ibn Ashaq to be unreliable. Like I would have to try to research how this, but I bet you it's graded either Hassan or Daif. I bet you it's not graded Sahih. It's certainly not in a canonical collection. And it bears the name of Ibn Ashaq, who's considered unreliable, so it's probably Daif. Additionally,
That's a
the
good start.
context is not someone actually offering him anything. The context is his uncle saying, please stop. You're causing harm and people will make generous offers for you to stop. So please stop. So he wasn't even actually offered anything. He just had bravado talking to his uncle saying, I'll never give up.
benefit. If you were to give me not only those things, but
So this is the grand source, right? The grand proof that Muhammad was uninterested in wealth is an obscure hadith that I don't know for a fact, but I'm guessing is not graded as Sahih.
Classic. That's great. Love the quality of argument being made by Muslim apologists. That's good stuff.
And to be clear, this channel, Merciful or Towards Eternity, I had to remember which of the channels it was. Towards Eternity didn't make this up, right? You'll find other Muslims saying this. They didn't like do their own research. And I'm sure many Muslims have repeated this story and believed it. But it says it's consistent with what I said earlier, right? That all the good stories that are repeated by Muslims come from less reliable sources from an Islamic standpoint, and all the bad stories that are in the highly reliable sources from a Muslim standpoint are not known by the common Muslim at all. Now, I think this channel probably is aware of them. I don't think they're ignorant, but they don't tell us, certainly. All right, let's continue.
the whole world, even the moon and the sun, I would not give up. He received death threats all his life. He was repeatedly targeted by failed assassination attempts. None of them succeeded, and he died in his bed.
Oh my gosh, those failed assassination attempts, none of them succeeded. Shocking.
Whoa.
Except one of them did succeed, didn't it?
Yeah. Slow acting, but it worked. Yes. And he died in his bed. I wonder why he died in his bed. I wonder what assassination attempt might have slowly led to that one. It's weird that he mentions he died in his bed, but it doesn't mention exactly what led to him dying in his bed. This is so stupid.
And you know what? Since we keep using the Branch Davidians, David Koresh had multiple assassination attempts. Now, one of them was successful, but that was because he was dealing with the entire force of the U.S. government, and who could withstand that, right? But there was
Mm-hmm.
multiple attempts on his life, and he continued on, and he continued on, and then he eventually died. But he continued on before he eventually died, just like
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad eventually died, but he continued on until he died.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, there was multiple attempts on Joseph Smith, but believe it or
And
not,
in fact, yeah, I mean, arguably he was assassinated as well, although I think it was more of a law enforcement type situation,
sure.
just like
Yeah.
David Koresh. But arguably, he was assassinated. There was definitely multiple attempts on his life. I referred to the fundamentalist Mormon church at a time when he was doubting himself. The individual who, again, name escapes me, but he doesn't need any credit anyway. He was doubting his prophethood status. He tried to commit suicide and failed, and took this as divine proof because his sect was praying for him at the same time that he failed in his suicide attempt. Hey, you know
Wow.
who else failed at suicide attempts? Oh, wait.
Muhammad.
Strange how all these false
Jeez.
prophets have things in common that you would never guess would be in common.
Yeah, yeah. How strange. How strange.
Hey,
So yeah.
how many times did Jesus fail to commit suicide?
Well, that's the crazy thing. I mean, Jesus just didn't do any of that. You know, he lived his life. He was accused of all these
Okay, okay.
things.
Well, what about Jeremiah? I mean, he is the lamenting prophet. He did nothing but talk about how hard his life was and how everyone rejected him and
Mm,
how terrible his existence was.
mm.
Did he persist until the end?
Yeah.
Did he have assassination attempts against him?
Straight up got almost
Did he
buried
ever
alive in a
attempt to
pot.
yeah, did he attempt to commit suicide?
No,
No.
no. How
So he had
strange.
everything that Muhammad had, except, in fact, he had a far harder existence than
Yes, he
Muhammad,
did.
except he didn't try to commit suicide as a result. Odd.
Weird.
But he must be a true prophet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Jeremiah
right.
is a
That's
true
right.
prophet,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
even though the Quran doesn't know about it.
والسلام. Why would he face all this? For the sake of a lie? Why did he put up with being stoned, being subjected to curses and insults? Many
Hey, perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Nice. This is an
What
interesting
did Paul?
question. I was
How
gonna
many
say the
times was
same thing.
Paul insulted, stoned, assassination attempts?
Shipwrecks, all of it.
Yeah, assassination, poison,
Mm-hmm.
whipped to the 40 lashes minus
Mm-hmm.
one.
That's
Why
right.
would he put up with all that?
All the imprisonment. Goodness.
I thought Paul was the most obvious false prophet, the
Yet
sole source
apparently
of the
that same
corruption
standard.
of Christianity.
Yeah, if we use their standard, this guy's standard, if we use his standard for how you can trust somebody as a prophet or messenger of God, and we apply that to Paul, then it seems quite clear that we should have good reason to trust that Paul was sincere and his beliefs, actually more than sincere, because this guy's saying not just sincere, but you should actually believe that he really is a prophet of Allah. So uh, I think this guy right here, right now, gave us good reason to say, from a Muslim perspective, that Paul should be trusted. Sounds good to me.
I agree. So
Nice.
Ayub, as usual, he doesn't care about the actual subject. But he wants us to know that Jesus wasn't crucified according to Psalm 91. Oh, I'm sorry. Psalm 91's been corrupted.
Oh yeah, look at that. All right, huh? How strange. Which
But
means
you know
full Harvey 12.
who did make that claim about Psalm 91
Hmm.
besides Muslims?
Oh, I'm not sure. Who else could?
Was that perhaps Satan who claimed that?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Hmm.
Shaitan would never. Would he misuse a text? Would he ever misuse or misquote a text against Jesus? No, not a chance. He wouldn't misquote a text in a testing moment. No, that's crazy.
Darn. It's so strange. You know, Islam is the pure monotheistic religion that only adheres to the teachings of the true God. And yet, those teachings continually align with Satan. It's almost like there is one true God in Islam, and that God is Satan. Hmm.
Yeah, it's weird, and it's weird how many similarities there are between the Prophet of Islam and all these other false prophets. and all these other experiences that they've had. It's almost like all these other false religions are led astray in the same way that Muhammad was. Strange.
Yeah, it's almost like the devil. I would say he's not very creative, but in fairness to him, I mean, if
He
if
literally
it
can't
worked once,
create.
why not do it again, right?
Yeah.
You,
Plus,
you
also the guy
converted
can't. You know.
you converted most of Arabia and northern Africa to Satanism with ridiculous claims. Hey, why not try to do the same thing in the Americas?
Yeah. You
Like, I
know,
mean, word for word, same story, basically. Why
over and
not?
over, over and over.
No, it wasn't as successful, but hey, I can't blame him for trying. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to keep running the same play until it doesn't work anymore.
That's exactly right. Gotta yeah, gotta run and try, gotta overuse these plays until someone catches on.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing a sport and you run a particular play and the opposing team can't stop you, and then the next time you have the ball, you're like, let's just do something completely different. That doesn't seem like very good strategy. Make them prove they can stop you first.
In a fighting game, you spam the buttons. You spam the same move. If they can't figure out how to get out of it, you spam the same move. That's what you do in a fighting game. You just throw 35,000 Hadoukens until somebody just gives up because they can't escape it. So
So
that's how this is.
I asked Ayub if Paul is a false prophet, and he didn't actually answer. He said Paul is the founder of Christianity. So what do you expect? Well, first of all, Paul is not the founder of Christianity.
Yeah, he's not.
Literally, no one would say that.
Yeah, not a chance.
It bears the title Christ for a reason.
Yeah,
But
Christ is the foundation.
like I'm saying, no atheist historian would say that.
Hmm.
But that doesn't actually answer my question. Well, if Christianity is the truth, then I would expect the founder of it to be truthful. If I'm applying this guy's criteria, which is why I asked you the question, then Paul must be a true prophet. And actually, the early Muslims believed that Paul is a true prophet as well, incidentally.
Yeah, I feel bad for this Ayub guy because I think he doesn't realize that this is saying that Allah is so weak and pathetic that he couldn't keep his message preserved even for like one generation. And some random guy named Paul.
By some valid logical reasoning here for a
Hmm.
change, right?
Yep.
So I think every Muslim will agree with this statement that Allah is greater than Muhammad.
Sure.
Now, Allah claims no one can corrupt his words. However, every
Mm,
Muslim also claims that Paul corrupted Allah's words, which means,
mm.
by conclusion, that Paul is greater than Allah.
Makes sense to
Now,
me.
Paul says that he is vastly inferior to Jesus. So, therefore, we have Jesus greater than Paul, who is greater than Allah, who's greater than Muhammad, by the only possible conclusion of the words of the Quran and the claims made by Muslims.
Perfect. If a Muslim wants to actually deal with what Thaddeus just said, that'd be great. But I'm going to have a prophetic. Oh, I'm getting a revelation ring in the ears and gonna stare deep
Ding
into
ding ding ding
space.
ding 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 ding
Ding,
ding
ding,
ding
ding,
ding
ding,
ding.
ding. Oh, I just got a revelation. The Muslims in the chat will, instead of dealing with your claim and your argument, they'll just go on to say that Paul had corrupted the true form of Christianity, and the original form of Christianity was actually Islam, and it was corrupted by Paul. So they're just going to continue to restate their beliefs instead of actually dealing with your argument. So I'm just sensing it so strongly. It's yeah, yep,
Yep,
that's
yeah,
gonna be the case.
I suspect that'll be the case.
Yeah, too
Let's
bad.
see if we can finish off this video before I die of brain rot.
Things can be
Yeah,
counted
same.
as
Yeah.
proof of his prophethood, but most fundamentally, his own life, the way he carried himself, is more than enough to prove his prophethood. As we said in the beginning,
Totally unjustified lead.
That's stupid.
Totally unjustified lead.
That's idiotic.
I don't think that there's anything even unusual about the way Muhammad carried his life, but he could be the most moral, upstanding individual by human standards in the history of the world, and it would have no bearing on whether his message is true or not.
Of course not. Well, why would it? What's the logical necessity? What is the logical connection? And then again, earlier in the video, he talked about how there's some religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. some religions that actually mention that should mention the miracles of their prophet, because
Mhm.
earlier in the video he was talking about the necessity for miracles as a way
Yeah.
to talk about
I,
someone's prophethood. But
I
now
guess
that
he's not
he's
going to.
out
Yeah.
here, he's
Yeah. He's not going
forgotten
to talk
about it.
about Muhammad's. Yeah. He just said that for no reason.
Yeah, and now he's completely
And
gone back on it.
right. Well, I mean, I think he would agree that Jesus lived a perfect moral life. After all, that is what the Quran teaches.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now he's going to say that Jesus' teachings were corrupt. Well, whatever. Muhammad's teachings are corrupt.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
assert it without evidence as flatly as you can.
I mean, it's
You
pretty
haven't made
easy
any
to do.
arguments whatsoever that Islam is true. Even if I pretend that you made an argument about Muhammad being moral, you would agree that Jesus was highly moral and you think his teachings got corrupt. So I'll just say that Muhammad's teachings got corrupt. He originally taught the Trinity. Originally taught that Jesus is Lord. He originally taught submission to the triune true God.
Hmm.
And an evil fellow came along within one generation. His name was Uthman. He took all of the teachings of Muhammad. He corrupted them. He gathered up all the texts. He burned them and rewrote his own teachings and claimed that it was Muhammad's.
Hmm. Hmm.
And
Yep.
indeed, my claim at least agrees with part of your history, whereas your claim disagrees with all of history.
Yes. Yeah. No, we, if anything, we respect Muhammad more than y'all do, because we actually believe that Muhammad really was just a believer in Jesus Christ, who he didn't view himself as a prophet at all. He was just another guy who believed that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, Son of God, eternal second person of the Trinity. And y'all are really just incorrectly understanding Muhammad. So really, we respect Muhammad more than you do.
Indeed, and I'll go so far as to say that the Quran accurately gives his self understanding. I am just a warner. I'm just telling you what you already know.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm just repeating a message. Now, he failed. He didn't repeat the message very well, but he thought he was repeating a message that everyone already knew and warning them that the end time was imminent because the Messiah was returning.
yeah, yeah. You see, even though most of the Quran has been corrupted, there are some parts that are still not corrupted, like that. And so we can still assert that there are parts like that are not corrupted, and we, as true friends to Muhammad, the real Muhammad, we know the phrases in the Quran that really go back to him, which are the ones that say he's just a warner. So if you were a real follower and friend of Muhammad, you'd understand that you shouldn't follow him. You should follow Christ.
And indeed, I know another part of the Quran that 100% is not corrupted. That's when Jesus says, "Blessed is the day I was born, the day I die, and the day I rise,"
Amen.
which
Amen.
totally not corrupted. It's the gospel message, and it contradicts Islamic belief that Jesus didn't die, that he was born, rose, eventually will come back and die. Wrong order because it's not corrupted. Uthman missed that one when he was doing his editing.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
He was either telling the truth or ma'azallah, he was a liar. If we were asked, is such a person a liar, or is the one who calls this person a liar is the actual liar? Do you think there would be any need to answer this question? When we analyze
No, there
Yes.
would be no need to answer your false dichotomy because even if I call Muhammad a liar and he's not a liar, that doesn't mean I'm lying. Lying requires intent. I have to
Yeah.
know that I'm making a false statement in
You could
order to
just say
be
someone's
lying.
false.
Like I could say that Ayub was lying when he said Jesus never came to abolish the law of Moses, that he made a statement that he knew was false. Or I could say he's mistaken, that he's
Mhm.
repeating something he believes to be true and then thus is not lying, but is still false. There are other possibilities. Do I think Muhammad was a liar? Yes. Do I think that Muhammad was also partially believing his own message and mistaken? Yes. Do I think that Muhammad was possessed by a demon and deceived? Yes. Do do I think that there's legendary development and some of the things attributed to Muhammad he never did? Yes. There are
Sure.
many possibilities here. All of them
Hmm.
are true. He's a
Hmm.
liar. He's misrepresented. He's misunderstood. He's
Hmm.
deceived. All of them. It's not a dichotomy.
Yeah. And also, Ayub, good job not dealing with Thaddeus's claim from before. Look at that. Really good job not being able to mentally and intellectually engage with his actual argument. Good stuff.
Yep.
Good stuff.
And you're right. Jesus didn't come to abolish the law. He came to fulfill it,
There we go.
i.e.
Right.
complete it.
Mm-hmm.
We agree.
Good job.
You know, do you think fulfill means teach? Because that's what you need it to mean. I didn't come to change the law. I came to teach the law. No, I came to fulfill the law and the prophets and everything that was written in the scriptures, which are entirely about me. Yes, we agree. You don't. You disagree with Jesus. You think that he came to hand a book off that had been revealed many times before and lost continuously and then was lost again. That's what you believe. However, again, theme of the day, go with what the Quran says, not what Islam says. And
Mm.
according to the Quran, Jesus both made the haram halal and made the halal haram. In other words, he changed the law. According to the
Wow.
Quran. All right.
Realize all these things, we reach the truth we have been looking for all our lives. That is, the creator we are looking for is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The book we are looking for is the Holy Quran. And the prophet we are looking for is Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. Remember what we asked in the beginning. Why Islam out of 4,300 religions? This is why.
You've done nothing. You've done nothing. This is pathetic. I mean, this is actually, this is ridiculous, right? Not only was this exhausting to have to sit through and deal with, tons of factual errors, tons of internal inconsistencies with Islamic belief as it relates to the Quran, showing that he doesn't actually understand the Quranic teaching, Hadith teaching. We have Muslims in the chat who don't even know what their own book teaches, and they're not willing to engage with it because they're so terrified or demon possessed or misinformed, whichever it might be. It could be a combination of a couple of those. I don't know. People in the chat just do not understand, a lot of the Muslims watching, that there's actual teaching in the Quran and they have to go and look at it before they respond to the things that we're saying. We got someone like this on a well-known Islamic channel going around saying, oh, this is the only necessary conclusion that Islam is true, without actually giving a coherent set of premises with a conclusion that logically and necessarily follows over and over and over, perfectly evidencing and summarizing every experience I've ever had with Islam, which is a consistent case of a lack of awareness about how logic works, about how evidential support works, about how reasonable and rational conclusions work, constantly presupposing the truths that they have to believe in order to remain a Muslim. All of this is trash. It's nonsense. Anyone who thinks any of this was well supported towards the conclusion of Islam and Islam only, right? You either lack the normal faculties of reason proper to a human nature, which is something to pray about, and trust us, the God of Christianity says he's willing to give wisdom to those who ask for it. So I recommend you ask for it, because I do every day, because I need it. Number two, if it's not that you lack the faculties of reason proper to a rational human soul, you could just be so fully and completely, drenched in the sinfulness and deception of Islam that you're not even willing to consider hearing anything else, and you just want Islam to be true, which means you're not really dealing with the information at all. You're just dealing with the thing that you're surrounded by, and you don't want to consider another possibility. Or number three, perhaps you're a Muslim who has never heard any of this, and in that case, I feel bad for you. This is your chance to actually hear another perspective. Maybe some of y'all are not so hard-hearted, and so some of the Muslims listening, maybe this is all new to you, and you want to learn more. To those Muslims, I give the most open hand extended, saying, please reconsider. To the Muslims who are hard-hearted, I still hold my hand out and say, please reconsider. But I know that you're so hard-hearted that you likely do not care. But to all the Muslims out there who have never realized all the issues with Islam, and this is your first introduction, please realize that Christ actually cares about you, that he really is God in the flesh, that the personal creator of the universe, right, that this video argued for, I would agree that the universe would need a creator who is personal. Otherwise, you don't have a creative act that is meaningfully designed with some sort of teleology without a personal creator. And that the greatest manifestation or the greatest expression of a personal creator would be a creator who makes themselves personally interactive and known to their creation, which would be seen most fully and completely in the person of Jesus Christ. So, please consider Christ.
All right, so we'll end here in just a couple minutes. I have a super chat, a couple other things. But first, I want to address Ayub. Joke's on me. Uh-huh. Let's see. Fulfill also means carry out, so the joke's on you. Well, congratulations. You looked at an English dictionary and you found an uncommon but correct usage of the term fulfill. Was the Bible written in English, sir?
I mean, that's a good question.
There's a delay, and Ayub might or may not know the answer, but I'll just ask you, David, since there's a delay. What was Matthew, right? Because we're talking about Matthew. Or was Matthew written in English?
No, Matthew is nuts. Not written in English. Oh, that's true.
Do words have the exact same semantic range in every language?
No. No. Languages do have their own semantic ranges, specific uses for certain words, and in each language, right? So you have to look at each language by itself.
So Ayub obviously doesn't know what the Greek word is, let alone its semantic range.
But apparently he knows the English semantic range.
Yes. I would challenge him on it, but one, it's delay. Two, I've had enough nonsense for one night. So I will just go ahead and reveal the actual answer of what the Greek text could possibly mean here. So let me unshare the video and re-share my Bible here. So we got Matthew 5:17, the verse he's quoted. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish them, but to fulfill them. So even before we get to the definition of this word, how is he carrying out the prophets, right? Forget Greek, right? Let's just analyze this as an English sentence first. Let me just go ahead and hide the Greek, right? Analyze this as an English sentence. You say that this sense of fulfill, the term fulfill can have carry out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do not think I have come to abolish the law or prophets. I have not come to abolish the law or prophets, but I have come to carry out the law and the prophets. You
Interesting.
seeing a problem yet? You seeing a problem yet, Ayub, with just the English, okay? You think the joke's on me because you ignored some of the words in the sentence and pretended it's only said law. So David, for the education of Ayub, what does the
Mm.
phrase the law or the prophets mean?
The law and the prophets refers to the generalized description of the Old Testament, right? The law being the Torah, prophets being the Nevi'im. Of course, that kind of is meant to include the Ketzavim as well, which would be the writings. So it's just the whole Tanakh is what is being summarized there.
So what Jesus is saying in the vernacular is, do not think I have come to abolish your scriptures. I have come to fulfill your scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
All
Mm-hmm.
right. Now, just even analyzing the English sentence, there's no possible way this could mean carry out.
Mm.
But let's go ahead and look at the Greek as well. All right. So we got the Greek word here, which is plero. I already pulled up the lexicon. If you don't read Greek characters, trust me. Or you can look and verify, but I did pull it up.
Yeah.
This is Greek English lexicon in the New Testament, other New Testament or early Christian literature. What is commonly referred to as BDAG, after the initials of the authors. This is considered the foremost scholarly source on Koine Greek, the language of the New Testament and contemporary writings. That's why it says, and other early Christian literature, right? That it will have, in other words, this lexicon, which is like a dictionary, but different in that a dictionary gives the definition in your own language. A lexicon is telling you the definition in a different language. It's anyway, the point is it'll have words that aren't in the New Testament. So this isn't like a commentary on the New Testament or something. It's a scholarly attempt used by experts in the subject matter, including non-Christians, as the most authoritative, best source. It's not the only lexicon, but it's the best. If I go to a different lexicon, trust me, it's going to say the same thing. It's going to give 6 definitions, because it's very thorough, for the term plero. Number 1, to make full. So this would be like a jug filled with water, making full. Okay. It can be used for things that way, which would be a jug of water, or it can be used for people that way. So, like being filled with the Holy Spirit, for example, could be used for this term. Number 2, to complete a period of time is the definition. And then to make it more simplistic, it says fill up complete would be a one word translation, fill up or complete, but more precisely, fulfill a period of time. Okay, that seems pretty compatible. That first one, not great with context, right? Jesus doesn't seem to be literally talking about filling up an empty jug. Completing a period of time, yeah, that's plausible. That's plausible. To bring to completion that which has already begun, or a simpler translation, complete finish. That seems pretty solid of a possibility of what it means in context. To bring to a designed end, fulfill a prophecy, an obligation, a promise, a law, a request, a purpose, a desire, a hope, a duty, a fate, or a destiny. And also seems to be compatible with both basic exegesis of the text and Christian understanding. And then this one's broken out into subcategories: fulfill divine predictions or promises, or to fulfill a prayer. So it could be the fulfillment of my prayer, right? I pray for something, I receive fulfillment of it. God makes a prophecy, that prophecy comes true, it's fulfilled. Number 5, to bring to completion an activity in which one has been involved from its beginning, complete or finish.
No way.
Food delivery.
It's actually amazing.
So she got you chicken fingers.
This is actually
And
incredible.
finally, I got food delivery apparently.
Oh, nice. Good job. Good job.
Finally, definition number 6, complete a number. Okay, so that doesn't work, right? Because he's clearly not thinking about that. But any of
Wait a
these other
second.
sentences,
Where's the
well,
carry out one?
yeah, nothing, right? Note 7 definition, carry out, adhere to, do something which was prescribed for you to do. No, that is not a definition in Koine Greek. It's not part of the semantic range of the Greek word plero.
Ayub, this is weird.
And interestingly, so in addition to telling you the semantic range, they will tell you not every single passage if it's a word that occurs hundreds of times, but if it doesn't occur very many times, or it's key to understanding a passage, they'll tell you their understanding of which one it is. They're going to actually do it as this number 4, to bring to a designed and fulfill a prophecy. That is what the experts in Koine Greek believe that Matthew 5:17 is saying. But whether you trust their judgment or not, because see, I'll show you it. It's I saw it a second ago. Right here. They actually say it's a fulfillment of a prayer, interestingly enough, which I think is kind of odd. But regardless, uh, that is their judgment on it. Whether you agree with their judgment or not, it can't mean what you want it to mean. It's not possible in Greek for it to mean that. Nor, even if it was possible, is it possible in context. This is how you analyze a text. You don't just say, this word could mean this, therefore it does. You analyze how it fits with the passage. And then, so here, right. So they say abstract in the broad sense and in contrast to another Greek term. Then they quote Matthew 5:17. Depending on how one prefers to interpret the context, plero is understood either as fulfill equals do or carry out, or to bring in full expression equals showing forth its true meaning, or as fill up, complete. So they put it here, but what they're saying, right, is that it can mean other things. And yes, they did actually say carry out, but they meant do, right? They do what they're trying to add fuller explanation. So he does what the scripture says he will do. Because remember, this is as explanation for how it fulfills a prophecy, obligation, promise, law, request, etc. So how does Jesus fulfill the scriptures? By doing what they prescribe, or carrying out what they describe. So in other words, it cannot mean carrying out the laws of the Old Testament, obeying the laws of the Old Testament. All right. And see,
Sounds good to me.
And just to be clear, oh, you know what? Was I not sharing that the whole time?
Oh, that one?
Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I was not sharing my screen the whole time. All right, well, here's the passage. I was sharing it, but I hadn't added it to the stream. Here's the passage. Here is BDAG. I won't go through it carefully again, but I will slowly scroll through it so anyone can read it for themselves if they so desire. As you see, it's a very common word. It occurs dozens of times throughout Scripture, and in non-scriptural references, like here, Testament of Joseph, for example, or in Herodian, or various other places, right? This is about more than just the biblical usages. And they don't offer obey the law, which is what you want it to mean, as an option. Next time, David, tell me I'm not sharing it.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I kept on waiting for it to like pop up or something, but it didn't. It didn't share there, so I'll let you know next time. For sure.
And to be clear, right, I went to the text with the confidence that I had the correct interpretation, not knowing the semantic range of the Greek. So even if the semantic range was the same as the English, it would still be the correct context. But then, in interest of completion, being complete, I showed you the semantic range, and it doesn't overlap. It means fulfill prophecy, not obey the law.
Mm-hmm.
Or literally filling up, but here obviously literally filling up doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Which interestingly, the English term fulfilled can't mean literally filling up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it's fulfilled, as in there's like some sort of established thing that you're hoping to have carry, through some sort of prophetic fulfillment or action, reflection, or otherwise, or to have the action completed. I think that definition that deals with something that was there at the beginning and then still being carried out was really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to look more into that because I'm like, well, Christ was there at the beginning, so since all things were pointing towards him, and also if you see some of work, Rydelnik's work on the Messianic Old Testament, he talks about this constant messianic expectation throughout all the prophets. So you could kind of, since Genesis, like from Genesis on with like the Proto-Evangelion and Genesis, 3:15 onwards, there's this like constant sense of a messianic expectation. Is it Michael Rydelnik? I can't remember the first name of the writer of that book, but that actually is quite interesting. The notion of this.
And to be clear, I think that certainly these are all human judgment calls, that they could make a mistake, right? They're not
Yeah.
infallible. It could be, right? to bring to completion that which has already begun, or to bring to a designed end, as they suggest, or to bring to
Mhm.
completion activity which one is involved with from the beginning. I think that's
Yeah, I guess all
plausible as
three of those
well.
kind of go together. That's interesting. Wow, that's brilliant.
But it doesn't mean complete a number, right? It's part of the semantic range, but it doesn't fit here, and it doesn't mean literally fill up. This part of the semantic range, but it doesn't make sense here. In context, it's going to have to be something about bringing to completion
Yes.
an act, and then you can debate the exact nature of how it's bringing it to completion. Or you can just go and look what Jesus said,
Yeah. I've not
right?
come to abolish, but to
For
fulfill.
truly I say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever relaxes one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called the least in the kingdom of God. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom for God. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Oh, well, hold on, David. Why did I just read that? Doesn't that just contradict my case? Doesn't that show that Jesus is about keeping the law, and that he's just teaching us that the Pharisees are really bad, and you have to be slightly better than the Pharisees?
No.
What are the Pharisees? Are they? I know they have a bad reputation within Christian circles. They probably don't have any reputation in Ayub's mind whatsoever. But what are the Pharisees actually? Are they the worst keepers of the law, or the best keepers of the letter of the law?
I mean, ironically enough, right? The Pharisees are the ones who, out of the major 4 or 5 Jewish philosophies of Jesus's day, they're the ones that would have been closest with Jesus's interpretation, right? Kind of like the Hillel field of interpretation. And so they're the ones who were trying their hardest to account for the Torah and the prophets. And so they really were trying to uphold a standard of righteousness in order to hope that the Messiah will come after they make the whole nation righteous, right? They're like, all right, if we're just righteous enough, if we're righteous enough in following the law, then the Messiah will come. And so, they're trying to call for a type of national holiness to usher in the kingdom of the Messiah. So these are people who, believe it or not, were trying, albeit by their own standards and traditions they made up a lot of times, but still, they were trying.
Yeah, I would say that objectively they did a better job of keeping the letter of the law,
Hmm.
the Islamic version of keeping the law,
Yeah,
than
that's
any
right.
other human beings in human history.
Yeah, yeah. Spirit
And
of
Jesus
the
says you
yeah,
got to be better than them. And then he
yeah.
gives examples of it, right? Saying that you think everyone knows it's bad to murder someone, but I tell you, if you're angry at someone, you've already murdered them. Everyone knows it's bad to commit adultery, but I tell you, if you lust after a woman, you've already committed adultery.
Hmm.
The law of Moses says that you can divorce your wife, but I say that is not the case.
Hmm.
You have heard
It's
it say, do not swear falsely by the Lord. But I say, be truthful in everything.
that's
You have heard
interesting.
it said that it's okay to retaliate, an eye for an eye. But I say, do not retaliate against anyone. In other words, is he saying to keep the law, to keep the letter of the law, that
He's
he has
saying to
just
keep
come to keep the letter of the law? Or is he saying that I have come to fulfill the purpose of the law
the
and
whole
show you that
point.
the law against murder isn't arbitrary, and arbitrarily keeping it doesn't fulfill the purpose of the law. The purpose of the law
Exactly.
is to make you not angry.
Yes, yes. This is really important to a solid understanding of the scripture of the New Testament, especially for those people you meet who are Christians who still uphold some Jewish practice, but Messianic Jews, and also understanding the philosophy of a Christian ethic, right? Is that unlike Islam, where you're just told certain things are good, certain things are bad, and you just got to believe it because Allah said so, in Christianity, what we have is we have Old Testament laws that actually had a spirit of the law, right? Instead of just the letters of the law, the words of the law, there's actually a spirit of the law, which means that there's this meaning, this intended purpose of the law Besides, as Paul says elsewhere, exposing us to the imperfections we have within us and the need for change within us, which is true. But also, it's supposed to grow you. You know, if you understand the spirit of the law, if you understand the spirit behind it, the intent behind the law, it's supposed to change you into the kind of holy people. Look at Leviticus if you need to, the kind of holy nation of priests who will reign the way that God wants them to, a kingdom of priests. So all of the law was calling us to recognize our sinfulness, recognize the insufficiency on our end to uphold the law perfectly, but also a pursuit of the intent of the law, not simply not killing because it's like, oh no, someone said not to murder, but also because you're supposed to grow into the kind of person who would not want to murder, who would not want to hate a brother, right? It's not so simply saying, "Oh, I am not going to uh, I am not going to commit adultery because the law said so." It's you're going to grow into the kind of person who sees adultery as wrong and not want to commit adultery, right? You want to put those desires away. You want to find that there is a greater desire, which is to love your wife instead of to lust after another. And so there is a type of transformative act of the law in its expositional ability and in the actual meaning, intent, and purpose of the law. There is a purpose being fulfilled, which you see in all the prophets, having a heart of stone that will be replaced with a heart of flesh.
And as usual, Andrew is 100% correct. Abe was not listening. He's spamming from his script because while we were going to that in-depth, careful exegesis of the text, he posted Luke 27:19. Let those enemies of mine who did not want me to be a king over them bring them here and kill them in front of me.
In the parable that Jesus cites, that's straight up what Sam Harris does. This guy just made the
Eh,
same Sam Harris
Right.
mistake.
And then his commentary of this is Jesus of the Bible was peaceful, laughing emoji. And then he eventually had to correct himself because there is no chapter 27 in Luke and say that it's
Luke
19:27.
19:27. I knew what he was talking about. That's stupid.
Now, I know he's not listening, right? But I don't care. I want to show him how exegeting the text is, right? So what you did is you went to verse 27 and said, Jesus said those words. Indeed, he said those words. Now,
The parable,
uh, uh, we have this little header here, but ignore that because that is not part of the text
obviously.
technically. That's just someone's interpretation that this is the parable of the 10 minions. I wonder how they got that interpretation.
Probably from verse
As
11,
they
but who
heard
knows?
these things, he, meaning Jesus, proceeded to tell a parable.
I
Hmm.
wonder what that could be.
Are these words that follow Jesus giving a command to his followers, or is it a parable? Hmm.
I
Hmm.
know it says that parable word, but mm, according to Muslim expositional practice, this is Jesus doing that
Now,
because
why
they
did he
can't
tell
read.
this parable? Why did he tell this parable? Okay. Again, we don't have to speculate. Because they, the people he's talking to, supposed that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately.
Mhm.
So he tells this parable to correct their belief that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately. Now, what does he say in this parable? A nobleman went into the far country to retrieve himself a kingdom and then returned. So, a nobleman goes out, he leaves his estate in charge of others. He calls some servants. I'm going to paraphrase because it's very long, right? Calls 10 servants, gives them 10 coins, engage in business till I come, so on and so forth. When he returned, having received the kingdom, so he went out for a long period of time, left servants in charge.
Mhm.
He asked the servants what they had done with the money. One comes to him and says he made 10 minions more. Second says that he made 5 more, and so on and so forth. Then another comes and says, here is your mina, which I kept laid up in a handkerchief. For I was afraid of you, because you are a severe man. You take what you did not deposit and reap what you did not sow. So what does in this parable, right? What does the nobleman say? Well, the nobleman in this parable says that if you knew this about me, He's probably being sarcastic, but he says, if you knew this about me, then why did you do nothing? You knew I was greedy and would want more money. Why did you then just hide the money away? Does that make any sense to you? So he takes the minion from that guy and then he gives it to one of the others. And then again, the literal context, the nobleman says, I tell you that to everyone who has, more will be given, but from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. But as for the enemies of mine, whose enemies? The enemies of the nobleman, who did not want me to reign over them, bring them here and slaughter them before me. Now, this is a parable. It does have reference to something other than a fictional nobleman. What does it have reference to? What is the only possible interpretation for people who think that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately? Who is the nobleman in this parable? That was a question to you, David.
Well, okay, perfect. Well, since it seems clear that the nobleman is going to be gone for quite a while, right? The nobleman, this parable, is supposed to be the one who will judge what people did. And so this is supposed to be a representation of how Christ will judge all people,
Hmm?
right? God will have to judge all people in his return. Or if you wanted
Hold on,
to,
let me stop you for 1 second.
okay.
You said Christ,
Mm.
but you're technically putting Christian theology in this. What is it in context? It's what
Okay.
Yahweh will do,
Okay,
right?
yes, yes, that's right, that's right. Yahweh will judge people based on what they had done with what he had given to them. Yeah.
And look, they even call him Lord.
Hmm.
It's a generic term. It can be used for master, but I don't think it's
Yeah,
coincidental.
Kyrios, right?
Right?
Sure.
It's a key, a clue as to who this master is. Not that there's really any difficulty understanding, but
Hmm.
my point here is by you saying that Jesus said these words about himself, you just called Jesus God.
Which is a wild thing for a Muslim to say because that's shirk.
Yeah. So according to you, when God carries out the final judgment, Jesus is the one who does that, and we agree. Right? David
Hmm.
said that. That is how
Oh
we
yeah,
understand this passage.
yeah.
But by you trying to use this as an argument against Jesus, you affirmed that Jesus is saying that he is God, that he is the one who does the final judgment.
Mm.
And what is the purpose of this? It's to show them that God's time is not their time. They expect the final judgment to come immediately now that the Christ has come. Now that the Messiah is here, now that Jesus is God incarnate, they expect the final judgment. And Jesus says, the kingdom of God is like a nobleman who went far away. People were like, where is he? Where is he? Some prepared for his return, others did not prepare for his return. And then when he returns, he carries out his judgment.
Mm.
And the one who claims that God is wicked, right? The one who claims that God is wicked and would take what is not his, when in fact everything is his, is the wicked servant cast into hell by, according to you, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you. I know
Perfect.
you I know you don't care. You'll just keep repeating the stupid argument anyway. Or you'll go on to your next one like, oh, Luke 19:29, Jesus the Bible demanding his disciples to steal. I'm
It's
not going to
literally the
exegete all these
property
passages.
of the Lord, the nobleman, in the passage itself. That w- w- it's in the even inside of that. That doesn't make any sense. Or is he going a little bit
Well,
further?
okay, so I mean, he's gone on 2 verses,
Oh, he's
but
gone
this is
further.
the context, right?
I thought he was staying
Triumphal
inside of
entry.
there.
We'll do this one. So I said we weren't doing that, but let's just do this one super quick because it's really easy.
Sure.
Go into the village. This is where Jesus commands his disciples to steal, right? Who I said 29.
I guess he
And he
meant 30.
drew to Bethphage and Bethany, and at the Mount of Olivet, he sent two of his disciples. Okay, yep, he commanded them to steal clearly. Oh, okay. We got to read 30, and then we might as well read 31 too, right? Go into the village in front of you, where on entering you will find a colt on which no one has ever sat. Untie it and bring it here. If anyone asks you why you're untying it, you say this to them: the Lord has need of it.
Kyrios? Whoa, wait a second. That's a pretty wild claim to make. Because
And
that's
then
what the
what
Greek.
happens? As they
Hmm.
were untying the colt, the owner said, "Why are you untying this colt?" And they said, "The Lord has need of it." And then they are given the colt.
Hmm. Okay. And then they're just giving it. Okay. There we go.
And by
I
the
mean,
way, they probably gave it back after they're done using it. I mean, it's not explicit in the text, but there's no reason to believe that they kept the colt.
yeah. But also,
The
again,
owner, right? The owner of it, the Lord of the colt, asks why you need this, and they say, "The Lord has need of it," and he says, "Go ahead, take it." He acknowledges, I would say, because he's filled with the Spirit of God, but regardless, he acknowledges, hold on, there's something holy going on here. There's something special going on here. I better just let him take the colt. It's just an animal. So, did he instruct his disciples to steal, or does this fulfill a divine prophecy? You tell me. You sure like to argue that Jesus is God, don't you? You sure like to argue that Jesus is God there, Ayub. Jesus claimed that he is Lord. Oh, yeah, he did. Thanks. Thanks. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. I could go through his other ones and they would be similarly stupid, but he hasn't engaged with anything said, so why should I? Right? He can just read his script 100 times, and then tomorrow he'll just do the same thing in a different chat.
yep. Pearls before swine. You know what Jesus said about that.
Oh, he did engage. Most people don't believe he's God man. So the Jews said he was stealing according to the Bible. Um,
But if Jesus is God, and if the people expect him to be the Messiah, which has within it divine implications, and the owner allowed it, then it would seem quite clear that Jesus did not steal.
Jews accused him of stealing. Would that mean
Oh,
he's
so that
stealing?
means that I see. So if Jews accuse you of
And
something,
by the way, where did they accuse him of stealing? That's not in the text. What verse says, "You thief! How dare you take our colt"?
yeah, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. I'm guessing he means modern day Jews that he met on like a group chat or something. But by that standard, Ayub is saying, oh, well, if Jews accuse someone of something, then it's true. So kind of like how the Jews accused Muhammad explicitly of, just telling old tales and of taking random messages that he heard, right? And the Jews not believing Muhammad, because that's why Muhammad got angry at the Jews, because they didn't believe him. So apparently, Ayub says, if the Jews accuse you of something, it's to be automatically believed, which means we also should believe that though the Jews in the text nowhere accuse Jesus of stealing, the Jews in the Quran, Tafsir, and the Hadith do accuse Muhammad of not being believable and of being nonsensical. So while there's no evidence of the Jews accusing Jesus of stealing in the Bible, there is evidence of Jews accusing Muhammad of being a false prophet in the Hadith. And so I think by Ayub's own standard, we could say
Mhm.
that Muhammad is a false prophet because the
Yep.
Jews said so.
I'm just going to take his exact word for word argument and make one change.
Hmm.
Most people don't believe that Muhammad's a prophet. So
Hmm.
the Jews said he was stealing or whatever else,
Stories.
other crime. They do say stealing, right? Stealing
Hmm.
stories.
Hmm.
According to, I don't know why he would say the Bible, because that's not a term Jews would use.
Yeah.
According to the Torah, right? Jews accuse Muhammad of stealing. Good argument. Good argument.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And of course, he moved on to another topic because he's not interested in engaging with anything. He just wants
Yeah,
to
it's not
spam.
worth it. It's not worth it.
He
He
just wants
fulfilled
to
the
spam. Spam.
Yeah.
So
He fulfilled
what
the
do we see
prophecies.
today? What did we see today? Whether it was from Ayub or any of the other Muslims who joined the chat, did we see anyone engage with the Muslim video, the Islamic video in any way?
No, no. Just like I
Shame.
prophesied that the Muslims in chat would not actually engage with your arguments in any of the responses we had. I had prophesied, you see, I had prophesied that the Muslims would not actually engage with any of our arguments in a meaningful and honest and intellectually rational or reasonable way. No, I was sadly correct. Uh, which also
I
means
will
that I
say
am a
that
prophet.
one Muslim technically interacted with what we
Oh,
said,
that's
which
impressive.
I didn't pull up, but he said, if you were being fair, you would have a Muslim on there so he could debunk you live. That's technically interacting.
I suppose,
However,
but
as
it's
I
not
said to
really.
him,
Isn't that more like what do they call that? Like displacement, right? Where you're just like,
yeah,
I,
I
I'm
mean, only technically speaking did he interact. And as I said to him, so all Muslim channels, every time they talk about any subject critical of any other religion, they have a person of that religion on the chat. I said, or are you a hypocrite who doesn't believe this is actually the valid standard for fairness? So
nice.
either all those Muslim channels, I'm not saying no Muslim ever has a Christian on, and they do. I'm not making that claim,
Mhm,
but probably 98% of the time a Muslim talks about Christianity, they don't have a Christian present, nor would I expect them to. That's not a criticism of them. It's a
mhm.
criticism of this claim that the only way I can be fair is if I have a Muslim on every single time I talk about something. I have a Muslim on roughly once every 3 shows on average. Say not 3, but
Say now
let's just
three.
say 3. uh, I don't know the exact numbers. Additionally, the ones I don't have a Muslim on, a majority of those I open up to callers at the end. I'm not going to today because it's after midnight,
Mm,
and this video took a long time to go through because it was such an exhausting bunch of contradictory nonsense.
mm.
But in general, I do open up my streams to Muslims. How often does Muhammad Hijab open up his programs to Christians? For that matter, does he even allow Christians in his comment section? No. He immediately blocks anyone who is a Christian in the comments or in the live chat. Can he do that? Sure, he can. But by your standard, he's being very unfair. Are you calling him out on that? Do you have a problem with Muhammad Hijab? No, of course you don't. Because you don't actually think that it's unfair. You just wanted to make an excuse. And if I'd given you the link, you wouldn't have come up anyway. Right? And if he did come up by some miracle, because only like 5% of the time people ask to come up, do they actually come up? Because they know that they're bluffing and they don't expect to be called on it. But if by some miracle you were in that 5%, would you have debunked us in any way? How? By showing that basic logic doesn't apply? I mean, all you could have done, the best a Muslim could do is say, yes, this guy gave a poor argument, but better arguments exist. That's the best a Muslim could possibly do in response to this. None of his conclusions followed from his premises. Numerous times he just stated something out of nowhere for no reason. He didn't try to justify it, nor did it go into his argument. You cannot think that that's a good, effective argument. I could look at an argument that I believe to be incorrect and say it was a good argument. This was not that case, right? I could look at a conclusion that actually follows from the premises and disagree with the conclusion by disagreeing with the premises. I don't have to say that it's not logically sound, but this wasn't remotely within 100 miles of being logically sound. Every single time he made a premise, I granted the stupid premise and then showed that it doesn't follow from his premise, his conclusion.
Each time.
Each
It's
and
ridiculous,
every time. And
and it's
not one Muslim
sad.
in the chat today cared. From the comment sections, I'm sure there's probably a couple Muslims somewhere who said this is not a very good video. But most of the comments are, Alhamdulillah, I'm filled with Imam after watching this video.
I just love that. I love that Muslims just don't know. And the best part is that whenever you actually ask them to explain what about the video was intellectually rigorous, logically sound, factually correct, and the reasons why, you never ever get any of that. Ever, ever, ever. I love how they just kind of affirm whatever's being said, but if you ask them to say something, they won't be able to explain what they agree with about the Muslim apologetic video. They just say my iman has been strengthened, my faith in Islam. I was a Muslim before watching this, and now I'm a super Muslim. I'm a Muhammad Hijab Muslim. It's stupid. You're not saying anything of substance. Also, hello, Mary. So it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And of course, obviously, I say the same thing to Christians. To be fair, I always say this to Christians I interact with. Whenever you think an argument is well said, explain why you think it is well said or well stated or well reasoned or evidentially significant. And so, obviously, the same weights I give to my brothers and sisters in Christ, I would also give to Muslims. Muslims, when you're going to say, because I went through that comment section for this video that we went through, and all I ever saw was, "This was amazing. This is great stuff. So true, so true." What? Like what aspect? There's nothing. You're just saying, "My imam is stronger. My faith has grown stronger. This made me convert to Islam." Like, what about it? There's nothing. There's no substance to anything. Obviously, Islam is intellectually and philosophically vacuous, so I don't expect any actual substance. But at the very least, I would like for people to pretend that there's substance. Pretend that there's something meaningful. Like make a fanciful, intriguing, and perhaps even
Yeah,
fun to listen to lie. That's all I want.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. Now, to be fair, I mean, a lot of the comments on my videos are very generic and say great video or whatever, right? So
Sure.
that by itself doesn't mean anything. But I do also get comments that give specific reasons why it was a good video.
Yes.
And well, I get comments from Christians that are critical sometimes, and that's fine,
Yeah.
right?
That's great.
Uh, that's how you improve your argument.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Like I said, the best a Muslim could do is say this wasn't a very good argument, but also their culture kind of forbids them from saying that. So instead, they
Yes.
just say nothing, right? All, all the Muslims in the chat said nothing. They went to some dawah script totally unrelated. They made generic comments. They asked idiotic rhetorical questions like, "What is evidence? How can you know something without God telling you?" Type comments.
I still don't get that one. I don't know.
And no one critiqued the thing. Like, obviously, I'm not suggesting Christians should do this all the time. Also, I'm not suggesting they shouldn't. There are Christian channels that primarily critique other Christian content producers, and there's
Mm-hmm.
a place for that. That's not my purpose, right? My purpose is outreach. My purpose is talking to Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm having, so I probably won't do it publicly, is what I'm saying. I probably won't create a video saying, Christian X made some mistakes in this video. Here's why. But what I will do is I will certainly say that in a private conversation. I will certainly say that to their face, right? If they ask me my opinion, which people do sometimes, they ask me an opinion on their videos. I say it was good here and here. Here is where your argument was weak. Here's how someone would get around your argument. Here's how it's not logically sound, whatever, right? I tell them that. I don't just pretend like it's the greatest thing in the history of the world because they're a Christian. I'm not out to destroy someone else, especially someone who's a Christian. I'm not even out to destroy someone who's a Muslim, and I'm not out to destroy someone, but I will tell them if they're actually interested where they have made an error and how they can improve their argument. I've never seen a Muslim do that. I have seen Muslims attack other Muslims for having incorrect theology according to them, since despite them claiming that Islam is universal and everyone believes the same things, that's obviously not true.
Not a
So they
chance.
will attack each other on internal debates, but they won't attack each other on here's a poor argument, right? And actually, I have done this publicly, and I recall it was on my channel, it was on House of Hikmah, but he wanted us to review a debate between Nadir and what is that idiotic Christian? the sorry, I'm bad with names, and I'm drawing a blank here. But the young Earth creationist who got in legal trouble for fraud, tax fraud.
Was it like not Ken Ham, but the
No, the other one.
yeah, I remember that because I think IP had a couple videos on that. Ooh, I know who you're talking about. I just can't think of his name either. Also, because it's like midnight, so my brain's fried. Um, was that Hagen? Not Hagen. I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it's actually not relevant. The point being that no, okay, so Nadir, right? Nadir is a complete idiot. Hovind, Ken
Hovind,
Hovind.
not Hagen. Hovind. Hovind.
Yeah.
Kent Hovind. Okay.
Anyway, Nadir is a complete idiot. Like he's as bad as Muslim debaters come. And yet, we analyzed that debate, and we're like, well, Nadir's actually holding his own here. That's how bad
Oh, that's
Ken
bad.
Hovind's arguments were.
Oh, that's
Like
bad,
so
dude.
so Nadir, you know, one of the things he likes to do is go to the seed, right? And the smallest of all seeds, and say this is a scientific error in the Bible.
Mustard seed. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Ken Hovind's response was, "This is why you can only trust the King James Bible, because it doesn't say smallest; it says least."
And the purpose of least in the KJV would have been to indicate the
Smallest, yes.
size of the.
But because the meaning of least has changed over the last 400 years of English history, he can say that it means least important seed. And thus
But
it's not an error because it's not talking about size, even though quite clearly from the context it's talking about size, because that's the whole point, that a tiny seed grows into a giant plant. It's using hyperbole. It's not an error, right? Because the mustard is not the largest of all trees. It is using hyperbole to
that would
teach
also
the
be
point.
blasphemy if it was about value, because the whole point is that it's the kingdom of God, which means it starts out small, which means that it starts out with Christ, and then it expands and covers the whole world, right? So that would be like saying Jesus is saying the kingdom of God is like the least of the seeds, like it's not valuable at all, and then it becomes valuable. No, it was always valuable because Christ was at the center.
So anyway, myself and Chris Kloss were on that, and we were honest. We're like, yeah, I can't believe that I'm actually saying Nadir has a better point, because to avoid what is actually quite simple to explain, he throws all Christianity other than King James onlyists under the bus and says that they are believing corrupt scripture and don't have the truth. That is his response to Nadir's idiotic, smallest of all seeds scientific error. So we said flat out, Hovind's losing this debate. in order to avoid the argument, he's saying Christianity's false, basically. So I'm not against saying someone's wrong and saying so publicly. It's just not what the ministry is about. But I've never seen a Muslim do that on factual matters, only on doctrinal matters. You know, they'll say, "Oh, those Shia are the worst of creatures. They reject Allah because they believe X, Y, or Z." Or those guys, they're not Salafis. They don't believe in Allah's literal hands. They're condemned to hell, or whatever other doctrine that they want to pontificate on. But never on like, you made a stupid argument, buddy. Get a better argument.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. That takes logical evaluation, reason. No, that's insanity. That's too much work.
And I think it's because actually, fundamentally, in Islam, logic isn't true.
That's true. Yeah.
That there's only the will of Allah and there's nothing else.
Hmm.
And the will of Allah is revealed through technically the scriptures, but really through the consensus of the scholars on what the scriptures mean. And all there is to do, the only thing the person is to do is submit. That is all someone is to do. So logic is irrelevant. So if someone says some words that cause someone to submit better, those are truthful, good words. It doesn't matter how stupid they are. It doesn't matter how idiotic a non-Muslim sees them. It's irrelevant. As long as it makes someone submit, it's a true statement that's good and beneficial and should be celebrated. And that's what we see in this video. That's what we saw in the chat today. That's what I see in Islamic apologetics over and over and over again. I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again. If I was tasked with role playing as a Muslim apologist, I could make better, logically sound arguments for the truth of Islam than the professional Muslim apologists make without actually believing it to be true.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
They put zero effort into making good arguments because it doesn't matter. What matters is your bravado. I would say, without any question, Muhammad Hijab is 100 times better at rhetoric than I am. He's much better at bravado. If he and I had a debate, it would be like the debate with David Wood, where the Muslims say he dominated, he destroyed, he utterly humiliated me because I would be soft spoken like I normally am. And he would maybe he would say different things. Maybe he would agree with me like he did with David Wood. He literally agrees with David Wood, but says, I have to give him a free Arabic lesson. It doesn't mean it means exactly what David said. And thus he dominates, destroys, humiliates David. So yeah, I could never be a popular Muslim apologist, but I could make better arguments than Muslim apologists because they don't give a damn about truth as we understand it, because they define truth as the raw consensus of scholars apart from any reason. All right, let me take these two super chats.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Hello, Flyleaf Dreamlife. I appreciate your loan. I'm not Allah, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Because just like Allah, I will not be paying back your loan, but I'll call it a loan anyway. Since we needed a teacher to learn anything, here's a compensation for you both teaching me about bad arguments. Yeah, we did learn something today. We learned that they can always get worse. Because I had only watched the first segment of the video. And I said, this is not great, but he's attempting to make an argument. And then I skipped to the part where he concluded that any religion who doesn't have a prophet is false, and then somehow narrowed it down to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam as a base from that, even though nearly every single religion that's ever existed believes in prophets. And I said, oh boy, this video has 800,000 views. Let's do it. Let's respond. I, however, did not watch it continuously through and did not realize that that first section, which I thought was not good, was actually by far the best section of the video, and it just kept getting worse.
Yes,
and
it
worse,
yeah.
and worse. More and more unjustified, more and more bizarre. I learned something. I learned something about dawah, I guess.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Thank you for not making any excuses. I know that your rent has been going up, or the price has been going up, and the value of your currency. He doesn't actually say rent; he says rand, a South African currency. But people always think he's saying rent. He's like, what? How's that bad? The value of the currency is going down. The prices are going up. Inflation's out of control. And you didn't make any excuses. You still donated. So Allah will bless you. Well, probably not, but I will be appreciative. Trying to get my points up. Just kidding. Just a bit of support for the great stream. Thank you very much for that encouragement and the financial support as well. In summary, you're finished. You're finished, boy.
Yo,
I have actually
finish.
worked it. In case you haven't noticed, I have actually worked on my rhetoric. I have
That's
actually
good.
worked on responding in more forceful manner. But I give what I get. So the Muslim comes in, they want to have a nice, reasonable, logical conversation, which happens not from Dawagandas, but it happens from Muslims.
Hmm.
Absolutely, I have a nice, reasonable, logical conversation.
Hmm.
They want to come in and read their script and then just repeat and repeat and repeat, but do so in a polite manner. Well, I respond forcefully, but not impolite. They come in and they start insulting and name calling and trying to yell over me. Well, they get appropriate treatment for that. So I respond in kind, right? To
Yeah.
all people, all things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can understand that. Goodness. Only Islam, I
Uh,
tell you.
okay, yeah. And I will take this real quick. I won't justify the arguments. But if I was to give a argument for Islam, it wouldn't be an argument a Muslim could ever make,
No.
but it would be a decent argument historically speaking. And the gist of the argument would be that Muhammad was so incompetent, so clueless, so obviously going against the teachings of the scriptures of the Jews and Christians, and yet still managed to attract a significant following, that the only possible explanation for this is that he had supernatural help behind it.
Yeah, oddly enough, I was thinking something similar. If I was going to give a couple of decent arguments for Islam, I'd probably do something similar. I'd say, number one, as strange as it is, Islam is so repugnant. It's the morality of its perfect prophet so horrible. The clarity of the horror of Islam so completely clear. Like it's so clear how horrible, violence, and disgusting Islam is, and yet people modern day just kind of convert to it. And so I would actually argue the fact that people convert to a system that is so clearly disgusting, horrendous, wicked, and goes against everything that those converts actually believe in, the fact that that system gains supporters modern day shows that there's some sort of supernatural power at work in Islam for those who decide to convert into it. Now, of course, you could say, well, who says that supernatural power is good? And I would agree with you, but
Yeah,
that's
but
not
you
the
leave
point.
that part out. You leave that part out of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
argument.
yeah, exactly, right? I'm trying to at least make it sound decent. The other one would be like, if you ignore the Quran and if you ignore all the Hadith and if you ignore all the tafsir and the Sunnah and everything like that, then and just go off pure philosophy, then you could probably like make up some sort of God that you call Islamic, and then you could say, oh, look, Islam is true because their version of God has this. But that would require you to throw away the Quran, the tafsir, the hadith, sunnah, the agreements of the scholars, the consensus, and then you could have an argument for Islam.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it counts as Islam or not, but I would I would also consider that tact of applying historical criticism to throw out as much stuff as I could
Yes,
and try to create something more in line with, well, let's be honest, Christianity, as
exactly.
a as a result of
Yeah,
saying all this stuff is not historical. It doesn't have to deal with the teachings of Muhammad, which I'm defining to be Islam. That would also be an argument. And one other thing I would, if I was forced to be a Muslim apologist, I would actually use, not the way they use it, but I would use it that isn't offensive to them, is to talk about the large number of people in Islam, because I do think that that is a necessary characteristic of the true religion if God is good and loving. So
yep.
obviously it's not sufficient because more than one religion meets that criteria, but I would use that as part of my argument for why Islam is a legitimate contender for the true religion. Which
Yeah.
incidentally is actually how I would start the argument, right? Where because his original premise was how do we decide which of these 4,300 religions to investigate? I
Mhm.
would say you start with the largest and you go from there. Because yes, it's logically possible that the true religion was discovered last week by some guy in his basement, and he just published his manifesto online yesterday. However, probabilistic speaking, if there is a God, he would probably want himself revealed, and thus he'd probably be successful at that as well, and thus it would probably be one of, it wouldn't necessarily be the largest, but it would probably be a large religion, right?
Mm.
And I think that would get you down to maybe 10 or so legitimate contenders from there.
Yeah.
Throwing
Yeah.
out, 4,300, to use his number, 4,290 or so to begin with, which is what his points were supposed to do, except none of them did that. And they didn't do that, and they weren't justified assumptions to begin with. Whereas I think my assumption is defensible, right? That the true religion should be a large religion.
Mhm. True. True.
So yeah, that's how I would approach this. So actually, if I was doing this video as a Muslim, I would approach it that way and say, well, we should
Yeah.
only consider the large religions, and then I would come up with some excuse as to why Christianity. That would be the other tactic you could use, is just never talk about Islam. You could say, well, there's
Yeah.
only a few religions that could be true. Christianity is false because of X. Judaism's false because of Y. Buddhism's false because of Z. Process of elimination. Islam is true. I'm not going to talk about rhetoric Islam because
Yeah. Yeah.
so that's another tactic. So several texts, and I think they would all be. I don't think any of them would stand up to scrutiny, obviously,
Of
for
course.
being Muslim, but I think they would be better than the arguments given by actual dawahists.
Oh yeah, like for instance, even one other one you could have used, right? Like someone in Islam could have used. This is crazy, but this is an argument that I think would be funny. Is they could say, oh well, it would make sense for the true religion to most fully and completely reflect the internal desires of a large portion of the population. Naturally, Islam reflects the desires of mostly men. Therefore, since the one true God would know the desires of the hearts of men, he would make a religion in which those men can live out those desires. And so, the desire to subjugate, control, abuse, neglect, use for sex, and deposit as one sees fit without consideration for the emotional and well being and love of another person and taking care of them. Since that seems to be so common among so many humans, obviously the one true God would support that activity. Therefore, Islam makes the most sense for that, and so it must be the one true religion. Obviously, there's tons of issues with that claim, but it
Yeah,
is an argument that they could
but
make.
in the video, right, they said that the animal kingdom has certain characteristics that tell us about the nature of God, and
Hmm.
they could actually justify those things from the animal kingdom. What they
Yes.
said was nonsense, but what they could actually justify things like that, like, well, animals are amoral, we think, and yet
Mhm.
they carry out these behaviors. Wouldn't it make more sense that God would cause the amoral animals that have no ability to make decisions to do the good things as a demonstration for the creatures that do have a choice? And whatever feelings you have to the contrary, those are the corruptions. That's the evil.
Mm.
That's the perversion. I think you could make that argument. Now, I don't think a Muslim would, right? Because
Yeah,
they can't admit those things.
of course.
But I think that would be more epistemologically valid, more logically valid than any argument they do make. And like I said, if I'm forced to role play, or I conclude that atheism is false and I want to make a lot of money. I mean that Christianity is false and atheism is true. I misspoke. And I want to
Yeah.
make a lot of money. Well, the that prominent critic of Islam has converted to Islam. For some reason, there would be no skepticism. I guarantee, right? I guarantee that there would be almost no skepticism, and they would start showering me with gifts and praise and featuring me and making me more famous.
Hmm.
So yeah, in that scenario, right? And David Wood said the same thing, and since he has a personality disorder and he doesn't have emotions, that is a valid logical analysis, right? That if I conclude that Christianity is false, there is no God, that's all a bunch of bunk anyway, the logical thing to do is to do what benefits me the most here and now, because this is all I have. And as a critic of Islam, something that would almost certainly benefit me greatly is to pretend to convert to Islam. And it's not like I have to have good arguments. So in that scenario, I would probably more, to fit with my personality, I would still probably more walk the Shabir type of line, which is offensive to many Muslims, and do this critical analysis. But I would just draw in subtly invalid conclusions instead of this blatant, I just assert something, therefore Islam nonsense that they actually do.
That would work.
And by the way, since I mentioned Shabir, in many ways, I think Shabir is more evil than a Muhammad hijab. Because Muhammad hijab is partially ignorant, right? He's partially stupid and full of bravado. Well, especially Ali Dawah, right? I can believe that Ali Dawah believes everything he says and that he's just incapable of making coherent thoughts. I know that's not the case for Shabir. And I know that he intentionally misrepresents every source he quotes, right? He'll quote all these Christian sources. I look up the exact quote he made, and he will have vastly distorted what the author said. So in a way, that's more evil than believing something and being an idiot. Is not knowing you're speaking falsehoods and doing it anyway. Now, he might believe Islam's the truth, but he certainly doesn't believe what he's saying is true.
I would agree.
And the others, I mean, who knows, right? I said in a video about Zakir Naik a long time ago, the hardest question to answer is someone deceived or a deceiver? Because it's really hard to tell the difference. Oh, right, just like in this video, is Muhammad deceived or a deceiver? Well, they said they couldn't be a liar. I disagree, he could be a liar. But he could also just be deceived. And it's really, really hard to tell the difference without being able to read someone's mind, which none of us can do, to know whether someone believes some of what they say, none of what they say, all of what they say. Really hard to know. So I don't want to make any judgments on any Muslim other than that they're factually wrong, and that if they don't repent and accept the only way to heaven, the forgiveness of Jesus Christ for the atonement of their sins, well, they will end up in hell. I don't have a problem saying that. I do have a problem of calling them liars unless I have strong evidence of it.
Amen. Amen. Which is why people should read Mere Christianity so they can see the Lord Liar lunatic argument fully explained in order to understand the nature of self-deception rather than just calling everybody a liar that they disagree with. And also reading the Gospels so they can see Christ as the only way to be saved. Think on John 14:6, and this will be my last word here because I'm exhausted, but
Yeah, definitely. I'm
14:6.
definitely wrapping up after this. I
Uh,
didn't intend to go on, but that was a really good question that I
it
like
was.
to answer.
It was. But think, everybody who's listening, think on John 14:6 when Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Muslims, please take this seriously. Even if you disagree with us right now, at least realize that this question is worth asking, saying, is Jesus really the only way? And how can we know that? Give it a fair shake, perhaps even a milkshake, as somebody brought up earlier in this stream. Please give it a fair shake and consider reading the Gospels, and understand also, once you disagree with somebody, that there's more to them than just deception sometimes. Maybe they just are self-deceived. Who knows? So that's
So
what I'll
I'll
say
be,
as my last
uh,
line for
yeah,
the night.
I'll be very generous with Ayub and take him seriously, even though he's demonstrated not being serious in any way, and answer his question. Since Christians believe in original sin, do babies go to heaven if they die without being baptized? The reason I'm answering this is because he said serious question, no jokes. The correct answer to this is that we don't know. Scripture is silent on this exact point. You can draw inferences one way or another. However, you do not understand the doctrine of original sin if you think that it is conveyed guilt that condemns you to hell. So, what is the destination of babies that die? You could argue either way scripturally, because the scriptures don't address this direct point. However, that is not what original sin means. Original
Yeah.
sin does not mean that you inherit guilt. It means you inherit a predisposition to sin. That's what original sin means.
Yeah, and I would at the very least add this point. I know I said the last point would be my last point, but just to add to this, because I do actually think this is a really important question. Um, According to the way that the scripture talks about children in general, according to David's understanding that his son who had suffered for 7 days after his birth before dying, which David says, um, I can, he's gone, right? He will not come to me, but I will go to him. And we know from the Psalms and from elsewhere that David is for sure in Abraham's bosom, in a peaceful state with God. So David had an understanding that where his young son, 7-day-old son, had gone in death, David would follow. And according to what Jesus says in the Gospels, where he says, "For such as these," speaking of the kids that are brought to him, "for such as these, the kingdom of heaven." The whole amount of scripture without any philosophical implications of original sin, total depravity, ignoring anything that we might read into the text. From the most simple reading of the words as such, it seems fair to say, and there's a lot of Arminians, Provisionists, Calvinists who would agree on this point, and even many modern Catholics and Eastern Orthodox would agree as well, especially Eastern Orthodox. Do babies go to heaven if they die? Yes. The strongest evidence across the board is that babies who die go to heaven, according to the clear sayings of Jesus and the general explanation of the biblical account on the way that God perceives children and the writings in the book of Isaiah about a child who knows in Isaiah chapter 9, in which it speaks of the child who was young enough before he did not know right and wrong, still eating curds and honey. And to truth defenders, he did not deny original sin. There are actually multiple historical understandings of original sin throughout church history. Calvin disagreed with Melanchthon. Melanchthon disagreed with some of the other views, right? So you also with Zwingli, Calvin, Melanchthon. These guys actually disagreed on their understanding of original sin. So if you think that original sin is some sort of like homogenous understanding that's always been defined the exact same way, even amongst the, Calvinist and Reformed individuals, there have been different ways that this has played out. Norman Geisler's understanding of it is distinct from someone else, right? Like A.W. Pink. And so the issue is not recent answers denying original sin. The issue is that there's like at least 10 different historical Christian ways of explaining and defining original sin. And if you legitimately think that there's only one way, then you haven't looked into the history of the internal Christian debates on this doctrine enough to see that there's
Exactly.
more than one definition.
Exactly. Which is why I said the correct answer is that scriptures are not completely clear on this point. However, I would basically agree with everything that David has said, but
Yeah.
just for reference.
Yeah.
If you want to know my position, but it's not a doctrinal position. So wait, what? Reason answer, did I hear you right? You deny original sin. I do not deny original sin. However, if by original sin you mean inherited guilt that leads you to damnation, then yes,
But
I
again, that's only
deny.
one out of like 10 or 15 possible definitions throughout church history.
Right, and there are historical Christians who affirmed original guilt, but there are many more who denied it.
Mm.
This is not a salvific point. What I personally believe about is more probable about babies, which I cannot actually know, does not determine my salvation one way or another. It's a point that Christians are free to disagree on. That is my position. Now, he's asserting there's only one biblical position, but this is what everyone does who insist they're correct. They'll say that their position is what the Bible teaches, and there is
Everyone
no
does.
other position. This is literally whatever your position is, and I'm guessing it's guilt since you asked me the question, there are other people who will say that is 100% not what the Bible teaches, and anyone who infers that's what the Bible teaches is not teaching what the Bible says. I am taking a more neutral position and
Same.
saying that this is not something that the Bible says absolutely one way or another.
Yeah, and if I can just add one point for truth defenders, uh, something that I remember throughout this whole thing, we talked about making sure we don't make the same mistakes Muslims do, right? Where Muslims like presuppose a certain position and say, this is the only way that this can be understood. This is the only way. This is the necessary way, right? Don't make the same mistakes Muslims make. As Christians, we should be better than that, right? So again, I'm I'm going to be patient with truth defenders. Love you, brother.
I mean,
But
this is a
again,
ridiculous statement.
just,
This
just
is a ridiculous statement in more ways than one.
yes, yes,
If you
but
find legitimate Christians who disagree upon
mhm,
a point, that is valid evidence that the scriptures aren't clear on that point.
exactly. Exactly. That's it. Finding and he's saying finding others with different positions doesn't help. Actually, if you find that there are different Christians in every single Christian denomination and group and branch across the board, including those in your own historical strain, whatever that might be, I don't know what your historical denomination or strain is, you'd be surprised at how much disagreements and fighting there is within your own tradition. And then saying that's what pagan Roman Catholics do. Again, that is making a comparison to another group and
That's
assuming that that
ironic you say
somehow
that.
invalidates the claim. That's like saying, "Oh, well,
Did he find others with a different position and then use it to help him declare that finding others with a different position
position."
doesn't help? Is
Yeah,
that literally what he just did?
kind of,
Kind
yeah,
of.
right? Because he said, "Oh, well, other people agree with me." There's only ever been one biblical position, except for the other biblical positions, and then saying, well, if there's other biblical positions for different positions, that doesn't help. So actually, that does, because if you're allowed to say other people agree with you, no, it's not saying if any view is valid, then there
Yeah.
is no
Did
right.
I say if any view you have whatsoever is valid according to the Bible, or did I say on this particular point of
It's
infants,
neutral.
the Bible doesn't establish a position?
That's all you said. You just said it doesn't establish one specifically clear position,
Right.
and so
So to be clear, there is certainly a truth, right?
yes, there has to be.
Either infants, well, actually, there's a number of possibilities, so I don't want to eliminate them all. But there is some degree, there is some position which is correct on this.
Mhm.
Guess what? There's also some position that is correct on the year that David first reigned as king. So what? Does that make anyone who believes a different year that David reigned as king to be outside of the truth? No, it's a relevant, pointless issue. And this isn't a relevant, pointless issue, but I'm drawing an analogy here.
Mhm.
It's a valid point. It's something that's worth discussing, but to declare dogmatically that my position is the Bible is just what everyone is going to do. Right? I guarantee that there are people who assert dogmatically that your position, whatever it is 100% anti biblical and leads you to your eternal condemnation. I guarantee there are people who say that. So my position, I am not being liberal or whatever else you called me, uh, wishy-washy or whatever. There is, logically speaking, a correct position. However, the Bible does not give us sufficient information to
Obviously.
conclude beyond any doubt what that position is. Therefore, we should not be dogmatic on declaring what that position is. That is my firm position. That is my dogmatic position that the Bible doesn't teach on this particular matter in sufficient detail to draw a 100% conclusion.
Here, and let me help out in a way that truth defenders might
In
understand
other
since
words,
we
in other words,
yeah.
if you declare that there is one position, you are categorically wrong. I'm not being
Mhm.
liberal and saying, oh, all positions are equally valid. No, your position is invalid when you categorically declare that there is only one position that is
Yes,
justified by the text.
that's exactly right. Because then you're just being factually and historically inaccurate. And also, again, to be clear, truth defenders, you just claimed by use of comparison to pagan Roman Catholics, right? You said, oh, well, that's something similar to what pagan Roman Catholics do. Therefore, your methodology and analysis is wrong. Fun fact, truth defenders, pagan Roman Catholics are the ones who, I'm sure you would say, often make dogmatic statements about things that the Bible has not given very strong, clear evidence on. And you would probably agree, hey, why do Roman Catholics make these dogmatic statements and kick you out of the kingdom, at least historically, maybe not modern day, historically kick you out of the kingdom over these dogmatic statements they make about passages in scripture that are not really clear one way or the other? You would probably say that's an issue with pagan Roman Catholic dogmatic methodology. And yet now you're doing the exact same thing that you would accuse the Roman Catholics of doing. So I'm just saying, be consistent in your internal methodology, be consistent in the application of your methodology, because we are not Muslims. We have to be better than them. I legitimately believe this. This is actually, y'all get, it's late enough, you get an exposure into my internal philosophy now, real quick before I fall asleep. I legitimately think that Christians have to master as much as they possibly can in being better at every other group and system to show that we will not make the same foolish mistakes that they do. That includes philosophical and intellectual acuity and strength sufficient to overcome the horribly low standards of Islam that we as Christians should already be above intellectually and philosophically speaking. We should not be at their level, and that includes our reasoning ability and logical faculties. So, it's not losing sleep over what we believe, and it's not us losing sleep over what you believe. It's making sure that you actually understand the full history of the church, the breadth and depth of the various views on a single doctrine to realize, oh, maybe I shouldn't claim that there's only one biblical position without actually realizing that other people make the exact same claim, and you have to evaluate if they have more biblical evidence, more historical, theologically, and philosophically consistent evidence than you do, so that you can see if you were actually in the right, or at least more truth apt than other positions are. If you really want to avoid doing the poisoning the well fallacy that you committed by comparing us to Roman Catholics, check out Socratic Logic by Peter Kraft, so you can actually see how
A
logical
Catholic
thinking works.
apologist.
Yeah, that's right, Peter Kraft. I'll give you as many logic books as I can. They're amazing. I'm sure he's going to do that, and it's going to be ironic because then he would have made another committing, poisoning the well fallacy. But again,
Right, our genetic fallacy in this case. Right?
well, technically they're the same category, at least according to this book. But anyways, so if you take that entire like type of ad hominem category, right, be it genetic or poisoning the well, and you just say, oh, you can't trust it because that methodology is seen in the Roman Catholics, don't do the same thing. Don't do them, at least by your own words, right? Like,
Yeah, and it doesn't happen very often with Catholics on this channel, but it does happen fairly often where someone will accuse me of being like Muslims to try to win an argument or whatever.
it's like,
So
okay,
Truth Defenders, he has backed down, right? He said, that's fine. I don't lose sleep over what you believe. I was just asking. Well, you asked in such a way that implied, and he says, don't go beyond the intent, purpose of what I said. But I can't understand your intent. I can only understand the words that were there. And the words that were there was telling me that I was not taking a position. I was being wishy-washy,
liberal, non-dogmatic.
liberal. I and strongly implied that I was also wrong, right? That the Bible does clearly teach one thing and one thing only, and so forth.
And
And,
then
and
call
then
us
you
Roman
and then
Catholic
you call
pagans
it
or something.
Catholics, which whatever. I don't take offense at that.
Yeah, sure.
But and son, I studied logic when you were in diapers. That's possible, but I'm also in my 40s. So, oh, he was probably referring to you though. And you're
Yeah,
not.
yeah. I'm a kid. I'm a youngster.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's fine. Again, I wouldn't do an appeal to authority based off of age, right? Because I think that's fallacious reasoning. Which, ironically enough, you just showed that you made a logical error in your statement. Good job on that. That's great. Good to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean it's informal. We'll allow it, but
Yeah, we'll allow an informal logical
so
fallacy.
you and I spar every once in a while truth defenders, and that's fine. You don't like my position, and that's fine.
Mhm.
But all I ask of you, right, and I'm tolerant of you being here. Irony here, right? I'm tolerant of you being here, which is what you criticize me of as being tolerant. Um, but don't misrepresent me, okay? Because when I say that something there is in clear biblical teaching on this, and people can believe one way or another, then that's my actual position. That's not just me and my reasoned position based on studying the scriptures, right? That's my reasoned position. It's not just me being friendly and saying, "Oh, yeah, there's truth, but I don't want to. I was going to pretend we can all get along." That's me saying I'm incapable of determining with certainty. It doesn't mean I don't have an opinion, but with certainty, I'm incapable of determining what is correct biblically speaking on this particular topic. So
Mhm.
rather than being uh, dogmatic, emphatic, closed-minded, whatever you want to call it, I state that. I know that's not popular in a lot of circles, not just you, right? People with different opinions also,
Mhm.
and in general on the internet, having very bold, firm opinions is good, and being careful and saying, well, it could go either way is viewed as weak. I get that, but it's also my real position. I'm not just doing it for a show. If I declare that, it's because I'm prepared to dogmatically defend that you can't draw a firm conclusion on the matter. So
Mhm.
just don't misrepresent me, and we'll be fine. Oh boy, not very clever. Well, I never claimed to be clever, so there's that.
Yep.
All right. With that said, let me just summarize what we learned in the Muslim video today, and the Muslim comment section on that video, and the Muslims in the comment. And that is that Islamic apologetics is very, very cringy.
No problem. It's fine for it to be cringy.
All right. With our mascot Mufti Menk out of the way, we will sign off for the evening. I'm trying to have a debate with Ultimate Truth this weekend. Saturday at 1 p.m. is the theory. If I can find a moderator that's not available at that time, I'll ask him to reschedule. If I can't find a moderator at all for the weekend, I'll ask him to reschedule for next weekend or a weeknight or whatever. I do want to have it. I do know that if I change the time, he's going to say I'm running and probably refuse to do it. So I'm going to try very hard for that particular time. That was my bad. I accept responsibility. I should not have given a specific time without getting a moderator first. But it is what it is. I have many friends in apologetics. I'm sure one of them can probably be available for it. We'll figure something out. So probably I'll be streaming a formal debate on, is the Quran coded with the number 19? I've wanted to debate this topic so long, so long. Please, Lord, let this debate happen. I'm a mathematician. I need to talk about 19 in the Quran. But anyway,
That'll be fun.
hopefully that'll be Saturday. Friday evening, I'll have my Bible study on Recent Worship channel as per usual. Tuesday, we'll be back with Mary for the continuation of the life of Muhammad, historically speaking, not just Islamically speaking. Till we meet again, God bless everyone. Go and serve the Lord.
Adios.